testing it when I get a bit closer. Is there an on button or is it just always?
Yeah.
Channel 2, yeah. Cool. So when it connects to channel 2, I know we're connected. Test, test. Buy Bitcoin. Buy Bitcoin. Any feedback? No feedback. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Gonna go left. 1, 2.
Day, Joe Nakamoto.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Adopting Bitcoin Cape Town. It is my pleasure, my honor, my privilege, hello Ricky, to be here today with you all. My name, as was pointed out by the lovely man in the back, is Joe Nakamoto. I am a recovering mainstream media journalist turned Bitcoin content creator journalist, and I'm delighted to be with you all today. I have the pleasure, I guess, to introduce some announcements, but first, we're going to play a game. I just want to get a sense of the room. Who here has some Bitcoin or has used Bitcoin or is familiar with Bitcoin? Okay, so some hands aren't up. That's good. Oh, yeah, sorry. Who lost their Bitcoin in a boating accident? Everyone's hands go back up. Great. Okay. So for those of you that didn't raise your hand today, I'm going to make sure you leave at the end of the day with at least 5,000 sats in your pocket, courtesy of Bitcoin Whitson. Thank you, Edwin. There he is. Thanks, mate. But to understand what Bitcoin is, we need to play a quick game first. So it's very simple, and you can probably see why I'm wearing this right now. When I say bit, you say coin. Very simple, right? We can all get this. I know it's early, but we're going to get louder and louder. So bit, 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 Doge. Wow, that really echoed around the wall. Okay, you've understood the game. I don't have to throw anyone out, because when I played this in Prague once, I had to ask 3 people to leave, and they were, escorted by security. The loser of that game was also going to win some sats, so we're going to have to play some more games. So, if I say any of these words during the day, please shout out Bitcoin, and I will reward you with 5,000 sats. Okay? We've understood this game as well? So the words are Bitcoin, it's going to be really hard for me. Lightning, it's going to be especially hard for me. Freedom, decentralized, or pick and pay. Okay? So welcome to the Adopting Conference in Cape Town. Now, the announcements. Where have they gone? Toilets, outside left, just here. Do be careful not to slip up on shitcoins as you enter in. The fire escape is outside and to the left as well, actually. The smoking balcony for the smokers is just past the escalators to the left. And please observe the breaks today, as they are only 5 minutes. One really important thing that Bitcoiners really do care about is privacy. So if you see someone... Oh, shit. Janet, come down and get your sats. No way. I think I might have shot myself in the foot with this one. If you scan that, you will get 5,000 sats with your Lightning wallet of choice. Oh, no. Oh, no. Come on down, Oaken. Oh, man. When I wrote this out at midnight last night, I didn't plan it this way. Excuse me? Just shitcoins. Okay, and the final thing was about lanyards. This is very important. If you see someone wearing a red lanyard, do not take a photo of them, do not take a video of them. Please ask for their permission at the very least and get consent before you do. Can I take a selfie with you? No, leave me alone. That's weird, Joe, stop it, for example. Okay, and the final thing is an announcement for the speakers. Woo! Don't steal this. Please don't steal this. I will come and find you. Okay, I think that's everything out the way, so we can begin with some of the first talks of Adopting Something Cape Town 2024. The first version in South Africa, hopefully the first of many. None of this would have been possible without the tremendous work put in by the likes of Herman Vivier, KG. Yes, please, a round of applause. And Kamal. And so, to kick off this morning's proceedings, we're going to welcome Herman, who, by the way, mate, I don't know if you're aware, but there's a big car parked downstairs in the foyer. Looks like yours. You are the owner. You're not the owner. Well, we'd like to hear who the owner of that car is this morning in your opening gambit. Please do put your hands together. Welcome Herman Vivier to the stage. Without him, it wouldn't have been possible. Come on down.
Yeah, how's it? Mornings. Um, I don't really know what to say. I didn't prepare anything. I was running around doing lots of other things up until this point. But I really just want to say one thing, and that's thank you very much. There's a couple of people I want to thank specifically. First of all, the two guys sitting over there that'll be saying something after me. It's Kamal and KG. Definitely wouldn't have been possible without them. And then also... and then also Ricky, where is, I don't know where Ricky is, maybe he's running around. Ricky Allardyce and Max. I don't know what Max's last name is, by the way. And I don't even know if Max is his real name. But he absolutely pulled things together for this conference. All the lanyards, all the printing, all the little nitty-gritty bits, you know. If you see that guy and you identify him, it's pretty hard because he hides away. If you do see him, please give him a tap on the shoulder and say, fuck, dude, thank you very much, because none of this would have been possible without them. Also, thank you very much to the sponsors, obviously. Wouldn't have been possible without them. This is a beautiful venue, but there's only one way to pay for it, and that's with money. So, yeah, thank you very much for the sponsors. And then, you know, last but not least, thank you to you guys for coming. If you came here from overseas, thank you very much for your support. Thanks for pulling in. And if you came here from within South Africa, also thank you very much. Specifically, thank you very much for coming if you call this your home. I call this home. This is my country. And this place needs something. Things are not going particularly well. I mean, you're in a beautiful city right now. The rest of the country doesn't quite look like this. The rest of the country doesn't quite work like this. Things look a little different out there. And something has to happen to turn this place around. If it keeps going the direction it's going to end up in a very shitty place. And I see Bitcoin as one way to affect that change. And it has to start somewhere. And hopefully it starts, well, it doesn't start today, but hopefully this can add to the momentum. So thank you very much for coming. And yeah, let's see what we can do. Thank you. Oh, Kamal.
Yes, hello. My name is Kamal, organizer of the Adopting Bitcoin conference in El Salvador, where Adopting Bitcoin started. What is Adopting Bitcoin? Many people think adopting Bitcoin is something that you are allowed to do by the government. I'm here to tell you it's not. A lot of people take credit for the Bitcoin adoption in El Salvador. A lot of people attribute it to the Bitcoin law. That's not necessarily or really what adopting Bitcoin is about. Adopting Bitcoin started by people like you and me in their communities who discovered Bitcoin, and they started to use it as money, peer-to-peer, in El Zonte Bitcoin Beach. And they are doing it until today, and it's remarkable because up until what they did, everybody was talking about Bitcoin as a store of value and an inflation hedge. And suddenly, this community came around and showed the world that, hey, you can actually pay for everything, your daily needs, and it's so much better than all the fiat alternatives out there. And you can use it right now without asking anybody for permission. So obviously, the Bitcoin law helped. Government got out of the way. That's great. I wish they left it at that. But they had to get involved with their own government wallet and stuff. That made things a lot more difficult for adopting Bitcoin. Because first impressions matter, and many Salvadorans had a bad first impression of Bitcoin. So I believe that Bitcoin is a bottom-up movement. You can't decree it from top down. It's best spreading peer-to-peer and in a bottom-up fashion, voluntarily, people adopting at their own pace. And when we basically had that momentum in El Salvador with the adoption in Bitcoin Beach and also the top-down push coming. We had to bring people like Bitcoiners, proper Bitcoiners into the country to educate and to fill the gap. There was a huge need for education in the country, and there still is. But nobody else than Bitcoiners that can fill that gap. If we don't, then others will step in, and we didn't want to do that. So that was basically how Adopting Bitcoin was born. And that's how it's continuing now outside of El Salvador for the first time here in beautiful Cape Town. And we have quite some momentum here. We have real bottom-up adoption here, and I'm looking forward to see it myself. I've already used Pick and Pay, which is great. I'm not Joe. That's his game. And yeah, I'm stoked to see all of you here. I'm wishing you a great conference, and yeah, I'm going to pass the mic over to the final hero, Machankura's KG, who took the role of that we took with Galloy in El Salvador, here in Cape Town for the Adopting Bitcoin conference here in Cape Town. And thank you, KG. Yeah, come on.
Hello everyone, how's it going? So yeah, thank you very much for coming through. Yeah, it came together quite well, I have to say. So let me explain a few things. Well, first question is, what about the crates, right? Not everyone is from South Africa or understands what is happening with the crates. First things first, crates, you usually find them in a tavern. So whenever people are congregating, these are seats, but they also symbolize Bitcoin blocks, right? So yeah, we wanted to have something here to just have an analogy for Bitcoin blocks. And yeah, so thank you everyone who's here. What I wanted to do is just shout out some of the people I want to see on stage, some of the people I want to enjoy giving their talk. First person is Jasper from Kenya, from Fossil Fuels for Africa. He's somewhere in the audience. He's going to be, I think, on the Blink stage. There he is there. So yeah, highly recommend you try to go see his talk. Magatte Wade, there she is right there, one of my favorite speakers in the whole wide world. And Jimmy Song is somewhere. I saw him. He was setting up his books. If you know Bitcoiners, he's one of the. Oh, there he is right there. Right? And yeah, who else? Yeah, well, Femi is probably the best speaker you're gonna see today. Right? If you've seen him speak before, where's Femi? Oh, yeah, there he is, there he is. So, a little story about Femi. He spoke in Ghana, and his slides didn't show, and he still killed it. And he effectively made me change what I was going to speak about. Right? So, if you're a musician and an artist, if you feature other artists on a song, or if you appear with other artists on a song, and they drop a verse so good that you have to go home and rewrite your own verse, that is the equivalent of what Femi does when he speaks. So, yeah, there's a few other people, like everyone here on the lineup, Craig Rowe, Karel van Veek, Herman, everyone on the lineup is killing it, right? So much so that we couldn't fit everyone on stage, on this stage. So there's other stages. So look at the schedule, see what topic looks interesting for you, and yeah, try the best you can to see all of the most interesting people. And outside of the talks, have good conversations, right? This is a crowd of very great people, very kind-hearted people. Paco will tell you all about that. He always says Bitcoiners are kind. So network, have a conversation as you're having food during the breaks. If a speaker is saying things you don't like, you can always walk out, but try boo them as well, right? So yeah, we need to get to a point where we start booing people off stage. But of course, that won't happen because all the speakers here are great. And yeah, I think that's about it from my side. See you guys during the week and weekend.
Give it up for KG. I think my MC job is definitely under fire from KG then. That was amazing. Really well done. And I just want to prove that these are chairs. Yes, can confirm. Fantastic. So we're about to welcome our first speaker onto the stage this morning, but I just want to pick up on what KG was saying. You came from somewhere in Cape Town, you came from Durban, you came from the UK, you came from Turkey to be here today. Please do take advantage of that opportunity. Ask that burning question that's on your mind. Network with that person that you're trying to get that job with. Take a selfie with, I don't know, Herman or KG or Joseph from Trezor. There are plenty of people here who have something fascinating, interesting, and inspiring to say about Bitcoin or about their careers through Bitcoin. And it's your opportunity now to learn about it and to get involved. So please do what KG was saying. Get involved. Feel free to boo me, but make sure as well that you get some sats at the end of the day. With that out the way, I want to welcome our first keynote of the day. It's from Farzam Azani, who works at Vala, which is one of the largest Beescoin and crypto exchanges. Also, trigger warning, I'm really sorry, I said the word crypto. Of course, this conference is about Bitcoin, and we're going to focus on that for the whole day. Now, he's a local guy. He's going to come up here and talk about how Bitcoin is changing South Africa and the way in which the South African economy is evolving. The talk is very cryptically entitled Integration versus Disintegration, Bitcoin Adoption and Human Progress. Damn it, I was doing so well. Who was that? Over here? Please come collect your sats. Oh, man. So it was called that, the name of the talk. No, you're very welcome. Scan that QR code for 5,000 sats. I'm just going to invite him to the stage in that case. Farzam Azani, please come to the stage. Please give him a round, warm welcome of applause. And do you want lectern or microphone? You want a microphone, yeah? Yeah, okay, great. Perfect.
All right. Good morning, everybody. It's lovely to be with all of you. It's a great privilege to be here. And the topic of the conversation this morning is really centers around trust. And what we see in our world, and Herman was talking a little bit about it earlier when he came up on stage to talk about his pride of being a South African. But he was saying that against the backdrop of what's happening in this country. And what's happening in this country that many people are worried about. And that's not just particular to this country, but particular to, I spend most of my time now in the United States, in the US, and in Europe, and all over the world. And if we take a little step back and just take stock of where we are today, we're at a pivotal juncture in the evolution of humanity in historical terms. If we look at some of the challenges that we have today, just some of the things like Ukraine and Russia, Israel, Palestine, what happened a few days ago in Iran and Iraq, Iran and Pakistan, there's something happening in the world right now that we all feel. Many people that I talk to, it's not a time of tremendous excitement and kind of hope for the future of humanity. We have problems across the world. We see institutions of trust that have historically been the guiding lights of our society losing and betraying the trust of all of us as people around the world. Whether that's governments, whether that's financial authorities, whether that's religions, whether that's the media, there isn't any part of society that is immune from this breakdown of trust that we're seeing. If you go back into time, our identities as humans have been particularly determined by a few units. At the beginning, it was the family unit. Families feuded. Then they set aside their challenges at some point, and they became tribes. Those tribes feuded, set aside their differences at some point, became city-states. Those city-states feuded, set aside their differences, and ultimately we arrived at the nation-state, which is where the world is right now. But the nation-state's about 400 years old. It was established at the Conference of Westphalia in the 1600s. And right now, we're seeing the emergence of a new world order, a new paradigm that we're not there yet because we're still at the nation-state level. But the internet, that's only a few decades old, our recognition of the unity of the human race, that is something that's finally within reach. These things are piercing the nation-state boundary. But at each of these junctures of civilization turning a corner and moving its identity from a smaller state to a larger state, there comes a lot of friction, a lot of clashing between these forces of disintegration that we're currently seeing in full force and integration. And within that context, we see Bitcoin that's emerged. And we can look at Bitcoin as not just a financial or monetary thing, but we can actually look at Bitcoin as an organism that's 15 years old. And 15 years old at the prime of its adolescence. And it's gone through its kind of childhood, right? It's establishing itself. It's gone through some of the ugly things of adolescence that comes with that. But we're at the verge of moving beyond that adolescence into adulthood for Bitcoin, and also adulthood for the world. And what I mean by that is that never before has the unity of the human race been within reach. Never before. We haven't had the technology for it, the communication, the financial system, etc. But now all of these things are coming together, the internet coming together, the ability to travel that's allowing all of us to be here from different parts of the world, and of course Bitcoin. And it's tremendously, tremendously important that we keep in mind that the next few years and decades are not going to be easy. So the last year, I think all of us felt in the Bitcoin community, those of us that have been involved in the community building, it's been a very tough year. But I think this year will be better, but I don't think that we should fool ourselves that the next few years and decades will be full of crisis and victory. Crisis and victory. Now, when we think about Bitcoin, I often talk about it juxtaposed to our current financial system. And a lot of us that are in Bitcoin right now, it's because of the trust that I talked about a little bit earlier that has been betrayed in many ways. And this is not a new story. It's happened in history many times in the past, and it will continue. But again, if you look at Bitcoin as a 15-year-old, and if you take the South African monetary system, the South African rand, does anybody know when it was established? Any takers? 1961, there we go. What day? So Valentine's Day, February 14th, 1961. So the rand is just over 60 years old. So an old being, an old organism, close to the end of its life. The US dollar in its current form, as we know, 1971 is when it was decoupled from gold. But what few people realize is that the Federal Reserve, conceivably the most important and powerful financial institution in the world, does anybody know when the Federal Reserve was established? 1913. We've got a very educated crowd here. 1913. So just over 100 years old. Now 100 years old is a blip in the concept of time in human history. And what most people don't know is that before this Federal Reserve, there were two other Federal Reserves that lasted for 20 years each before they were both closed down. So to think that the US dollar, forget about Bitcoin, but to think about the US dollar as a reserve currency of the world, and to think that it will last a very long time is an absolute fallacy. It's not debatable if you know your financial history that reserve currencies come and go. And if you think about the US dollar in its current state being just over 50 years old, and most fiat currencies globally, that's kind of the average, generally between 25 to 50 years of their existence. If you play it forward and you look at the debt to GDP levels and all the different things, the M2 money supply, and the fact that 40% of money, the US dollars, were printed within a couple of years within COVID, you start to see things are changing in a very big way. So within this disintegration, there is integration, and that integration that I talked about with these technologies that are coming about. But it's not just about the technologies like the internet and Bitcoin. There's also an awakening within the human spirit around the world about who we are, which is not an identity based on a particular nation state any longer. It's not the identity just based on a race any longer. It's not the identity just based on any of these multiple facets that often divide us as humanity. But we're at the cusp of realizing and knowing that these differences that have divided us for so long are in the way of human progress and civilization. So, again, my name is Farzam Hassani. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Valor, which is now the largest crypto exchange in South Africa and Africa by trading volume, by quite a long shot now. We're still customers, not as many as some of our competitors, and someone just came up to me and said, "This is the first time that I'm hearing about you here in South Africa." So we've got a long way to go, but I wanted to share a little bit about what we're doing in the spirit of the adopting Bitcoin theme of this conference. A, to share a little bit about what some institutions or exchanges are doing in this space, but also B, to call upon you to share in that vision, and I'll share a little bit about what I'm asking, and to perhaps change a little bit about what we think is okay and how we can move towards a world that serves humanity better. There are three things that I wanted to really talk about. Number one is this aspect of unity, which is very important. Number two is an aspect of service. And the last, again, to kind of recap my talk, will be about trust and truth. Unity is something at the bedrock of what we do at Valor and what we believe in. And that's why we love Bitcoin so much, is because Bitcoin is one of the first assets that really, it's not from a particular country on earth, it's not from a particular demographic or anything like that. But it's come from the world, for every single human being out there. It does not discriminate, right? And this attitude of unity and looking at the world as unified is something that's drastically needed in our world, in our political system, in our economic system, etc. Without unity, we won't be able to progress. And there are certain things that we need to look into the mirror sometimes as a Bitcoin community, because there are times where we sow division in our discourses. So when we talk about us versus them, when we talk about the Bitcoiners versus the bankers, when you talk about those Bitcoiners versus the no-coiners, sometimes while we're having fun, and it's enjoyable maybe to crack a few jokes, we're actually retarding the progress of our own cause. And that's because if we truly believe that Bitcoin is here to progress humanity, to move us forward, then it's not just for Bitcoiners. It's for the world. And we cannot disparage those that don't quite understand it yet, those that are actually the haters of it, those that are the opponents of it. We have to welcome them. Because Bitcoin really is for everyone. So I used to be a banker, and someone was talking about my first podcast, which is in 2016 that I gave, and they said, you sounded good in the podcast, but you're a banker, and so I discarded you because what do bankers do? But we're at a juncture right now where banks and exchanges like Valor, etc., there is going to be emerging, conforming, where financial institutions will no doubt be involved in Bitcoin. Because if they don't, then they won't be part of the financial system of the future. And so it's a very important thing in our attitude, in our discourses, etc., is to have an open arms policy and to say, we'll talk to anybody that wants to help progress the state of humanity with us using Bitcoin as one of the tools that we can do. The second idea is service. We talk a lot about service at Valor, which is that there are tremendous divisions within humanity. The fact that we're all here today means that we're one of the privileged few in humanity that kind of gets to sit in a safe place without worrying of any kind of physical violence to them, without worrying of whether it's the micro level, kind of on a human to human level, or a macro, which is nation state levels. We're very privileged to be here. But what comes with that privilege and that knowledge about this technology and Bitcoin and what it can do for the world is a grave sense of responsibility to serve others, to welcome others, to present Bitcoin to them as you would a present to a king. And what I mean by that is that when we start trying to force our ideals down people's throats and having very acrimonious debates with people, debating is good, don't get me wrong, but I'm talking about the attitude within which we do it, with courtesy, with respect. An attitude of service and an ethos of service needs to permeate everything we do, which is what we try to do at Valor, and I encourage all of us to ensure that's what we try to do when we leave out these doors. But the last thing, and probably the most important thing, is this aspect of trust and truth. Truth has become a negotiable commodity in the world today. Truth is something that's extremely difficult to come by today. I don't know about you, but now whenever I read the news, whenever I listen to a politician open their mouth, I don't know what to believe anymore. There used to be a time where it was published in the newspapers, and that was, you know, there was some research there and some verification there, and so we thought that was the truth, but those days are long gone. So the amount of noise in society is so much compared to the truth that is singular. Multiple falsehoods, singular truth. And this idea of lying, and I say this also as a crypto exchange founder and CEO, which we've been burned very, very badly by the fact that there have been people in our industry and in the world where lying is a tool of the trade. And trust cannot be established without truth. And truth can obviously not be established if there are lies. So within Valor, within our organization, first of all, there's no tolerance for anything but the truth. As a co-founder, as a CEO, if there's any individual ever at Valor that doesn't give me the full truth, they have no place at Valor any longer. Why? Because we custody your money. And if I cannot have information that portrays the reality of a situation, I cannot fulfill my responsibility to our customers of being that custodian of theirs. Trust and truth, while they go hand in hand, are a little bit uncomfortable topics for the Bitcoin community, particularly within the don't trust, verify movement. And while that's absolutely true, well, we need to verify where we can, there's basic level of trust in society that we must have for society to function. If we don't have that basic level of trust, then we won't be able to sit at a restaurant and believe that we won't be poisoned. We won't be able to get onto a Boeing Max in a 737 and think that we'll be able to go somewhere safely. We have to trust that planes are serviced. Trust is breached. And when trust is breached, those are the perpetrators of that breach must be held accountable. Because if they're not accountable, then we move into a society of mob justice and vigilantism. I grew up in Kenya. I, unfortunately, with my own eyes, probably around the age of 6, saw someone in a local market that was effectively beaten to death because he was suspected of stealing. The society structures and police forces didn't work. And so the concept of justice devolved into the people, and there was no sense of justice. This individual's life was taken away from him. So there is this sense of that there's a basic level of trust that we need to have within society. And as an exchange, that's the most important thing that we have. Without trust, we don't have anything else. And so I wanted to leave you with this idea that every time we tell a lie, we incur a debt to truth. And sooner or later, that debt must be repaid. And so even when we convince ourselves that we tell a little lie, and that lie is, it doesn't harm anybody, it's a little white lie, and we think to ourselves that that's okay, that itself is a lie in itself. So my call upon all of you is to really think about this aspect of truth in your own personal lives. And to say, with my spouse, with my children, with my colleagues, with my friends, how comfortable am I with telling the truth or with telling a little fib? Because truthfulness is the foundation of all human virtues. And if we cannot be truthful in everything that we do, we don't have a chance of really transforming this world, allowing Bitcoin to actually manifest its beauty in all its aspects. Because there will be people that will require centralized wallets. I love the people that don't require that. That's fantastic. But if we have the vision of bringing Bitcoin to the masses, then we as a community need to ensure that we reestablish the integrity of who we are, which has been tarnished a great deal over the past year or two. And I hope you will join me in really thinking about whether even white lies are acceptable. To me, they're not. Every single time you say a lie, it chips at the foundation of society. And what we're trying to do is build a society where Bitcoin is a tool, but the social network between all of us as human beings is what will let that tool reach its highest potential. So with that, I want to wish you a lovely day. I'm off to the airport in just a few minutes. But thank you very much for having me. There's a great sense of responsibility on all of us in this room for the knowledge that we have about this and our ability to A, recognize the unity of the human race, B, have an attitude of service to all of those around us, and C, to tell the truth. Thank you so much.
Well done, well done. Well done, Farzan. Please give it up for Farzan. There was some lovely quotes in there. In particular, never before has the unity of the human race been in reach, thanks to Satoshi's invention. I actually just put a tweet out asking people to help me not say the word beep boop coin in case I have to give out all these sats today. Sats wasn't on the list, was it? I've already forgotten the list. I don't think it was. I think I'm okay. Okay, great. Are you having a good day so far today, this morning? Yeah? You having a good time? Slowly waking up into the wonderful world of decentralized peer-to-peer cash. Oh no, well remembered. Student of Bitcoin. Oh no, I just said your Twitter handle and it's got the, yeah, okay. You get a double dip. By the way, shout out to student peer-to-peer cash. He's been going around Africa, and in fact the world, no, there's two on there, promoting study of Satoshi's money, and he's been doing a great job of it, so do give him a follow. Now, next up, we have Russell Lamberti. I'm really looking forward to this talk, because it's given by the company he represents, which is called Sakaliga, which I'm told is an Afrikaans word for Chamber of Business Commerce. Is that about right? Yeah? Okay, fantastic. The talk is about building solutions for state failure. I'm from the UK. I would say my state is failing right now. But then when I came to South Africa and saw the way in which, energy just turns off at the flick of a switch sometimes, I realized that while my state is failing, there are, of course, many states around the world that are really starting to stare down the barrel of a gun. And it's really getting quite alarming and quite worrying when you look at what the next 10 years or the next 20 years might bring. So I'm really glad that there are companies like Sakaliga who are addressing those challenges front on. I really hope he's going to integrate digital money into his talk today. Russell, would you please take to the stage, and to the audience, would you please welcome him? There he is, Russell Lamberti. Please put your hands together.
South Africa has been experiencing one of the worst energy crises in the region.
What with the rising
years.
cost of living and high unemployment rates,
Spurg and Tshwane have been hit by serious water shortages.
Cash and transit heists have become a lucrative business for criminal syndicates in South
State
Africa.
of disaster.
National state of disaster.
How long will we continue to let state failure harm our businesses and threaten the future of our communities? Many feel powerless because they have been led to believe that it's the state's duty to provide a favorable business environment. But we believe both history and recent experience hold a powerful, different strategic insight. That the responsibility for a favorable business environment lies not with the state, but with business people themselves.
So, how do we take back responsibility for our business environment? We believe it starts with having a strong, purpose-built, state-proof vehicle. A vehicle that develops scalable solutions to state failure and disorder. A vehicle capable of mounting comprehensive legal challenges and creating powerful precedents.
This vehicle is Sakeligha. Sakeligha is powered by business people who share a vision. We are now the premier litigant on commercial matters in the public interest, and our many important victories are their victories. And with continued and growing support, we will keep winning crucial cases. Sakeligha supports a growing footprint of affiliated business chambers across the country. And with our numerous partners, we are investing in alternatives to failing state services in areas such as security, commercial disputes, and trade relations.
State failure is accelerating, and it is leaving vacuums that will be filled by the chaos of poverty, decay, and crime unless we intensify our mission and increase our impact.
If communities and the business sector does not take up our constitutional responsibilities and our constitutional rights, nothing will be left for our children and the future of this country.
In order to create a better future for our children, it is crucial that we find a better balance between the role of the state and the role of businesses.
If we fail, you might still make money, but to what end if you have to leave the place you call home? We can create solutions to problems most don't even realize can be solved. We can fill the vacuums with order and craft a secure and purposeful future. We can turn state failure into an opportunity.
And in order to do that, you need a partner that's obviously educated and offers the know-how to do these things. And we feel that Sakeligha is the partner and the only partner to do that.
Sakeligha is bringing together mission-aligned partners who understand the urgency and the opportunity in the task before us. Let us be responsible stewards, protect our communities from a failing state, and secure a flourishing economy in the place we love.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's wonderful to be here this morning. My name is Russell Lamberti of Sakeligha, which means Business League. And I'm going to talk to you today about state failure and what solutions look like. What do we mean? What do we mean by state failure? What is state failure? State failure is your local municipality mismanaging its finances so much that it can't pay Eskom, and the nationalized power producer who then decides to cut off your entire town despite everyone in that town, or almost everyone in that town, in good standing and paying for their electricity bills. And so the threat of an entire town being completely cut off from energy, that is what state failure looks like. And Sakeligha fought back against that and kept the lights on in those towns on behalf of thousands of businesses, saving tens of billions of rands of economic damage to people in good standing on their electricity accounts. State failure is failed procurement policies by governments who rack up enormous procurement bills because they procure on the basis of race, or they procure on the basis of local content requirements, which distorts value and undermines value provision to communities across the country. Sakelige fought a 5-year court battle to restore better value-driven procurement in all levels of government, and we won in the Constitutional Court in that regard 2 years ago, and had declared unlawful the finance minister's regulations on procurement. State failure is the first cholera outbreak in South Africa in a township in Lichtenburg in the Northwest Province. The first cholera we've seen in this country in perhaps over 100 years. Why? Because the state has been unable to deliver any proper sanitation services, water services have failed, electricity is failing. If you don't have electricity, you can't pump the water, you can't pump sewage, you can't get systems moving. Sakelige is fighting a long and protracted court battle in Ditzebotla municipality to have that municipality run by the people from that town who really care and who are capable of taking over those functions. We are looking to establish a local organization to be able to take over the running of that town from the state. And we're making significant progress in that regard. State failure is when a truck breaks down on the highway and it gets looted by common criminals or attacked and sabotaged by organized hijackers. This is going on highways across this country. It was said earlier that you're in a beautiful city, and you are indeed, but it's not a perfect city by any means, and nor is it a perfect country. We are facing tremendous challenges. So, Sakelige is looking to replace the failed state highway patrol with a private highway patrol, to start taking back our highways from criminals, to start engaging with violent crime that is sabotaging and ruining our commerce. Sakelige is a purpose-built vehicle for creating scalable solutions to state failure. Our goal is a thriving economy, and we believe that to achieve that goal, we need to tackle in this country state failure at various levels. And we think that that is best housed in a non-profit, purpose-built vehicle like Sakelige. And so we are a non-profit organization founded in 2011. We are funded by close to 10,000 committed funders every month. And they give us anywhere from 50 Rand a month, let's say $2 or $3 a month, all the way up to 150,000 Rand a month. And so we have a broad spectrum of supporters. We have supporters and funders from young professionals to established entrepreneurs to pensioners who just care about the future of their grandchildren and back our mission. We aim to tackle state failure through two primary mechanisms. Number one is we engage in commercial litigation in the public interest. So public interest litigation is critical for what we try and do. And the second leg is alternative structures, coordinating alternatives to failing state governance structures, to failing state coordination mechanisms. It was said by one of the, I think it was Kamal in the intro, that the changed law in El Salvador was a great help. And we can spurn laws and legislation and what states do as much as we like. But the fact is that there is a legal order, and it is backed by some degree of force. And it does matter. It has an authority, and it has a meaning, and it is important that we try and shape the constitutional order, and I use that word constitutional with a small c, not so much a big C, how the society is actually constituted, and courts of law, while they remain proper, vested with legitimacy, and delivering sound, rational judgments, can be used very effectively in this regard and should be used. And Sakelige uses this constantly to push our mission forward. And we do that to try and create reform where possible so that we create space for building alternative structures where necessary. This is our mission. And we focus on 3 key areas. So our goal is to create a favorable business environment. You can't do that, in this country at least, unless you are tackling threats to trade and property protection, unless you are addressing problems in shared infrastructure, particularly shared infrastructure that is controlled by the failing state, like energy, like roads, like water services, like sanitation services, and so much else. And thirdly, we have to be tackling the area of security. You need to understand this morning that in this country, our police force is not just failing, but is almost at the point of total failure. Now, that's not true in every police precinct across the country, but it is certainly true in many parts of this country. The police are ineffective, either unwilling or unable to do their job, sometimes aiding and abetting organized crime, and in very small pockets around this country, good policemen and women are trying their best to hold the line. And so we have to recognize the importance of these 3 areas of dysfunction, and so we tackle those. Right, so at the start of that video that I showed you, we asked this question: for how long can we let state failure harm our businesses and threaten the future of our communities? And in some ways, I think Bitcoin can help us get to an answer. So we could ask this question from a monetary perspective like this, perhaps. For how long will we let state corruption of money, the state monopoly on money, and its mismanagement of currency harm our businesses and threaten the future of our communities? And the thing with this is that for many, many years, good Austrians and other good monetary realists recognized that money had been severely corrupted. This is an age-old problem, but certainly through the course of the 19th and then especially the 20th century, this became an institutionalized phenomenon. Now, the problem was, and what we discovered over the decades, was that lobbying states and engaging in advocacy with states didn't help. It actually emboldened governments. It ended up vesting central banks with enormous power. And what we saw really at the core of this is that states don't have the desire to change. They don't have the desire to reform money. They have this tremendous control over money and currency. We have to figure out new ways of unseating that control. And so in many ways, we need to understand that the battle of ideas, whilst important, is not sufficient. And Bitcoin came along, and it was a solution not through rhetoric or through advocacy or through argument, but through building. Someone came along and built a scalable base layer to start addressing this problem. Now, what we've seen over the intervening, 15 years or so, is that this is not a quick process. And what's happened upon that base layer is billions of hours, I would imagine, of building, of development. Because you've got to turn that base layer, right, to something that can be integrated and unseat the existing financial order. It's not just about this really cool tool that's limited in supply. You've got to deliver it that final mile. You've got to make it make sense to people. People have to be able to adopt it, trade it, save in it. And so that requires, as we've seen, an enormous amount of effort. So what does Bitcoin teach us about this question? As we take this question outside of the monetary realm, to the realm of infrastructure management, to the realm of crime and safety and security, to the realm of managing port infrastructure. You know, you're in Cape Town, there's a beautiful port here. We showed it on our video. It's a dysfunctional port. It doesn't work very well. The state port management company is failing. Throughput in that port is clogging up. It's a massive issue. How do we solve that? For how long will we let that threaten us? And Bitcoin's answer for us is the following. The answer is until we build alternative institutions and mechanisms with the authority to resist and replace failing states and failing state structures. That might sound kind of obvious, but it's only obvious to you as a community, I think. I don't think that's super obvious once you get outside of this Bitcoin and monetary realm. Most people think that the answer is, well, for how long? Until we vote harder next time. For how long? Until we protest louder. Until we get on the streets and have a bigger march. Those things don't actually change an entrenched status quo with deep vested interests. The insight here is you have to go and build the architecture of freedom. And that takes time. You have to build the alternative. You have to build the off-ramps to parallel structures, to alternative structures. It doesn't come because you wrote a clever article about sound money. It doesn't come because you read Hayek on monetary competition, or Mises on fiduciary media, okay? Those are good things, those are great ideas, but they have to translate to the building of the architecture of freedom. And so that is what Bitcoin can teach a civil society community and a business community that is seeking to resist state failure and establish commercial and societal order out of this chaos, out of this kind of anarcho-tyranny that prevails. So I think this is absolutely critical. And Farzam, who I think unfortunately has just left, he made a really important point in his talk. He said, this is not going to be a quick process. What we face in the world and what we face coming down the line is a multi-decade, maybe even multi-generation restoration process. We have vested so much power in the modern state, not over 10 years, not over 20 years, not in the digital era, over hundreds of years. We have vested so much authority and control in the hands of states. And unseating those authorities and that control and creating viable alternatives and viable parallels is going to take a very long time. And some of you in the Bitcoin community who are good realists understand this, right? I would be willing to bet that many passionate Bitcoiners in 2012, 2014 would have said, man, the dollar's days are really numbered. The dollar's got like 5 or 10 years left. The dollar still stands. It's still going. There's all sorts of threats. There's beautiful competition coming down the line. There's a community that's building the architecture of freedom and money, but it takes time. Okay? That's what we're getting. We're getting that it takes time. And I think we need to understand this. This is a long process, and so we must dig in. Let's embrace that process. Let's embrace that length of time. Think beyond your lifetime. Think multi-generationally. We're living in a world that is in many ways a big mess, but there's also some fantastic emergent developments. Bitcoin is just one of those fantastic emergent developments that give us hope for solutions. But it's not just, of course, the lessons that business can draw from Bitcoin. Bitcoin happens to be an attempt, a bold, audacious, genius, brilliant attempt at sound money. And sound money is one half of every transaction. Commerce and sound money are completely interlinked. They are completely codependent. So to create scalable solutions to a thriving economy, something like Bitcoin is critically important. Sound money solutions, the architecture of sound money, not just the base layer, the payment mechanisms, the various financial services that are built on top of that. We represent at Sakeligher a business community that they wake up every day not thinking about Bitcoin. They wake up every day thinking about how can they sell their product and add value to their customers, outcompete their competitors, and build wealth. And so they need to be shown the architecture of monetary freedom by a community like this. You've got to link that to real-world businesses, and that's why this conference is so fantastic, because it takes Bitcoin from a theory, from a base layer, to something much more tangible. And of course, in my opinion, where that has to start is to start encouraging how businesses manage their treasuries, how they manage their surpluses, and saving in sound currency. Now, on the adoption curve of Bitcoin, it's going to be very difficult to encourage businesses to denominate trade in that currency. You have wild swings on this major adoption curve that we know has still got many years to come. But it's very exciting to me that there's a community that cares, and I just want to encourage you to build this towards that end user who's not as passionate about this as you, who doesn't quite get it like you guys get it. You got to go and I think Farzam also said something like this, you got to go and reach people where they're at. So I encourage you to do that. Thank you so much for this conference, gentlemen. Thank you for organizing this. We will continue to do our work at Sakeligher. We will continue to fight for freedom, to build the architecture of freedom in these various areas. You can support our work. Over here, we're a non-profit organization that has a donation and a funding base, so please get behind us. Get behind the work that we're doing. Sign up for a monthly donation or give once off to what we're doing. We're excited about where things are going. State failure is an enormous threat that we face, because when the state recedes, you see vacuums of order that can be filled by chaos and by crime and by decay. And we have to go in and fill those vacuums with proper order, with the architecture, the institutional architecture, the mechanisms of freedom. We have to go and build freedom. So here's to building freedom together. Thank you.
That was a great talk from Russell. I don't know about you guys, but I was to some extent holding my breath until he said the B word. But my boy, when he said it, he really, really gets it. That was really inspiring. And also great to see some dunking on Austrian economists at 10 a.m. in the morning. Please give it up for Russell one more time, guys. Now we're going to take a very quick break, and we'll be back here at 10:40 a.m. sharp for Anita Posh's talk about magic internet money. Remember, the toilets are out here on the left. There should be some refreshments just here. Smokers, it's by the balcony. And please do get stuck in. Remember, ask that question, take that selfie, and network to get that job. See you back here in 15 minutes sharp. Thanks, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those who haven't yet registered or checked in at the registration desk, Please ensure you do so during this 20-minute mid-morning break. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the auditorium as the proceedings are about to continue. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to the auditorium as the proceedings are about to continue. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. To those of you outside, please do come in to the auditorium. We're about to kick off another amazing talk about peer-to-peer cash. Please come in, please come in. Come and take your seats. I'm just going to go and shout in the corridor at them. Give me 1 second. Oh, Anita, please do as well. Yeah, come on. The talks are about to begin. Please come inside, everyone. The talks are about to begin. Please come, please come. Free sats inside. That worked. Why do I have a strange Italian man following me with a GoPro? You call yourself a videographer? That's a GoPro, man. I had one of those when I was 14. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. You found the right place. This is the place to be. Quick recap of the morning affair. My name is Joe Nakamoto. I have the privilege of looking after you for the next couple of days. I am not allowed to say the following words. By the way, I'm repeating the game back to you so that you know how to play, okay? So please let me off just for this one, right? We're all okay with that? Yeah? Okay, so I cannot say the following words. They are Bitcoin, Lightning, Freedom, Decentralized, and Pick and Pay. If you hear me saying those words, not if I name a speech, like, you know, Anita's talk is going to have the word BTC in it. So if I say it in a talk, maybe let me off. But if I say those words, please do grab me, say the word BTC, and I'll give you some free sats. Okay, with that out of the way, we're on to our third keynote of the day from a very special person who spends a lot of her time traveling in Africa, educating in Africa. To be honest, Anita Posh does not need much of an introduction, but I'm going to try and do it anyway. So, she gives up her time and her sats to support and further sound money adoption across Africa. Anita founded Crack the Orange and Bitcoin for Fairness. I know I said Bitcoin. I said in a name, it's fine. In a company, it's fine. But good that you're alert. Now, Bitcoin for Fairness is a in a company, it's fine. A non-profit organization that has a strong focus on magic internet money adoption in the global south. In short, she is an Austrian educator armed with a Phoenix wallet oozing with enthusiasm for BTC adoption in the global south. And her talk today is going to focus on just how hard and hopefully how easy in the future it's going to be to use self-custodial L2 solutions in Africa and, of course, across the world. So please put your hands together. Welcome Anita Posh to the stage for her keynote today. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, Cape Town. It's a great honor for me to be here. One question. Who is the first time at a Bitcoin-only conference? Oh, wow, cool. Congratulations. It's a great day for you to learn more about this great technology. And today I want to appeal to you to own your future by self-custodying and using Bitcoin. So, this was me in 2011. I read about Bitcoin the first time, but I dismissed it because I thought it's just another PayPal. And who really needs another PayPal? That's not innovation. But how did I miss that Bitcoin is such a great tool for self-sovereignty and all the other properties I'm going to show you in these 20 minutes? At the moment, of course, in a way, for many, many million people, cash is great. Why is cash great? Because it gives us ownership. We can hide our stash at home. We don't need an ID or KYC yourself and give up our privacy to use it. And you can spend it on anything you want and no one knows about it, which gives you your human right to privacy, financial privacy. Okay, not in all countries, or generally, actually, globally, fiat cash might also not be so great. Just as an example, that's a typical Bitcoin bread. Bread in Zimbabwe, which costs $1 in 2019, when the government decided to reissue the Zimbabwean dollar. And the first time when I went to Zimbabwe in 2020, the exchange rate was suddenly 1 to 28, and no one really believed that the value will stay the same. So in the following years, 2022, 2023, and as of now, I've been to Zimbabwe, the exchange rate is 1 to 12,000 now. So now you pay 12,000 Zimbabwe dollar for a bread that cost you 1 Zimbabwe dollar in 2019. That's what hyperinflation and inflation means. And it's not a phenomenon that's only happening in African countries. 100 years ago, I'm from Austria, we had hyperinflation in Germany and Austria, where people made dresses from banknotes and children played with stashes of cash. So the downside of cash is you have, of course, national inflation. It's analog. You can't send and receive it globally. It's also difficult to have it home for longer periods of times. It rots. There are rats eating it. These are things that are happening in rural areas and wherever, yeah? And also, the monopolistic institutions around us are failing us more and more. How is it possible that here in South Africa, also in Zimbabwe, we have load shedding all the time? How is it possible that banking fees in South Africa are higher than in Germany? How is it possible that we still have central banks and centralized institutions who believe they can control the economy by inflating the amount of currency we have? It's simply not possible to control complex systems. And that's why we see high inflation rates all over the world, and especially also in African countries. And as you can see, that's the purchasing power of a US dollar. From 1971 until only 2018, it has lost so much value, and that was before the pandemic, before the Fed inflated the US dollar currency in circulation with trillions of US dollar. And the red line is how the currency went up, and the blue is how the purchasing power went down. So it's correlated. And it's only a matter of time. I mean, civilization, people we have kicked down the road for many, the road many years now. And it's also just, we don't know when this fiat bubble will burst. And Bitcoin gives us opportunities. Just look at the purchasing power of Bitcoin. In 2011, you needed 162 Bitcoin to buy a state-of-the-art iPhone. Now, last year, you needed 0.031 Bitcoin. You have no inflation in Bitcoin. There is no national inflation. No one can, in a centralized manner, change the 21 million of Bitcoin that will ever exist. It's a digital tool. You can easily send it in and out of your country globally. It's resistant because it's digital and it can't rot, and it's easy to store in that sense compared to stashes of cash. It gives you ownership, which is unique. It also includes anyone who wants to use it because it's also permissionless. You don't need an ID for it. And it gives you much more privacy than the current financial system. Bitcoin is a lifeline. As my friend and teacher Andreas Antonopoulos said, it's a ripcord because it's revolutionary, immutable, public, collaborative, open, resistant to censorship, and decentralized. Where I believe that open is a very, very important property because it gives us all a seat. Anyone can join, use Bitcoin, and also be a part of the development community because it's open source. It's resistant to censorship. That's especially important in enforcing the human right to freedom of speech and freedom of association and other human rights, like the right to own property for women, especially interesting. So you only get those perks when you own your Bitcoin. That means if you self-custody them. People might say that's complicated. Well, as a matter of fact, it's only 12 English words in the correct order that you need to take care of. So now, after you heard all these great things about Bitcoin, is it not too late now? I mean, the price is at, I don't know what, 37,000 US dollars or something at the moment. I might not be able to afford that. I'm too late. No, you're not, because I believe the moment to empower yourself, to own your future, every day you have the chance to start to learn about Bitcoin. Okay, but then we might have a problem. If 8 billion people in the world want to use Bitcoin, we can't manage at the moment. Why? Because the Bitcoin blockchain can only handle around 570,000 transactions per day. And how can we make sure that the young generation, that anyone who wants to use Bitcoin can do so in the future? Well, we will need a lot of work and research and development done there. But at the moment, I see free opportunities for people, even when the transaction fees on the Bitcoin blockchain on-chain are rising like they've done in the last couple of months. So one is the Lightning Network, which enables us to do hundreds of thousands of payments with only 1, 2, 3 opening and closing transactions on the Bitcoin blockchain. Another opportunity is the Liquid sidechain. It's basically also a blockchain, but you need to have trust. You need to trust the Liquid Federation. You can pack in your Bitcoin and you get the same amount of value in the Liquid network. And the great thing about it is that the transaction fees at the moment are much lower, and it has confidential transactions, which makes your transactions much more private than on the Bitcoin blockchain. And the third thing, which is upcoming right now, there's a lot of work to be done, it's eCash. It's anonymous digital money. There are 2 protocols that I know of at the moment, that's Fedimint and Cashew. And it's working based on the Lightning Network, so you can put in your Bitcoin into the mint and they issue a digital token, eCash, for you. And the great thing is you can use it offline as well and also send it globally to other federated, like Fedimint wallets. I also heard that Fedi is going live this year, and Mutiny also included Fedimint now in their new wallet. So I'm here to appeal to you also. Get yourself involved. Like, for instance, I mean, South Africa is a pioneering country in Bitcoin. You got circular economies. Everyone knows Bitcoin Ikasi, Bitcoin Witsend. then you can remit easily Bitcoin also to Zimbabwe by just buying a voucher, sending the code to someone in Zimbabwe, and this person can redeem. Involvement fosters inclusion. Please involve yourself. There's Thunder Games, a great app to stack your first sats by gaming. But then you have to use Google, you have to use Twitter to be able to use it. I recently had a young guy in a workshop in Zimbabwe. He couldn't use it because he doesn't have a Google account or a Twitter account. Build your own systems, like KG has done with Machankura 8333. Involve yourself. You guys here, you are fostering innovation. For instance, yesterday I was at Pick n Pay, I said the word, and paid my groceries with Lightning. It's easy, it's secure, and fast. So thanks to Karel for that. Or you can spend your Bitcoin on electricity here. Well, Karel told me yesterday the real innovation is that if a payment fails for any reasons, the Lightning payment comes back to you, which is something that's not possible on Bitcoin at the moment. We have Sparrow, Greg Raw is here as well, one of the best desktop Bitcoin on-chain wallets in the world. So you're in a good way. And I asked myself in Zimbabwe, I did that last year already, is Bitcoin ownership possible also in rural areas where you might not have the best internet connection? And that's why I set out to do a self-custody Lightning wallet test, 40 kilometers from the capital. And I tested Blixt, Green, Mutiny, Phoenix, Zeus, and for the fun of it, Wallet of Satoshi. I have to add that Green and Mutiny say they are still in the experimental phase. So first you need to open a channel. And there are several ways you can do it, and I tried all those 3 that I know of. It's like you can open a transaction directly from the blockchain. You can send Lightning from your custodial or non-custodial Lightning wallet to the wallet to open a channel. Or you also can swap your liquid Bitcoin via an exchange called Boltz Exchange and open a channel. So I tried that with different wallets in different ways. With the Blixt wallet, I had to use on-chain. They didn't have another option than just buying liquidity, and I didn't want to do that. With Mutiny, I used directly Lightning from another Phoenix wallet I already had. With Green, I used Liquid via Boltz to Lightning. With Phoenix, I used Phoenix, and with Zeus, I also tried to use Liquid. And the results are very interesting. So the Green wallet actually was the cheapest. I opened a channel for 100,000 Satoshis for every wallet. And I had 97,500 Satoshis in my wallet then that I could spend. So the cost to open the channel was 3.5%. But Zeus, for instance, cost me almost 50% of the funds I sent in to open a channel. Okay, now I had this open channel, and I did that in Harare, not out there, because I thought that won't be possible to open the channels there. So this is how I sat for about 2 hours. And I had a protocol. Like, I started with sending and receiving Lightning. I sent 50,000 Satoshis to Phoenix, and then I tried to receive 30,000 back. And the interesting thing is that the fully custodial wallet of Satoshi took 9 seconds to complete the payment, whereas Phoenix used 3 seconds, and it's fully sovereign. Then I tried to send to a Lightning address because I thought for any reason it might be give different results, and it did. Green was able to send to the Lightning address. It took 40 seconds, but still it did. And Mutiny, Phoenix, and of course Wallet of Satoshi did it very well. Then, because I'm speaking now of Liquid, because I think that if people can't afford high transaction fees, we should give them the opportunity to own something like Bitcoin as well, in cold storage also. And that's why I sent 20,000 Satoshis to swap it into Liquid. And Phoenix did well as before. So then I thought, okay, I give those 3 wallets who didn't complete any payment out there a second chance, and tried the same in town with LTE. And sadly, they failed again. So my results, my recommendation at the moment for self-custody on the Lightning Network is Mutiny and Phoenix. And as I said before, Mutiny is interesting from the fact that they also now integrate Fedimints. So self-custody, even in the test, trumps custody because it gives you ownership. And also, because Wallet of Satoshi recently ceased its operations in the US, because for regulatory reasons, I believe the US authorities told them you must KYC your users because you are a custody, you hold custody for their Bitcoin, and they didn't want to do that. But this can happen anytime in any country, so always be aware if you're using a custodial wallet. Only have small amounts in it. For my belief, self-custody is priceless. With the Phoenix wallet and other wallets, it might have a little bit of an add-on in terms of payment fees, because Phoenix asks 0.4% for every payment you do. But it gives you ownership. It gives you the possibilities to be independent and self-sovereign, to go anywhere in the world with your money. You can cross borders only having those 12 words in your heads, and you can move your wealth with you if you have to or want to. You can't do that with your house or your car or whatever. Also definitely not with your money in your bank account. And it can be done, and it has to be done in the future in steps, because as I said before, not everyone will be able in the future, in 10, 20 years, to own a UTXO, basically Bitcoin on-chain. So there will be shades of gray or shades of orange in custody. But self-sovereignty is the prime goal, and it has to stay that way. Also, I hope for the development community that this is our first focus. Now, my recommendation for someone who says, okay, I can't afford, let's say, $10 of transaction fees on-chain, what do I do? Yeah, start with a custodial wallet. I never thought I will say that in my life, but now I have to say it. Paco knows what I'm talking about. Start with Wallet of Satoshi or Albi, but be aware, you could be rug pulled. Stack around 100,000 Satoshis in that custodial wallet, and then open a channel on Phoenix or Mutiny. Then you might say, but that's too much for me. I don't want to have that on Lightning. That's too insecure for me. Then I would say, I trust the Liquid Federation. Swap 80,000 to Liquid. Or maybe if you can afford, swap it to Bitcoin on-chain. And then the result is you have a payment channel in your wallet where you can receive 80,000 Satoshis and you can send 20,000. And if your goal is to earn Lightning through gaming or whatever, then whenever it's full, you put it in cold storage, you put it either on Liquid or on the Bitcoin blockchain. And as I said, I've been doing this kind of education for almost 7 years now, the last 4 years very intensively in African countries, because I want to share as much knowledge to as many people as possible. And I can do all of that alone. And I found that being there is great to build trust with all the scams we have around and things like that. But there are more and more initiatives in African countries which I applaud. I'm so happy to see you all coming up. And I want to support, with Bitcoin for Fairness, aspiring Bitcoin educators and community builders. So maybe it's you the next time here on stage. We've got one guy from Zambia, Humphrey. He's from our Bitcoin for Fairness community there. He's now going to be the teacher in Bitcoin Vic Falls, a new Bitcoin circular economy project in Zambia. And I'm so happy that he's here. Where is he? Yeah, here's Humphrey. And he will be a speaker today or tomorrow. And if you know anyone who also wants to do that, you can apply for a Train the Trainer scholarship on our online learning platform. And you only have to apply at anita.link/apply, fill out a short form, tell us your story, tell us your plans, what your goal is with that education. And I also have something for you if you don't want to be an educator, if you just want to use Bitcoin and learn more about it, then you can subscribe to my free newsletter. Once a week, I'm sending out new tutorials, videos, information about Bitcoin. It's anita.link/weekly. You can also buy my book online or maybe on Amazon. And I would be very happy to see you in one of my online courses or memberships at Crack the Orange. So thank you very much.
That was amazing. So well done to Anita. Thank you so much. The proof of work that went into that talk was exceptional. Can you imagine standing in the middle of a field in Zimbabwe, testing out 5 different self-custodial Lightning wallets while people walk past being like, ah, come on down, whoever that was. So yes, can you imagine testing out various different self-custodial layer 2 wallets to send sats over that L2 network in Zimbabwe, and the weird looks you'd get from passers-by at the time. Was it a filmed experiment? Is this going to be on your YouTube channel? There was no one around? Oh, okay. Oh, great then. But will it be, is it filmed? Are you going to put that as an episode or something? An article. Fantastic. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to reading it, and I would watch that video. That would be good content. Really good stuff. And also, that's another one of those talks I need to watch later on 0.5x speed, because there's so much information in there, so much important information that we really need to retain. Also, shout out to Paco, who's been shilling custodial Lightning wallets all around the world. And now Anita and Paco have reached some sort of consensus on whether or not you can begin your stacking journey with a custodial Lightning wallet. And what is the most... Did I say it? Oh my God. Okay, come on down and get your sats. This is going to get really tedious, isn't it? Was it Janet again? I hope you give this out to someone, Janet. Janet, you're mining the coin. Okay. Anita, that was amazing. Please do revisit that talk another time today. One quick announcement. On the B-Trust stage, which is down the corridor on the left, I believe, there is going to be a Fedimint workshop. Anita briefly touched on Fedimint and what that means for decentralized peer-to-peer money, and how that is one of the ways that this can scale in layers. So if you're interested in that, you're interested in how these federations are popping up around the world, do go there for 11:40 and get involved. If not, then stick around for... Can you guess who's talking now? Yeah, nice. Another person who needs no introduction, but I'm going to give it a go anyway. So Jimmy Song is a peer-to-peer coin developer, educator, and small to medium-sized bookstore. He's often seen carrying around a large rucksack of books ranging from the Little Bitcoin book. Thank God, these are books, by the way, so please don't call out Bitcoin against me. So the Little Bitcoin book, Thank God for Bitcoin, Bitcoin and the American Dream, and my personal favorite, Fiat Ruins Everything. Jimmy has been a lecturer at the University of Texas, an expert witness in legal cases involving the coin, and he's an advisor to multiple companies in the rogue money space. Jimmy also writes a weekly newsletter, The Coin Tech Talk, and he has a podcast called Peer-to-Peer Cash Fixes This. We're good? Okay. Jimmy, I don't know what the title of your keynote is today, but please come to the stage and please... Oh, it's called Destroying Rent Seeking. Is that right? Fantastic. Please give him a round of applause. Do you want this or this? This.
And let's see. I think this will good. All right. All right. Good to see everybody. I'm going to move around because this shadow I find a little creepy. So I just don't want to be around that. But my talk today is called Destroying Rent Seeking. It's a new talk. I haven't given this one before, so please be patient if I ramble or something like that. I wanted to give this talk here in Africa because this is a major problem. Rent seeking, I believe, has been very detrimental to a lot of the countries here, to a lot of the people here. And I wanted to point that out, and I wanted to talk about it in a way that hopefully makes more sense. Anyway, the talk is called Destroying Rent-Seeking and Reviving Civilization, because what I believe is happening is that fiat money has enabled rent-seeking to such a degree that all of the value is essentially being captured by the 1%, the people at the top, the people that know how to play the political game rather than the people that are actually providing the value, and that's what we're going to talk about. So let's start. What is rent-seeking? So if you're not familiar with this term, it's this idea that you're involved in some sort of transaction, either between two people or with yourself or something like that, and somebody comes in and collects some sort of tax without providing any value. So this is an example, right? Like you put a chain over some river and say, you can't cross until you pay me, right? It's more like extortion than anything else. And you know, that person that does that doesn't add any value, right? They're not actually like pushing the boat or anything. They're not really adding value to anybody, but they are collecting rent and they are able to get rich off of it. And this is considered sort of like prestigious in some cases and you know, very steady work and so on. But this is what destroys civilization. So here are some examples of rent seeking. So taxes, this is a big and major category, but all manner of taxes essentially get in between people that want to transact and collect money that without adding any value, right? There's also sort of permission, right? Licensing, things like that, where oftentimes like, you know, there's no reason why they should, that a particular profession should need a license, but that's something that oftentimes the government or industrial bodies or whatever sort of use for rent seeking. Gatekeeping, this happens a lot in a lot of places where you're not allowed to do something until you pass certain exams or know certain people, something like that. And this ends up adding a lot of like compliance requirements. If you want to start a company that does X, you need to do this, 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 and this first. And all of this essentially enriches somebody else, enriches some bureaucrat or some government or somebody that is not adding value. And every time you have stuff where somebody is not adding value, you're destroying value. You're adding taxes. You're capturing the value, and it doesn't add to civilization. So we're going to look at different levels of rent seeking. First, we're going to look at company level rent seeking. There's a lot of companies that get to enjoy the benefits of rent seeking. There's government level rent seeking, and that certainly happens quite a bit. You've already seen a couple of examples of that. And then at the world level, there's also even more rent seeking. So let's zoom in. Let's look at company level rent seeking and what that looks like. So there's a lot of that, including stuff like insurance. A lot of insurance is mandatory, right? At least in the US, car and health insurance are required. And if you don't have that, then you can't drive, or you're not going to get certain services, or you'll be fined or something like that. A lot of other countries, this lives one level higher up, where you're sort of paying more in income taxes or something like that, and you get universal health care or something to that effect. There are also subsidies. So housing all over the world is extremely expensive because it gets subsidized, usually through some form of loans that are available to people. University education also gets subsidized through a lot of student loans and things like that. Even things like media get subsidized. The BBC is paid for by the British government. The CBC is paid for by the Canadian government. And at least currently, they're about like the only media organization that's allowed to exist in Canada, because they sort of ban everything else. Then there are monopolies, and these happen quite a bit. A lot of utilities, for example, energy companies, water companies, sometimes like internet companies, even mobile phone companies in places like Lebanon.
These are monopolies usually granted by the government to particular favored companies, and they are able to make tremendous amounts of money and charge way more money than would otherwise be normal. There's also all kinds of compliance personnel, you know, law, HR, some sort of expertise that's involved where you have to get certain certifications to get the right reports so that you can comply with some certain things. These are all company level rent seeking things that are happening all over the economy. And of course, banks. There's investment banks, commercial banks, even venture capital is a form of a bank. These are the controllers of money. And if you notice something, a lot of these have to do with money, right? And that's not a coincidence because that is the easiest way to collect some tax or some rent from transactions that would otherwise be happening. So what are the consequences of some of this rent seeking that's happening at the corporate level? Well, first of all, a lot of value is captured. And if you study the companies from La Belle Epoque, right, the golden age, 1870 to 1910, when the world was on the gold standard, it was really common to have dividends that paid 10%. So that means that if you own a stock that's $100, you would get paid $10 just for owning the stock because that was the part of the profits that were shared with you. But that's no longer the case. The best stocks in the US that pay dividends, they pay at like 1.5%, right? Or they're like highly distressed and they can't pay or they're not going to pay, but and things like that. So you get a lot of value that's captured by third parties. And that means that profitability is destroyed. And in particular, this can be really bad when you have a very profitable business. A lot of that value gets captured away. So an example of that would be if you have, like, say, a 30% profit margin on a business that's doing very well. What will often happen is somebody will come in and buy that company out using something called a leveraged buyout. So that means that they borrow a ton of money, and especially in a low interest rate environment, they're able to buy the entire company and put the actual loan that they used to buy the company on the company balance sheet. So they have debt service in addition to all of the other operations. So that debt service can take up like 15% of the profits that they make. So instead of a 30% profit margin, it now has shrunk to 15% as a result of debt. And that process continues to happen, and then, you know, all these profitable companies become very unprofitable. And soon they become really, they essentially become zombie companies. And they end up playing a lot of financial games to get out of the pickle that they're in because they load up on debt and they, you know, can't afford certain things. So, you know, they play more and more financial games. One of the things that I found out during the COVID era was airlines. Now, most people think of airlines as, you know, kind of a low margin business or something like that. They're nothing of that kind. They're actually banks. And you might think that's kind of a crazy thing to say, but they are. In 2020, United Airlines wanted to get a loan because obviously COVID destroyed their business and they needed a loan to carry over until you know, people would travel again. So they went to the investment banks and asked for a loan. And usually the investment banks, when they're giving out loans to airlines, they demand some collateral in the form of airplanes, the hard assets or something like that. This time, though, they decided to go in another direction. They said, we want the airline miles program as collateral. So if you are getting a loan against your airline miles program, well, you have to evaluate how much that airline, you know, the miles program is worth. And the United Plus miles program was valued by an investment bank at $22 billion. Now, that sounds like a lot of money, but what's really crazy is that at the time, United stock, the market capitalization of that airline was 10 billion, which doesn't make any sense, right? Like, that's kind of like finding out you have a kitchen worth like $500,000 on a house that you bought for $300,000. Like, how is that possible? Well, it means that the rest of the airline is worth negative $12 billion, right? They're actually a bank using airline stuff to discharge the points. And it kind of makes sense after you think about it, because they can issue these miles out of nothing. They are a bank, and they sell all of these miles to credit card companies and like rental car companies and so on. And this is the game that they play. And they can debase the miles and so on. And all of these airlines, they have similar valuations on their miles programs. They're all banks acting as airlines to discharge the miles that, which are essentially debt that they have to pay back. And it's not just airlines. This is happening all over the economy. GMAC Financing figured out many years ago that they made more money, like GM, the company, the car company, they made more money off of loans for the cars themselves than the actual car. This is what happens with rent seeking. You have a lot of financial gains. And that induces a deep debt dependence. And all of these companies have a lot of debt on their balance sheet. And this means that they are extremely fragile. So what happens? Well, you get subsidies from the government, and then they become zombie companies. A lot of companies in the economy today are zombie companies. For example, IBM, over the last 20 years, has paid out $180 billion in stock buybacks. Their market cap is $130 billion. What does that tell you? Right? Like this is what's happening. They're all zombies. All right, so that's at the company level. Government level is even worse, right? There's a lot more rent seeking happening at the government level. For example, transaction taxes, sales, payroll, income. These are bilateral transactions, right? It's one person A and person B doing some transaction, whether it's buying something, selling labor, or whatever. A third party comes in called the government, and they collect money without really providing any value. There's also property taxes, real estate, cap gains, sometimes even straight up confiscation. This is just taking your stuff. This is straight up theft, but they're allowed to do it. There's licensing, institutions, professions. You need a license to cut hair in the United States. Does that sound like something that needs licensing? It's there though. And this is a way in which the government rent seeks, right? You have a lot of positions and so on. There's also regulations. TSA, like one of the most annoying things ever, right? Like having to go through security in each of these places. Not much evidence that it's actually stopped terrorist attacks, but it's something that is there and taxes everyone every time they travel. There's also health regulations of all kinds and many other things. And of course, there's tariffs. One of the saddest things I saw while I was traveling was Argentina. If you're trying to buy a MacBook there, it's about $3,000 US worth. But in the US, it's like $1,000. So what's happening? Well, there's tariffs, right? This is how they collect rent off of something that they're not really benefiting anybody with. And of course, the biggest government rent-seeking thing of all is inflation. And this one is particularly bad. It's a form of a property tax, but it's particularly bad because nobody recognizes what the cause is, or they have plausible deniability. It's those greedy companies. It's it's people hiking up prices for no reason. It's not about the money printing at all. And these are the consequences. Everything becomes political because the government has so much control. It's all about this redistributing. And you see this in a lot of places around the world today. Everything has become extremely political. Compared to 100 years ago, the level of government intrusion in every single place has multiplied by orders of magnitude. And if you look at a place like China, where you have social credit scores and whatnot, it's become really, really bad. And in particular, inflation becomes favored because it's got plausible deniability, and it's a stealth tax. When you have something like a real estate tax, you can't like say, oh, it's some greedy, some other person or something like that. You're actually doing the tax collecting, so you get all of the blame. But with inflation, you have this plausible deniability. So that becomes the easy way out for most politicians. And development ends up stopping because all of this value is getting captured. So instead of value going to the people that are trading, that are actually providing value to one another, it's going into government bureaucrats, a lot of people that are rent seeking. And ultimately that means that you either get a static society or one that's going backwards. And I want to share this picture with you. Now, the picture on the left, like what year do you think that is? Yeah, it's about 1970, but it could just as well be like 1980, 1990. I mean, if you change the cars up a little bit, it could be like yesterday. Not much has changed. The one on the right, 1920. The difference between 1920 and 1970 versus 1970 and 2020, I think about it, not that much has changed. What I'm arguing here is that progress has slowed down significantly because of all this rent seeking. Now, there's a global level of rent seeking, and that is due to the dollar hegemony. The dollar is the reserve currency of the world, and the dollar has this special position where they can essentially be in the middle of a lot of different transactions where they're not really adding value. So this is mainly done through the petrodollar. Everyone needs oil, and oil is sold in dollars. So that means that everyone has to sort of save in dollars, and inflation lets the US capture a lot of that value. And in particular, the most nefarious way in which they do that is through the IMF, World Bank, and the Bank of International Settlements. They're able to give these loans out of nothing and essentially put a lot of countries in debt to the United States or other Western countries and capture a lot of the value of that country. If you want to know more details, you can read Alex Gladstein's Hidden Repression. But it's really kind of unconscionable how many countries end up producing palm oil, for example, rather than something to actually build up their country. And this really is due to the exorbitant privilege and the monetary imperialism of the dollar hegemony. And that's something that the US gets to practice, and it's being imitated. The Belt and Road Initiative, the BRICS Alliance, I know South Africa is the S of that. It's all a part of that plan, is to try to imitate what the IMF, World Bank, and BIS do. It's capturing value, it's rent seeking at a global level. So the consequences are that there's a lot of military intervention on the part of the US, and you're starting to see more of the BRICS alliance starting to have some more military intervention. Part of why that happens is because the debt continues no matter who's in charge, right? So if you have a revolution in some place and you say, well, the debt that we owe the IMF, like we're going to not think about because we're going to not pay back because we didn't make those loans, you're not allowed to say that in the global economy. They will cut you off and put all kinds of sanctions on you if you do that. So you naturally get military intervention as a result. This is why borders haven't changed all that much in 100 years. You also get all kinds of cultural imperialism. You get the values of the people with the money sort of spread out to all of the other countries, whether they want them or not. And you get technology restrictions like nuclear, right? Africa is full of uranium. This is one of the most powerful energy sources out there. The fact that we haven't had any nuclear development basically since the 50s, when we got the nuclear submarine. By the way, a nuclear submarine can stay underwater for 18 months without refueling. That's how powerful it is. And because it's underwater, they decided to create a nuclear reactor that used the seawater to cool another thing of water. This is how all nuclear power plants are. But they never progressed past that. Why don't we have nuclear-powered cars or nuclear-powered jets? Because a nuclear-powered car, you wouldn't need to fuel for like 10 years. But we haven't progressed in that direction because there are technology restrictions. There's all kinds of rent-seeking. We could be in a world that's way, way better, but we're not because of the rent-seeking. And this ultimately means that the developing world has a lot more poverty than it really deserves, because a lot of the value is being captured by the first world countries. So all of this rent seeking at all of these levels, what does it do ultimately to us, besides stopping the progress of civilization? Well, it has certain effects on people, and you can kind of see it all around you. First of all, there's way more political activism because everything's way more political. There's also a lot more self-serving beliefs because this is how you get power in any sort of political system, is by asserting certain beliefs. So you get a lot of victimhood. And you outsource virtue. So for a lot of people, the act of voting for a policy that they think is compassionate is equivalent to compassion itself, which it's not. But that's how people think of it. And of course, you get a lot of high time preference behavior from people because they want things now, rather than thinking about what would be better 30 years from now. Ultimately, I think this is why we have so many people that are depressed, because they know that the world is kind of crumbling around them. They don't have hope. Thankfully, Bitcoin fixes this. And the people here, the Bitcoin holders, you are part of that. And you could see it because the people that are into Bitcoin, you can see just by the conversations that they have that they are different. And it's very different than, say, the altcoin community, right? Like, you talk to an altcoiner, they're like, oh, you know, there's a party with Snoop Dogg and he's gonna like show his monkey drooling JPEG or something. Instead, it's way more about, okay, well, you know, I'm thinking about, like, you know, family and kids and like how we're going to survive as a civilization 50 years from now, stuff like that. And enough Bitcoin holders means that you get a Bitcoin community. And this is one of the more exciting things that's happening around the world. You have places like the Motive project in Peru, and Bitcoin Beach in El Salvador, and Bitcoin Akazi here. These communities start building up. Right? Instead of rent seeking, there's no rent seeking in Bitcoin. You can't tax transactions that you're not a party to. You can be a community. You're providing value. There's no friction there. That leads to Bitcoin countries. Now, we only really have one right now. That's El Salvador. But man, is that place an interesting study. I've been there 4 times in the last 2 years. And about every 6 months I go back, I notice just how much is being built and how much things are changing. When you unleash people with low time preference, when you have people that have hope, it changes an entire country. And ultimately, I think if you have enough countries, we get on a Bitcoin standard and we rebuild civilization again. Fiat delenda est. Thank you.
Stuff, Jimmy. That was fantastic, as ever. He is a tireless promoter and advocate of Bitcoin. I've seen him in 3 continents in the past sort of 6 months, and he will be. Did I say it? Ah, what? Okay. It was over here. And he always has his books with him, so do get a signature in your BTC book of choice. Well done, mate. Scan that for 5,000 sats. Now, our next speaker hails from Senegal, grew up in France, and launched her entrepreneurial career in the US. As my preamble for this talk, who went to the Magic Internet Money Film Festival last night? Any people? Nice, there's a few of us. Okay, great. So I had a film there about Senegal and about how this coin is being used to fight the sort of post-colonial relic currency that is the CFA in West Africa. And of course, one of the themes across the whole of Africa is these hyperinflating currencies, government overreach, and the inability for people to, you know, take sovereignty, and the role that the digital gold can play in combating these horrible, horrible things. Am I still on the screen? Cool. Now, Magatte is an internationally renowned speaker. I'm going to list off some of the places she's spoken at: the World Economic Forum, United Nations, the Aspen Institute, Clinton Global Initiative, some small universities, including Harvard, Oxford, Stanford, Yale, MIT, the TED Main Stage, and very soon, adopting BTC Cape Town 2024. She's come all this way just for this conference. So please, put your hands together and welcome onto the stage Magatte for her talk about the heart of a cheetah. Are you microphone or lectern? Microphone.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning. It's still morning, right? All right. So, guys, thank you so much for being here. And KG, Herman, I mean, really exciting to be here and excited to be here. Thank you for all the great work that you guys do. Very much. So, guys, after Jimmy talked, I was like, you know, at some point I was like, people are going to be depressed by what they're hearing. And so I'm here to bring you hope and inspiration. But as with anything with me, you'll know it's not just based on, oh, gee, wouldn't it be just nice? No, there's a plan out there. So anyway, so let me start this by talking about, I'm just going to share with you my story. So I was born in Senegal, like I said, and I'm one of those people whose whole life, who here has come to where they are today because of something that they promised themselves when they were 7 years old. That's me. I'm here today. Everything I'm doing is because of what happened to me when I was 7. So bottom line is I was born in Senegal, the west coast of Africa. And my family, around age 2, did what so many African families before them, you know, did. My family did something that many African families, did before them and continue doing to this day. They left me behind in search for a better life. They left me with my grandma, and they went to Europe to look for a better job so they can, you know, take care of the family back home. That left a really deep imprint on me. And later, when I was around age 7, my parents decided that, oh, wow, their immigration journey has worked. So then they called for me to be reunited with them back in Europe, where they were at that point. So I left, and I arrived in Germany when I was 7, in the middle of a winter, and I was just like, what the hell is this place? But not in a bad way. It was just like, I think the biggest question that popped into my head was, how come they have this and we don't? And really, all little girl Magatte was talking about was, how come back home, when it's time to take my shower, it's a 45-minute to an hour affair, and here mom says, jump in the shower, and it's a few seconds. What am I talking about here? Because back home, grandma has to get a coal stove going, fan it forever, put a pot of water on it, wait for it to boil, and then dump it into a bigger bucket, mix it with some cold water, and then my cousin or somebody like that would drag it to the shower area, and there, at last, some 45 minutes to an hour later, I can take my shower. Now, you can imagine that then, here in Germany, mom is like, get in the shower, and I jump in, and within a few seconds, the water is coming down at the temperature I need it. I was like, whoa, what type of voodoo trick is this? That was literally what happened. And so that question really never left me. I wanted to know, how come they had this? How come they had the paved roads and we didn't? I needed to know. And along the journey, I had everyone tell me reasons as to why supposedly that was the case. And you have to know, the question became, how come some countries like mine are poor, while others, US, Germany, UK, Australia, whatever, are rich? Why? And of course, I would hear all of these answers from various people. Some would say, oh, darling, it's the IQ theory. To this day, in some very serious conferences, I see people discussing the IQ theory as a reason why, yes, us Africans are still, we still have a poorest region in the world. And to this day, I am on Twitter arguing with people who are making that, argument. And you have people in Silicon Valley that are being influenced, very, very, names, but if I put their names in here, you would know who they are. But they are influenced by folks who think that way, who have put the IQ theory at the heart of their argumentary. So this is very serious stuff, you guys. And so some people saying the IQ theory, others, oh, you guys, malnutrition. Oh, it's because you don't have shoes, you poor darling. So with Tom's shoes, buy one pair, give one, everything is going to be just better. I've heard all this nonsense, but none of it made sense. why I call it nonsense. Why? Because if that was true, how come my parents, those very same people, the minute they leave my country and they go to another one, how come all of a sudden self-actualization? What's going on here? Because in this equation, the only thing that I'm seeing that's the only variable here has been the place they happen to be in or not. Now I'm starting to think, it has to do with this place. It has to do with it. Now I needed to know, what's the difference between France, between the US, for example, and Senegal, let's say. And at first I thought to myself, of course, they're rich, that's why everything is like that, and we're poor. Just come to understand. So what happened in between? So we moved to Germany. After a couple years in Germany, the family moved to France. After France, business school in France, I decided that France was going to be too small for my ambitions. And I'm like, I need to get the hell out of here. I need to get the hell out of here. English is only my fourth language. I'll mix up some words. Put up with me even when that happens. I'm sure you know what I'm trying to say. Anyway, so after business school in France, I moved to the United States, and eventually I land in Silicon Valley as a headhunter in the finance world. Was doing extremely well for myself, working for companies like Google when most people didn't even know how to pronounce it, or Netflix before it became a house name brand. They had a tiny office in South San Jose in the middle of nowhere, you know, like San Jose, very like south, and I got lost going there multiple times, but I was so privileged to be in the heart of Silicon Valley, where innovation was happening all around me all the time. Amazing, amazing stuff going on. And I think it's really where I got the bug of entrepreneurship, and also really having a deep, visceral understanding of what entrepreneurship is all about and the ecosystem of the entrepreneur. So one thing leading to another. So again, doing very well for myself, but one day I had an existential crisis. I was driving down Big Sur, and all of a sudden, my body broke down. What happened was, here I was, 1 minute celebrating all my accomplishments and having so much gratitude for all the people who have showed up to help me on that journey. But all of a sudden, my mood turned dark. Why? Because as it would often happen to me in moments of joy like that, the next moment was a moment of deep, deep sadness. Why? Because I'm sure many people in this room can relate to what I'm going to say. I grew up with stories of Senegalese people like me, you know, trying to do what my parent did, migrate to some other country for a better life. Unfortunately, unlike my parents, they were not able to do it under very safe circumstances. And many people would back themselves into little fishermen's boats, trying to make it to Europe. And of course, most of the time, the boat tips over somewhere on the ocean. And so right now, you have thousands and thousands and thousands of dead Senegalese laying at the bottom of the ocean, serving as fish food. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, is this truly the best that we can do? And when the sea route is, you know, deemed too dangerous, people go land route. And land route, you get stuck in Libya for the most part. And there, do you know what happens to us? We get sold as slaves. It took for CNN to do something, to do an article about it for the world to finally believe what we knew. Because, you know, we're on some WhatsApp groups where we're basically sending money to try and buy the freedom back of some of our brothers and sisters who are caught there, okay? And then when that's decided to be too dangerous, people, you know, take planes, and then somewhere above England, a body drops because somebody thought it would be a good idea to hide in the landing gear. So yeah, that day, that's exactly the stories that came to me. And that day, I could no longer reconcile the life of abundance that I was afforded with the life of scarcity that I had left behind. And you know what they say? They say that the mind has an amazing ability to make sense of pretty much anything, including of the worst. That's why oftentimes you'll see us humans do some horrible, horrible things and still find a way to justify it. But the body doesn't have that ability. And that day, my body said, enough. Enough to you brains, finding always ways to push this under the rug. We are calling it quit. Literally, I had like a body breakdown, as well as a mental breakdown. My body started doing this shaking, and I almost lost control of my car. And I stopped the car the minute I could. And that day, let me tell you, my life changed, because it's the moment when I said, I can no longer live like this. From here on, the only way I'm gonna have peace is I have to confront this. So I said, God, please, please put me to use. From here on, I vow that every breath that I take, I will put it at the service of my people, of my continent, I don't know what to do, but you show me the way, and I'm going to show up every day. And from then on, everything changed. It totally changed. So I went back home, and multiple things happened. But just to go quickly, because I see the time going by. And by the way, you can read all of this in my book, The Heart of a Cheetah. But anyway, one thing leading to another, I became an entrepreneur, primarily in an effort to criticize by creating. My father always said, never come to me with your problems. You better have to have an alternative. It doesn't have to be the right solution, but I just want to know that you thought of solutions. Because when you're in solutions mode, something very different happens, in your mind. In any case, I became an entrepreneur. I started my first company, which was a beverage company. And what you have to understand is this little company that I started in my kitchen, and before you knew it, we had raised more than $32.5 million. This is in the US. I had the who's who of the beverage world on my board, Roger Enrico, ex-chairman of Pepsi, all of those people. And the reason why I bring it up is just to tell you again why I had decided to go to the US and also at that moment what was going on. So starting that business, we had a sister company in the US, a sister company in Senegal, because we were sourcing products in Senegal. By the way, the reason why I started that company is because I was sick and tired of the hibiscus that I grew up with disappearing, because if you made it, everybody thinks, oh, the cool thing is to drink Pepsi and Coca-Cola. Okay, great, fine, whatever. I'm not okay with that. And the women who used to grow the hibiscus losing their livelihood, I'm not okay with that. So I'm going to criticize by creating and start this company and put the hibiscus back on the map and put 9,000 women back to work, because that's exactly what we did. So, in any case, as I was doing that, thank you. So as I was doing that, that's when I started to notice something. So this was in 2003, okay? And here in the US, it was taking 15 minutes, 20 minutes, depending on how fast you type, to register your LLC. Over here in Senegal, back then, it took us almost 2 years. Over here in the US, you had employment at will. So fire, hire, freely at will. Over here in Senegal, before I can hire you, some government agent who doesn't understand business, have never worked a day in a company in his life, has to tell me if I can work, if you and I can get into a contract with each other. Are you kidding me? And also decides the price I'm going to pay you, the salary. Same thing if I'm going to fire you. Same thing, government has to give me approval. So all of this nonsense, the permits, I won't even go there, all of that crap, it's just a joke. And back then I was thinking to myself, oh, I guess it's just because we're poor, everything is messed up. And here it's because we're rich. That's why it works. So it's so much easier to start and run a business. Just come to think, wait a second. There was my answer to my little question. Africa is the poorest region in the world because it happens to be the most overregulated region in the world. What it means in reality is what I just explained to you. It is like swimming through molasses for entrepreneurs to do anything. So poverty is solved by prosperity, not poverty alleviation, because my goal is not just to be a little bit less poor, thank you very much. So poverty is solved by prosperity, prosperity built by entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs need what? An enabling business environment. Yet African nations, for most of them, basically have among the worst business environments in the world. And no one talks of this. No one. I can line up 100 Africans over here, 100 non-Africans over there, ask them why we're poor. Africans and the allies will say, colonialism, racism, neocolonialism, blah, blah, blah. Over here, I hear the other side, IQ, you guys are lazy, you guys are always fighting, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, no one tells me, you have the worst business environments in the world. Your creators cannot create, and your wealth creators cannot create. So of course you're poor. Amazing, isn't it? Right? So we again take matters into our own hands, because guess what? There's no time to waste. So what are we going to do about this? So as soon as I understood that, the first few years, the few next years after that, still being an entrepreneur, I'm building my third company, because I'm schizophrenic that way. In any case, what we do here is worked then on reforms, business reforms, to try and take down as many business obstacles that we could find in many African nations, primarily through financing free market think tanks in Africa. Right? So Each think tank thinks for themselves about the issues that they want to solve on this, and then they come to us to help them with financing and all of that, and us is the Atlas Network, the largest organization of free market think tanks in the world. So that was my first foray into solving that business environment problem. Then I'm thinking to myself, this is not going fast enough, because we have hundreds of millions of young people on this continent, the youngest in the world, every single year coming to the market needing work. And if nothing is done, ticking bomb on our hands, and no one will make it from that tsunami. So what have we done here? This is why at some point I started, I had people around me who had been working on these things called, you may know them as charter cities. Anybody heard about them? Okay, great, I see one person. Well, that's why I come to these things, because I think it's important we talk about this stuff. So the charter cities, what are they exactly? I call them startup cities. These are next generation special economic zones with their own law, their own governance, and custom regulatory framework. So what you're saying is basically saying, you come to this country and you say, you're so poor because you have a worst business environment in the world. But piecemeal piecemeal legislation just takes forever. You have a vested and entrenched interest that Jimmy was talking about. They're there. They're not going to watch you without a fight. They're not going to go down without a fight. And also the people. But for the most part, although they could be benefiting from a better business environment, you coming and changing all the laws all at once at a nation level, it's just going to be too much, and people don't like change. They resist it, so they'll resist you, even if the salute is in it, but they just don't know it yet. So what you propose to do is instead look at city size, zones. And there, what you do is you create something, at least at the commercial, when it comes to business and business law, that has absolutely almost nothing to do with the rest of the country, because why? We decided already, but the rest of the country is basically zoned for poverty. It is regulated for poverty, so it has to change. So here, what you do, think about your piece of land as your computer, and the set of laws that's going to rule it as your operating software. And when it comes to that, we know that most poor nations are running on 80s software in a global world where everybody's looking for the most cutting-edge software. And then you can understand why we're still behind. Because then in Africa, we're saying, oh, come on, we have all of these SEs, all of these special economic zones on the continent. Yeah, but you know what? They're running on 80s software. Thank you very much. Nobody wants this, even if you give it to them for free. So in any case, here, that's what you do. And so the best startup city that I can tell you about is called Prospera on the island of Roatan in Honduras. That's what they've done. A zone with semi-autonomous status. Remember when Jimmy was talking about, he said there was a Bitcoin country where actually, I'm trying to go so fast, but actually Prospera is a Bitcoin city. What it is, because you guys, we're going to have to think about this. We're all excited, we say Bitcoin fixes this. I'm here to tell you Bitcoin does not fix everything. It's a very key, important tool. But Bitcoin also is going to have its own problems, because if tomorrow a big country like the US decides it's all outlawed, where do the rest of us go? So what these cities do as well is that because we can self-regulate, we can decide that Bitcoin is the legal tender. So we have the most amazing team that the Prospera team is. We have the ex-CEO as well as the ex-Chief Strategy Officer of the Dubai International Financial Center working with us. We have the two main architects of the Estonia e-government, which is one of the best in the world. The architect that we work with is Zaha Hadid, the best in the world. Some of our executives, we also have some of the executives of a new Songdo city, the most successful new city development of the 21st century. So you see, and it's like that about everything. So we have people who know how to execute on these things, and of course they showed it. They did it very well with Honduras. It's happening right there, and as the co-founder of Prospera Africa, I'm now bringing all of this to the continent. For the past year or so, I was on stealth mode, under the radar for more than a year, but we just announced all of this year, actually this week, my joining them. And I've been speaking to 4 nations, going on 6, and I do believe that within the next few months, we'll be able to make our first announcement of which country in Africa we're going to be doing this with very soon. So my point is, you see, we don't sit around and wait. I'm not waiting for nobody. That's what we, the cheetahs, are. Cheetahs are the fast runners of Africa. And so we're not going to wait for government. Actually, the race we're on, it's a race between government and freedom. We have to go as fast as we can, and we will take you, us Bitcoiners, with it. Because what you're going to need is some of these jurisdictions to be existing around the world, so that when these other countries come out and say, this is not right, this is not, we don't allow you to do it over here, well, you have all of these networks of cities around the world that are self-regulating and saying, yeah, well, too bad, because here it's allowed. Now what are you going to do, right? So this, my friends, is actually what's been going on. I really encourage as many of you to educate yourself about this, because to me, this is the best technology that there is right now. I call these cities actually a new technology. To me, this is the most important technology of the 21st century. And so join in with us, because it's going places. So I'm going to be around. You guys can come talk to me. By the way, all the things I explained on stage today that I was racing a mile an hour to say to you, please read the book, The Heart of a Cheetah, because we explain how Africa got to where it is today. And by the way, the people I point to is crazy Uncle Marx. Crazy Uncle Marx is the reason why today Africa is the poorest region in the world, because when most of African nations were getting their independences, most of the African liberators had already sadly drunken the crazy Marxist socialist ideologies of their time. And we never recovered from that, and most importantly, we never re-evaluated that part of our history. And we're still running with the madness that was left behind. So we have a reckoning to do. But more importantly, there is a solution ahead. We are working on it. Please reach out. There are exciting stuff going on. I mean, Jimmy was talking about, oh, we kind of, staled in terms of progress. Yeah, because the environment was wrong. But I believe that everything that, he's complaining about, the advancement he hasn't seen, it's going to happen in Africa. Actually, the next best international financial center in the world is about to happen somewhere in Africa. If you want to know where it is, talk to me. But anyway, I will leave you with this. There is a super, super, super bright future for Africa. So bright that it's blinding me, literally. So jump on board, guys. And you guys already are innovators. So I think you can understand it all. Thank you so much. And we will be talking next time.
Wow. That was phenomenal. Thank you so much, Magatte. Merci beaucoup. Hein? That was incredible. I was trying to take notes during that talk, particularly during the climax, but I was actually a little bit vibrating and just so excited about it all. But to briefly sum up, poverty is solved by prosperity. We need an enabling business environment to enable wealth creation on the continent. Satoshi money does not fix everything. However, we can expect a Prosperer-style nation in Africa sometime this year, which I'm really looking forward to. And one quick thing about the Prosperer region of Honduras, not only is Bitcoin de facto legal tender there, but they also, was it the doctor? No, okay, come on down. So not only is Satoshi money de facto legal tender in Honduras, they also made it, congratulations, they also made it the unit of account, which is one step closer to a sound money standard. Okay, one quick thing before our next talk with Tom. Now, Herman is, of course, the co-founder of the Surfer Kids and Bitcoin Akasi. Bitcoin Akasi's fine. Bitcoin Akasi's fine. Bitcoin Akasi Foundation. He's here, but also all of his colleagues are here. So you've got the surfers who I've actually surfed with, and they're actually really good surfers, who are receiving their salaries in Bitcoin. No one said it, great. Okay. And you've got the coaches who receive their salaries in sats, and you've got even the first shop to accept Rogue money is here, as well as one of the teachers at the Bitcoin Akasi, we're okay, the Bitcoin Akasi program. So do talk to them. This is your opportunity to just don't trust, verify, and speak to those people personally about what they're doing, what they're achieving, and how they are pioneers with this new economy that we are all collectively forming together. With that out of the way, I kind of wanted to segue into the next 100 million users of the digital coin network. This is the name of Tom Dobble's talk from Azteco. So he's led with these questions regarding the next 100 million users. Who are they? Where are they? Do they want some free sats from me? Why do they need rogue money? Do they use ordinals? Probably not. And how do we get them started safely? Those actually weren't all his questions. I definitely added a few. But Tom, the floor is now yours. There you are. Please come to the stage. Welcome Tom to the stage from Azteco, the sales lead there. Take it away, Tom. Do you want this or that?
I don't know. I want this.
You want this, great. Enjoy,
Yeah.
mate.
Thank you. All right. Clicker. Super excited to be here. My name is Tom. I work at the company Azteco, as mentioned, and indeed some of the questions I will ask, others I won't, to avoid all controversies and such. Super excited to be in Cape Town. And you know, let's get going. Before I start talking about the serious things, I want to tell something about myself. So there's a few things in life that I find super important, interesting. I made a little bit of a slide before we go into the serious stuff. I like surfing, like mountains. I like new technology, which I will tell you all about in a bit. And I really like international cultures, traveling, international business, and those kind of things. So I'm super excited to go to Mossel Bay. Actually, that's the real reason I'm here. You know, this presentation is just like a side thing. No, I'm not even lying. No, it's not true. Anyway, before I get in trouble, let's continue. So, innovative technologies. I think it was in 2014, so I'm getting older when I think about this now. Oh, damn, it's sad. Anyway, I was working with a small startup called LinkApp in Taiwan, in Taipei, the capital of Taiwan. What is LinkApp? LinkApp is an app that allows you to get crowdsourced translations. And so you would take a picture of like Chinese characters that are written by your doctor on his prescription, and you're like, oh no, what medicine is this? So you would send a photo and you would get immediate crowdsourced translations or other information to help you out. It would be really fast, really cool, because you have this little, you know, community, people helping each other, and so on and so forth. It went super well. We were on a roll. We won an award, as you can see there, and it failed miserably. It was strange because at some point I was like, I'm going to make it. I'm the next, you know, Facebook guy or whatever. Failed miserably. Anyway, it was a pleasurable experience. It's not that. But innovative technologies. It's usually easy to find success with a small number of users. It's also users who really care about your product and of what you're building. They want to be part of a community. They want to help. Like, they really enjoy helping. It's also, they like trying new things for the sake of trying new things, because they're just interested in these kind of new technologies. That comes with a bit of a downside. They're not enough to go for mainstream adoption. And they cannot drive mass adoption just by themselves. So the question marks are blanked out. I'm being sabotaged here with my questions. But anyway, a few questions that follow from all this, like, where do these next 1 million, 10 million, 100 million users come from? Who are they? And why do they need this technology? And how do we make it easy for them to start using it properly and smoothly? Same with Bitcoin. So Bitcoin, revolutionary technology, extraordinary potential, passionate community, blah, blah, blah. All these things you already know, because otherwise you would not be here. However, we also know Bitcoin, not yet mainstream, not yet used every day on a day-to-day basis by normal people, not yet ubiquitous. And so the question on adopting a technology is, of course, it's not something new. It's something that has been studied, most notably by a chap called Geoffrey A. Moore, who wrote a book, Crossing the Chasm. It's a book that explains technologies going through their adoption cycles, and I'm sure most people have already heard about a certain number of concepts in the book. Basically, this is a total market for adoption, or the total market for a technology. Left-hand side, early market, 15% of the total market. Right-hand side, the mass market, which is 85% of the total market. In between, there's a chasm. If we then chop it up in even smaller bits, we can look at the groups one by one, starting with the innovators. Innovators are people that do things because they can. It's the guy that buys the blueprint for a drone, builds it from scratch, launches it in the air, it crashes because it doesn't work, he fixes it, and so on and so forth. Why does he do it? Because it has never done before. It's cool. Wow, I can make this little thing fly. Nobody might use it, but I think this is really cool. Early adopters, a bit similar, but they're not as extreme. They're the guys that buy a drone when it's the first consumer version. They buy the first iPod, iPad, MacBook, or whatever it may be. They know it's not yet the best version of the tool they're buying. They know it's going to get better, but they still buy it anyway because they're really interested to be early and to try out things. Okay. If we then move on, early majority. These people want things to work. They want it to work straight out of the box. They want it to fly. They buy their drone, they open the box. They don't want to tinker, solder. It needs to just go into the air. It needs to work. Late majority, similar, but even a bit later. They first want their neighbor to use it because their neighbor is a good guy. And he buys things that are trustworthy and so on and so forth. Finally, the laggards. It's my grandfather that buys an iPad after his son bought it, his 7 grandchildren bought it, and yeah, pretty much everybody in the retirement home. All right. As mentioned, there's a chasm between the early market and the mass market. To be able to understand better why that chasm is there, we need to look at how people relate to new technology and why they get into it. And so usually people buy something because they see some other people using it, right? So the laggards, they will look into the late majority and they will buy it. And so my grandfather, he will look at everybody in a retirement home. They all bought an iPad. He buys one as well. Same thing, late majority people. Oh, my neighbor, he's a good guy, decent guy, bought the iPad. I'm going to buy it as well. Or smartwatches, a very good example. People start using it. Oh, I need to look into that as well. Then similarly, early adopters look at the innovators. Good example here with Bitcoin. I see my neighbor, Tom. This new technology allows you to bypass governments. It allows you to transact online with nobody's permission. You should really look into it. It's super cool. I'm like, oh wow, I'm libertarian. I can find myself in those thoughts, like I have control. So super interesting. However, this does not translate between the early majority and early adopters. So the early majority, the regular person looks at me and says like, Tom, what is that Bitcoin thing? I'm like, so it's a blockchain, and so the confirmation, and we bypass the central banks and this and that. And my neighbor, he thinks like, sorry, Tom, that's just not for me. So there's a fundamental difference between the early adopters and the early majority. So the early adopters, and this meme with the guy with the chains, in it for the technology, those are the early adopters. Early majority, they're in it for the utility. Similarly, they're early adopters are interested in what they can do with it, like tinker with it. Oh, I can set up my full nodes. Oh, wow, it's open source, so I can look with it. I can configure it the way I want. Whereas the early majority is interested in what it can do for them. Like, why do I need this Bitcoin? What can I do with it? Early adopters, happy with minimal features. Early majority, whole solution, end to end. Happy to help make it work in case of the early adopters. The early majority wants it to work out of the box. Then, a bit controversial here, but early adopters think open source is good because it gives control, it gives trust, they can see how things work. Early majority thinks it's a nightmare. Just give it to me, it needs to work. I don't want to tinker with it, just give me the manual, I don't want to hear it. Early adopters want total privacy with Bitcoin. Early majority are willing to give up a little bit of privacy for usability. Then early adopters value the ideology behind Bitcoin, early majority, usefulness. Early adopters is mostly investing, stacking, holding. Early majority is for spending, saving, sending, everyday usage. And finally, Bitcoin is freedom for early adopters. For the early majority, it's about every bit of life. So I want to add a few remarks here, right? First of all, I was an early adopter of Bitcoin. So what I'm saying here is not that that one of the groups is right or one of the groups is better than the other. It's just that they're very different when you compare them with each other. All right, let's have a look at a few of the technologies that did not cross the chasm. First of all, the Segway. I don't know who remembers the Segway, but it's something that was used a lot or still is used in a very niche market, tourism, cruising around the capital of a country and so on and so forth. Never broke through. Google Glass, same thing. There's some enterprise usage, but it was abandoned, I believe, last year. 3D television. Who of you has a 3D television? There's oh wow. There's a 3D television maximalist over there. But he will also tell us that probably there's not yet that many features or programs or software or things, applications for that. So it still remains to be seen if it will break through. VR, virtual reality, very interesting case. The technology keeps getting better. The ecosystem is getting better, but it has not yet reached mass adoption for now. Let's see if it does. So right. With Bitcoin, we are also there. We are at that chasm. Either we sort of wither away or we go for mass adoption, our friend from Crossing the Chasm would say. So the question we must ask ourselves here is, why does it need to cross the chasm? Why does Bitcoin need to do that? Well, first of all, I mean, it's important. It's too important of a technology for it not to cross the chasm. And so we don't want Bitcoin to join the list of segways. Now, do we, right? I mean, at least I don't want that to happen, and I'm pretty sure nobody here wants that to happen. Secondly, why do we need to get it to the hundreds of millions? It's because only when it gets there, it will increase in value. When millions of people will use it as an electronic payment system and not just, as an investment, a digital asset, or a fun thing to tinker with. So right, two conclusions: from investment digital asset to electronic payments, and we need to get from early market to the mass market. So, but then, we're now convinced that it matters. Where are these users? And why do they need Bitcoin? Interesting statistic: 1 billion of adults, they have a smartphone, but they don't have a bank account. So it means they have electricity, it means they're digitally connected, they can send WhatsApp, they can watch cat videos, they can upload dance videos on TikTok, all those kind of things. They also can argue with random people on X. Very important. I'm guilty myself. All right, so, but they don't have a bank account. So they get paid in cash, they have to spend in cash, they have to send cash. There's security risks with cash, as you know, and I'm in South Africa, so I don't need to tell many people here that, well, and in general, Bitcoiners, that inflation is a risk even for the US dollar, euro, but especially for countries like South Africa with the rand. So these people, in fact, they do not have access to digital payments and they're financially disconnected, in other words. So yeah, could there be a solution to their problem? Can you guys think about something that would solve their problem? I'm pretty sure you can. Let's see. You will probably recognize our good friend Kotatsu here. There's a video. We had a little bit of trouble loading it. Let's see. Yes, there we go.
In my daily life, I use Bitcoin to buy electricity, buy airtime, and even buy groceries. I also use it to travel, pay for my flights, and also, when I'm in another country and find a place that can accept Bitcoin, I'd always go there. It has, taught me to be a little more frugal,
I do not spend Bitcoin that I don't have, or spend on purchases before I have saved up fully to acquire them. A lot of people benefit from using Bitcoin in the manner that now they are able to receive Bitcoin from effectively anywhere in the world and send Bitcoin to effectively anywhere in the world. It's so easy to send a Bitcoin transaction and verify that the transaction went through. So now people in low-income countries are in a position to work and receive Bitcoin and transact on a day-to-day basis.
All right. Thanks again, KG. I don't know if he's here because I'm blinded by the lights, but you know, a very good use case as well. Second statistic, $815 billion is the total size of the remittance market in 2023. It's massive, very important for low-income and mid-income households as a source of income. So remittance is very important to them. Same thing here. These people, they get hit with large fees. Sometimes they're not even able to send money. Sometimes they send money, and on the other side they say, sorry, it's blocked, you need to prove that, yada yada. It's not, you know, drug related, yada yada yada. So they don't, even if they're able to send, it's expensive. Sometimes they even don't, or they are not able even to send money abroad. Again, same question, do we know a solution here? Obviously we do, and I'm going to show you a second video of another friend of ours, which is called Giovanni in Brazil. Yeah. Oh. Ah, yeah, okay. I think this one we're not able to make it work. But anyway, let me just describe. Giovanni, he's a freelancer, works for an NGO, transacts with lots of people abroad. So, you know, sending money, I don't know, you know, in your own country. I live in Portugal, it's very easy. Okay, everybody has a bank account, fine. But Giovanni uses Bitcoin because it is the easiest, cheapest way for him to transact, to get paid, to pay other people, and to send money basically wherever he wants without any limitations. The video is on our YouTube channel as well for people that want to have a look. Right, so we have two big groups of people, and we can probably think about way more different kinds of groups, but these groups represent literally hundreds of millions of people already. Right, so I think we all agree that it's very important that we can get access to this tool. So then how do we make it easy and desirable for mainstream consumers to start using Bitcoin? So a few topics, loose topics, strategic topics that I want to touch upon. First one is respect. It might be very obvious, but newcomers from those Mars markets, we need to treat them better with respect. And we cannot treat them as stupid, as noobs, as idiots, as people that don't know how things work, and so on and so forth. Education. It's a very controversial topic. I have lots of discussions with people about this, but let me make an analogy. Imagine I don't know the internet and I want to start using it, and I ask somebody that knows how it works, and I say, show me the ins and outs. And that person says, yeah, Tom, first you need to follow a course on how TCP/IP works. I want you to study HTTPS. You need to know how, you know, packages are sent between the routes and the nodes. Okay, you've lost me there. I'm just a simple sales guy. I'm like, it sounds really interesting. Maybe, you know, maybe tomorrow. So similarly in Bitcoin, we're not going to get these 100 million newcomers excited by talking about blockchain and, you know, blah, 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 transactions and this and that. No. We're going to make them excited by talking about usage, how to use it safely, how to use it in a way that they understand, right? Inspiration, I think I can go back to the videos of KG and Giovanni. We need to highlight inspiring stories. And I mean, I agree with all of you here that, you know, the Federal Reserve is evil and Christine Lagarde is a convicted criminal, and if you don't have Bitcoin, you might not make it. Sure, fair enough. But most people, when you tell these things to them, they're like, that's scary. I don't want to hear about that. I want to hear good stories. So I think it's more productive for those newcomers, at least, to go with KG, go with Giovanni and show like, look, this is how they use it. You could also use it in a similar way. And then finally, I need to speed up a bit. I only have a minute left and I was not even able to show my videos. Wow, the time really flies. Ease of use, both for spending as well as getting Bitcoin. Spending Bitcoin better. Good example here in South Africa, Pick n Pay. You can go into any Pick n Pay and you can buy products, groceries with Bitcoin. Very smart because they get new users that would otherwise maybe not go to Pick n Pay, and it's of course a good marketing play as well. Getting Bitcoin, that's where Azteco comes in. Our mission is to make it super easy for anyone to get a small quantity of Bitcoin. How do we do that? We use vouchers, both for Lightning as well as on-chain. In 190 countries, you can pay by cash, card, Pix, which is a Brazilian payment method, and so much more, depending on your geographical location. Super easy. If you buy a Lightning voucher, for example, you just open your wallet of Satoshi or other wallets that are supported, scan the QR code, sats go straight away into your wallet. So yeah, here a bit of a summary, not a wallet app, we're not an exchange, and we don't hold your Bitcoin. Works like a gift card or prepaid voucher, and you can redeem with your own wallet. But now, so everybody has received in their bag an Azteco voucher. This one is gamified because they could be worth $1, $10, or $100. And so don't be scared, you know, there's lots of, or there's more of 10 and 100 than you think. How does it work? You take your camera of your smartphone, so not your wallet, but your smartphone, scan the QR code, you will be directed to our redemption page where you can redeem the voucher on the QR code that appears over there, and you will also immediately find out whether you have $1, $10, or $100 worth of Bitcoin. Questions about wallets, you can go here. One thing I want to add, South Africa. How can you buy an Azteco voucher in South Africa? You can go to one of our online stores, distributors like G2A, Kinguin, or you can buy an EasyPay Kazang voucher or Acoin voucher, which are very spread out in any township, supermarket, and so on and so forth. In the case of Acoin, even online, you can buy them, redeem them on our Azteco redemption page for an Azteco voucher. Right, a few more things. I'm almost done. Give me one more minute. I'm here at the conference to meet interesting people, but also for business, right? So if you have an online store, a physical store, whatever you have, distribution in Africa or beyond, let me know and, you know, get hold of me. KG has my number and so on and so forth. So I'm sure you'll find me. Finally, I want to say we need less Bitcoin. We need more Bitcoin, but less Bitcoin. So we need more of the unit of value and less of the blockchain and the technology and the in it for the technology. So that's one of the main messages here. Then before I jump off the stage, I just want to say it's time for action. And normally there's a video here, which is this one, which you might have seen because Jack Dorsey retweeted it. But there we go.
Here's a bit of a story about the mighty in the small. First a bit today, then a bit every day. A bit for the rainy days and a bit for the special days. A bit here and there and a bit near and back home. A bit for you and a bit for me. Always up to me. At Azteco, we believe in the collective power of the little bits. So we give choice to all the bits that count, making it easy for everyone, everywhere to get Bitcoin and use it in their lives. Azteco Bitcoin vouchers for every bit of life.
All right, that's it. Thank you so much.
That was really great. Thank you. Really, really good. Thank you so much, Tom. That was fantastic. And I did just don't trust verify the voucher. I'm going to show you. I got $10. So yeah, it was, there you see it there, 23,000 sats. I'm really sorry that that's a custodial Lightning wallet, but it was just for demonstration purposes. Oh, no. let me give it to you in 1 second. I've got it on the chair just there. Okay, this is now our lunch break. There's one tiny announcement to make, though. It's just regarding the other stages. There's only 25 chairs available. So think of it like a mempool. If you get there a bit too late and you don't pay a high enough transaction fee, you won't get into the room. It's as simple as that, because sadly they are really in-demand stages, and for the past couple of talks, they've been completely swamped. So we're going to have to be a bit more strict about who goes into that mempool or that stage. So thank you so much, guys. It's been an amazing morning. Please come back here in, I think it's just under an hour, for more talks, more magic internet money discussions, and of course, more free sats. Please enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit.
ABC.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as the proceedings are about to continue.
Buy Bitcoin. Oh, it's working. Very good. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome back. I hope you had a lovely lunch. What's that, Paco? Yeah, we're going to stop the Bitcoin word for now because I've lost my sheets of paper. So if anyone has seen a load of sheets of paper that have free Bitcoin on, please be kind and give them back to me. To the person who stole them, well done. I would have done the same. But for the sake, yeah, round of applause to the person who stole my free Bitcoin, which I was going to give away. But yeah, if you do see that person with a load of sheets of paper with 5,000 sats of Bitcoin on, please let me know. I'd love to continue playing the game. In the meantime, we've had a really good morning so far today, covering the world, it feels. But there's been one key component of Bitcoin that we haven't covered, and that's been Bitcoin mining, and in particular, Bitcoin mining in Africa. And many of you in the audience are slowly learning to adopt Bitcoin. Our next speaker has not only adopted Bitcoin, but he's also adopted South Africa as his new country of residence. Yeah, a round of applause for Jesse. You like that? Thanks, man. Okay, he's also probably the tallest speaker on our roster today, as there's a competition between him and Kamal from adopting Bitcoin. That's it for my introduction speech, Jesse. Please come to the stage where he's going to talk us through Bitcoin mining basics and, of course, Gamma, which is not the Great African, not the Grey African, but the Green African Mining Alliance. Jesse, the floor is yours.
Thank you, guys. Thanks. All right. First of all, congratulations to everybody that made it in here after lunch. Good job. Second of all, huge thanks to the guys that have put in the work over the last 1.5 years, I want to say, Herman, it's been, that this idea was sort of first posted, and there was a signal group created, and yeah, I've just been following along with the pain and the agony ever since, and today we're here, so it's great. Thank you, everybody. Welcome. Anybody that can hear my voice outside the room, maybe come in and have a look at what mining is all about. So we're going to speak about Bitcoin mining a bit, the basics, and why I think that the future of electricity generation in Africa is decentralized. So what you're looking at here is Africa. And in yellow, you can see the high transmission voltage infrastructure that we have on the continent. This is data from 2018 from the World Bank. So what they have done is they have mapped all the high transmission voltage lines on the continent. And from this, you can see that there is a bunch of gaps, right? Even in places where you have a lot of population, which is a problem when you try to send power from one centralized location to many, many places where power is consumed for toasters or for industry, right? So replicating a model like we see in Europe or in America is really tough because it's expensive to build out this infrastructure, and Africa is a big place, right? With a lot of areas that are not inhabited. So keep that in mind as we go on. What is Bitcoin mining? On a very, very simple level, Bitcoin mining is nothing but inputting electric power into a machine that we call an ASIC, or a Bitcoin mining machine. And out of that ASIC comes heat and hashes. Without explaining hashes in great detail, hashes you can think of as guesses, all right? And there are people out there, pools specifically, that will pay you for those guesses because each of those is a chance to find a valid block, right? Speaking on a very high level. Yeah, and what these machines do with the electric power is basically guess trillions of times a second, which is a highly energy intensive process that has, on the energy side of things, because hashes are digital, right? You input 100% electricity and you get out 100% of heat. Again, there are nuances, but we keep it basic. Now, there are different ways to transport that heat. You can do that via air cooling, which makes a lot of noise, right? You can use things like you've seen in your gaming PCs maybe, where you use water cooling or immersion cooling. So there are different methods of transporting that heat away from the ASIC and maybe also reusing that, right? Why is Bitcoin mining the perfect consumer in any energy grid? There are a couple of reasons, right? It's very available. You can put a megawatt of Bitcoin mining as a consumer into a 40-foot shipping container next week if you have the ASICs, right? It's not very simple to build up that consumer. All you really need is these machines, access to them, and a container to put them in, right? And then you can consume power at low voltage. You do not need any infrastructure. So what you don't need is a grid. You do not need any roads. You do not need any pipelines to turn energy into something of value. And that's revolutionary, and we've never seen that as humans ever before, because until now, you always had to transport the electricity to a place where there is demand for it to make money, right? What is a full lithium battery worth in the desert? Nothing, because there's no demand for the power that's stored inside that battery, right? Bitcoin mining is completely location agnostic. It works anywhere. Eric from Gridless can tell you all about that, right? They mine Bitcoin in some of the remotest areas in Africa. All you need is an internet connection, and that's it. It's also time agnostic, works 24/7. The Bitcoin blockchain does not sleep, 365, 24/7, always available, always churning, right? It's very controllable as well. So you can take these Bitcoin miners from low 100 watts all the way up to 3.4 kilowatts, where they consume as much as your toaster does on the same space, which means you can respond to how much electricity you have available in any given moment as well. They can't do that super, super, super fast, which is why there's still gaps that we need to fill, but they are some of the fastest responders in the greater energy systems that we see worldwide right now, because especially on the way down, turning them on is very easy, right? And ramping them up from 100 watts to consume more and more power, if there's more available, is very quick as well. And what I already talked about is the density. That's super important as well, right? If you want to consume a lot of power, if you want to do demand response in a big grid, you need to be able to consume a lot of power on a very small space to be able to do that, to keep your cost low as well, right? So think of large mega farms that we have in Texas, right? The reason why they can make a dent, everybody okay? The reason why they can make a dent is because they consume a lot of energy on a relatively small space, right? And if you think of large industry like smelters or aluminum smelters or whatever, they need a lot more space to do what Bitcoin miners do in that respect. So what can we use Bitcoin mining for? We can use Bitcoin mining for demand response, right? To equalize the grid. Power has to always be consumed when it's being created. You always have to keep that balance in any grid, otherwise, the grid breaks down. So we can use Bitcoin miners, because they're so flexible, to make sure that our demand in the grid always matches the supply. We can use Bitcoin mining as an anchor load or as a consumer of first resort, which means we can go to a place where we can develop electricity infrastructure or electricity generation and make money from week one, right? Very famous examples are, again, hydro dams. They take a long time to build. It takes a long time for regular demand from households and industry to also get going and stuff like that. So you can use this technology from week one to guarantee yourself an offtake of that power, which means guaranteed revenue, which changes the entire financial modeling when it comes to these energy systems. And consumer of last resort, kind of hinted at that also, is nothing but saying you have maybe an off-grid situation where you power a decentralized grid that's disconnected from the larger energy grid, and now you locally have demand, right? People go to sleep, they wake up, they have their cycles, they consume power whenever they want to, not when the power is available. And so Bitcoin mining as a consumer of last resort is helpful here, because whenever there is no demand from the regular grid, you can always switch on your Bitcoin miners and consume whatever is available, right? So what actually happens is you come to, let me see, you come to this situation, right? So in the blue curve, again, very simplified, you see an available supply of electricity. This might be water running down a hill, right? Relatively constant, it's always there. And in the red curve, you see the demand in the grid. It goes up and down, people wake up, and there's a peak in the evening and stuff like that. And everything that you see in between the red and the blue curve is basically wasted power. Where there is no demand, it cannot be produced, right? And so this is what Bitcoin mining does. It fills all of those gaps. And it flatlines on the yellow curve. If you now combine the Bitcoin mining and the regular demand, if you combine that, you now have a flat line of demand, which is perfect for something like a hydro dam, because now there's always consumption of energy, and it's always there, and it's always steady, right? Bitcoin mining, what I said before about the flexibility is super important here, because you can now basically follow whatever electricity supply there is available pretty ideally. I skipped a slide. If you think about this on a very large scale, this also works, same principle. Ethiopia, as an example, has 90% of hydro energy in their grid mix. So 90% of the electricity that you pull out of the plug is hydro energy. Ethiopia also has the largest hydro dam in Africa currently built, 6 gigawatts of power, of which they are used, anybody want to take a guess? Eric, not you? 15%. Right, so they built this large project, huge infrastructure, very prestigious for all the politicians involved. There's not nearly enough transmission infrastructure to transmit that power from A to B, right? The grid infrastructure is not built out. And in the case of Ethiopia, you have an added problem. that being the birr, the local currency, being completely devastated by the political class in Ethiopia over years, which means getting dollars into the country to fund this build out is extra difficult. Now in comes Bitcoin mining. What do Bitcoin miners do? They want cheap power. They want power that nobody else can consume because they can go anywhere and consume power at any time. Right? Think substations in Ethiopia. You co-locate Bitcoin miners at all of those places, get US companies, foreign companies in, have a power purchase agreement with the electricity provider, pay them for the power, and the conversation goes like this. You can either make zero money, or we can pay you X, something. What do you want to do, right? And the reason that works is exactly, again, and I'll repeat this, there is no other demand for this power. Bitcoin mining machines consume power that nobody else wants, right? So whenever you read, Bitcoin mining should be turned off because we could use the power to, I don't know, wash our dishes or whatever. That's bullshit. Why is that bullshit? Because in that moment where somebody else wants to use that power, they will absolutely pay more than the Bitcoin miner will. And so Bitcoin miners cannot afford to compete with any of our regular electricity consumption. If we want to toast our toast in the morning, we do that, right? That's power the Bitcoin miner doesn't get because I pay more for that power than the Bitcoin miner can afford. And so the same thing works here. You go to a substation, you tell them how much power do you have, okay, X megawatt, let's put Bitcoin mining here, I'll give you money, it's a win-win situation, right? And added in Ethiopia, as I said before, you've got dollar problems, all these countries have dollar debts, most countries in Africa have dollar debts, so monetizing the energy resources that they have available, which are abundant, is now possible, right? And that's absolutely revolutionary and only possible through Bitcoin mining. These are a few examples. On the left, you see our friend in Gamma, his operation, Sepkus Bius, Big Block Energy operation in the DRC. He has identified a hydro dam in the Virunga National Park that the EU once funded. I think it's like 13 megawatts or whatever. And the story here is that after COVID, this park now has no more demand for tourism. So the question is, how do you afford paying salaries? How do you afford paying for securities because there's militias going around? How do you afford nature conversation and stuff like that? So these guys went in and said, hey, there's power here, and there's no demand for it because there's no transmission infrastructure and tourism is non-existent anymore. How about you sell us that power? Okay, so now these guys went into the middle of the jungle with their Bitcoin mining machines, build up a farm, and are now consuming the power and have a large impact on this park because now they're making money again through the sale of electricity. On the right, you see the same principle in different format. This is what not all of them look like this, but this is a flared gas operation, right? If you produce oil, you always have gas as a byproduct, and that gas needs to be burned, otherwise there is detrimental effects to the environment, so there's regulation about burning it. To flare it off, that's the technical term. Now, a flare is nothing but wasted energy, right? You have gas coming out of the ground and you're burning it instead of using it. Why? Because there's, again, no demand for this gas. You cannot sell it to anybody, nobody wants it, it's useless, right? What do Bitcoin miners do? They see free energy, they go to that location, they say, hey, give me that gas, I'll buy it from you. What are you doing with it? I'm going to turn it into electrons, and then I'm going to power my computers. Okay, cool. Let's do it. Put a container down, put a generator down. Doesn't matter where the flare is. You go and do that. Connect this container to the internet, and you make money. What are the chances for South Africa? There's a lot of potential power from stranded renewables. right? There's a lot of potential to build out more power. But to build this out, you need the help of the government, and you need to have confidence in that you will make money once the infrastructure is built. Bitcoin mining can give you that confidence, because if you say, all right, we could build, Eskom has told us, maybe in 3 years we can onboard this solar power plant or this wind farm, right? But you might want to build now because now money is cheap, or you see gaps in the market or whatever else reason. You can start building now, and for 3 years do Bitcoin mining if it makes financial sense, until you get connected to the grid and make money the whole time, right? So the grid has time to catch up, and the generation capacity is already here waiting. You get a lot of overbuilt solar because people are sick and tired of load shedding, right? So a lot of people in South Africa that can afford it build solar, build battery banks at home, and as a result, because they look at how much power can I create in winter to still supply my house with it. As a result, in summer they'll have a lot of overcapacity, a lot of power that is available but cannot be consumed. So that's where Bitcoin mining can help, and then you can also use the heat from the Bitcoin mining machines for your house as well. Demand response instead of load shedding, because at the end of the day, load shedding is exactly that, right? It is demand response. The government tells you, nope, thank you, you don't have enough power available, we got to keep the grid stable, so we got to shut you off. What if we had Bitcoin mining in the grid as an incentive to build out more generation, and because the Bitcoin miners don't pay as much as household and industry do, we shut off those first, before I look at my app every day, as comes the push, and check when I don't have power at home, right? As I said, it's an incentive for grid and generation capacity build out. And last but not least, you could theoretically build yourself a nice wooden box, put meat in it, put a Bitcoin miner in front of it, and produce some biltong. Yeah, the Gamma Seed program. Feel free to scan this. The code will lead you to a Google form to fill out. If you want to get started mining, if you have access to cheap power, that's what the Gamma Seed program is based around. Gamma, Green Africa Mining Alliance, Gridless is a part of it, Nemo and QRB Labs in Ethiopia are a part of it. There are a couple of other guys, Sepkus BU and his company, Zambian folks, Quantum, was it Quantum, Eric? Quantum Labs? Yeah. So it's a organization of Bitcoin miners in Africa that want to push this forward. And so the idea here is to grow this organization and empower people in Africa to start mining and give them, refurbished ASIC machines below average market cost, basically enabling to make mistakes a lot more cheaper, because Bitcoin mining, at the end of the day is very capital intensive. And so we provide education. What is the hash price? When am I profitable? What energy cost do I look at? How do I connect this thing to my network? How do I set my pool address? All of those things I will then help you with, explain that and get you started basically, so that you can run your own operation at some point. Yeah, that's me. If you want to follow me, you can do that. Scan the QR code if you want to take my contact. If you want to have a chat about mining, have questions, please ask them. Hashrate Up is a company that I run, founded in August. I run a podcast, I do some consulting, I work with the Gamma guys. I help people to place machines, to buy machines, and yeah, always happy to talk about this stuff. Could stand on here for the whole day, but I'm sure we've got other interesting talks. So if you have any questions, please connect with me, ask me questions, and yeah, let's go from there. Thank you.
Give it up for Jesse. Fantastic talk. Honestly, Bitcoin mining can be a little bit of a dry topic sometimes. Yeah, we've given up with the Bitcoin thing just for the moment because someone stole my sheets, which I don't blame them at all for, because I would also steal that free Bitcoin. But just for the moment, yeah, we're not going to play that. But that was amazing, Jesse. You made a dry subject more interesting with the use of dry humor. So kudos to you. And do connect with him and listen to his podcast called Hash Rate Up. Now, I wanted to give you a tiny little anecdote before I introduce Kamal Yashar, the next speaker today. So I just onboarded the 3 people at the back of the room who are, we should also give them a round of applause. They're the guys that are dealing with the audio and video today. So thank you very much, guys. It's been great so far today. To say thank you, I tipped them in Bitcoin. And a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when I'd show someone Bitcoin for the first time, I would show them a custodial Lightning wallet, like Wallet of Satoshi, sometimes Blue Wallet, which was non-custodial, but they've since sunset that solution. But nowadays, there's this thing called Blink, which I'm very happy to share with people because there's this section in the app called Earn, where people, when they're first learning about Bitcoin, can go through lessons and learn what self-custody is, learn what not self-custody is, and learn which path is best. So they're now all receiving Bitcoin. So if you're happy with the sound and lights today, go tip them in Bitcoin. Likewise for Fred, the stage sort of manager here. Likewise for a few other people I've spoken to. And the reason why I'm saying this is because Kamal's company, Galloy, runs Blink, or the Bitcoin Beach wallet, and they're the guys that understand the problems that a lot of us face in this space with regards to Bitcoin, with regards to Bitcoin education, and of course, with regards to the importance of open source and Bitcoin. See what I did there? Yeah? Cool, cool. So we're going to continue on the theme of tall people in the Bitcoin space. Please welcome Kamal to the stage today, where he's going to be talking about the synergy of open source and Bitcoin. Come on down, Kamal. This? Yeah?
Thanks, man.
Well done.
The clicker? All right, my name is Kamal. I'm with Galloy, and we're running Blink. I'm going to talk today about the synergy of open source and Bitcoin. To get things started, I want to see a show of hands. How many of you know what open source is? Please show your hand. Okay. How many of you know what free software is? Show your hand. All right. How many of you know what free and open source software is? Okay, now everybody show your hands who think that's just different words for the same thing. Okay, 2. Cool. 3. All right, let's get started. So at Galloy, we believe that Bitcoin adoption unlocks community, prosperity, and stability the world has never seen. However, like we've heard from Tom before, he talked about the chasm. We are currently very far from realizing this envisioned future. And we need multiple tools to cross this divide and to get from where we are right now to this beautiful, shining utopia that is actually possible. And most importantly, we need open source tools to build those ways. And I will be talking about the importance of open source and especially how it actually is the lifeblood of Bitcoin, not just on the base layer, but on upper layers as well. So let's start with what is open source. I wrote an article 3 years ago. It's called Why Bitcoin Can Only Be as Free and Open Source Software. Feel free to read it. I uploaded my slides to pre-talks where you can download it, and there's a link to the article in the references. I'm not going to dive into it, but if you're interested in it, I think it's worth reading. So first of all, there is like an open source definition. It's given out by the Open Source Initiative. Most importantly, you need to remember that open source does not just mean access to the source code. It also means these 10 things that you see here, like free redistribution, obviously access to the source code. It also means you can create derived works from it. Integrity of the author's source code, meaning like proper attribution to who is the original author, right? That's like good manners. not going out and saying, oh, look, this is what I built, when it's not something that you build and someone else built it, right? Like proper attribution. No discrimination against persons or groups. No discrimination against fields of endeavor. The distribution of license. License must not be specific to a product, and license must not restrict other software, and the license must be technology neutral. So there's quite a long list of things, a washing list. Every project that calls itself open source has a license that checks the list of these, okay? It's a license thing. If you put something out there, it's not in the public domain or free and open source by default, it's proprietary by default. You have to add a license to actually make it free. It's a little bit upside down in my opinion, but that's the crazy world we live in. So we have to deal with it, and that's why there are open source licenses. So the origin of open source goes back to a strategy session held on February 3rd in Palo Alto, California, Silicon Valley guys, right? They didn't really invent open source. What they did was a marketing campaign to rebrand what was already there. And the conferees from Silicon Valley at that time believed that the pragmatic business case grounds of open source, like collaboration, more eyes and make shallow bugs, and like more people being able to audit the source code is like making for better software that fits market needs. Like very pragmatic, not ideologic at all. They just thought the open source process yields better software. And they wanted to basically use this rebrand to distinguish themselves from something that was there already before, way before 1998. It started in 1985, which was the free software movement. This movement was not very pragmatic and business-oriented like the open source guys from Silicon Valley wanted it to be. It was very ideologically and philosophically focused because it believed that ideas, like information, wants to be free, and if you put something out there, it's public, and you shouldn't use like state or government force to exclude people from using your ideas, like patents and copyrights do. That's what hackers believed. That's why computers were developed so fast. That's why we got to the internet in an astonishing short period of time, actually, because people, researchers, developers were sharing their findings freely. Information wants to be free. This is what hackers believe. So what is free software? Well, first of all, it's important. The free means you have to think like free speech, not free beer. It's very important. It's freedom, not gratis or at no cost. You can sell free software. That's perfectly fine. You can go ahead and do it. Actually, it's encouraged. It doesn't mean you get it at no cost. It means you, the user, are free because you own the code that you run. You are in control and nobody else. You're not just a customer, you're a user. You are in control. So the free software definition is based basically on 4 pillars, on 4 essential freedoms. A program is free software if the program's users have these 4 essential freedoms. The first one, which is freedom 0, as proper hackers like to start counting, is the freedom to run the program as you wish for any purpose. You can do with it whatever you want. The second one, freedom 1, is the freedom to study how the program works and change it so it does your computing just as you wish. Right? This requires access to the source code. and also the right to change it. No legal threats that you might face if you change it against some proprietary license. All right, so then we have the third one, which is freedom 2, the freedom to redistribute copies so you can help others. So let's say someone here wrote a code, it's free and open source software. He made it to fit his needs here in South Africa, but I'm living in Turkey and I need to tweak it a little bit to make it work on the Turkish market. So I take his software, I tweak it, and then I redistribute it among Turkish users. You have that right with free software, and you have that right with open source too. All right, the final one is also the freedom to distribute copies of your modified version, which I just mentioned, to others. By doing this, you can give the whole community a chance to benefit from your changes. So this is the free and software definition. And so what is the difference, you might be asking yourself? And it's quite interesting that actually there is no real difference, right? Like I mentioned, it's just a rebranding effort to make this new fancy development process attractive to venture capital, who likes to get a return on their investment, right? And and free software just didn't sound like you can make money with it. First of all, people thought, oh no, everybody's gonna download it and we can't sell it. That's not true. It's about freedom, not gratis. But also, like the ideology that the Free Software Foundation had, they were not just propagating like freedom of information, they were also very against proprietary software. Richard Stallman, who founded the Free Software Foundation, said proprietary software is evil. Straight up evil, okay? The guys in Silicon Valley thought that was too extreme. They couldn't collect money with such a ideology, all right? So that's why they rebranded. And one of the guys who rebranded was Bruce Perens. He is one of the founders of the Open Source Initiative, together with Eric Raymond. And they were very, very successful in the rebranding. So much so that even Satoshi Nakamoto talked about Bitcoin as open source, not as free software, even though it fit that definition perfectly. But open source was the en vogue thing, so much so that actually the ideology that this movement was born out of was being forgotten. So that Bruce Perens wrote this letter with deep regret, stating that it's time to talk about free software again. And he also dropped this line that most hackers know that free software and open source are just two words for the same thing. So there you have it. There's no difference whether you call it free and open source software, free software, or open source software. All of them share that you have these 4 essential freedoms guaranteed by the licenses of the software that you run. It's important. And it's important that Bitcoiners understand this, because without open source software, without free software, Bitcoin wouldn't be. It just wouldn't be. So it's important to know these things. All right, a little bit of shift of gears after this basic lecture. This is a map that you see about nodes, right? Maybe you run a node yourself on a Raspberry Pi with free and open source software. But as you can see, outside of most developed countries, it's difficult to run a node, much less build Bitcoin services for the region. Now, here's another graphic that I want to share with you. It is derived of Satoshi's hierarchy of needs. And we adapted it a little bit, and we call it Satoshi's hierarchy of needs. So It's basically a transfer to Bitcoin and financial development, personal financial development. So in order, first of all, like you're starting at the bottom, you need money to survive, right? Without that, you cannot even worry about your ability to transact. But when you have money to survive, you're worried about your ability to transact. And let me tell you, 80% of the world's population are here in this bottom two rows, okay? They're worrying about how to survive and how they can transact the little money that they have to economize and feed their families. Now, the 30% or 20%, depending on where you look, that have disposable income and savings and can put money aside, they are worrying about how to store that value, right? And then, when they have that, obviously they are worrying about betrayal of trust. What happens if my bank just doesn't work anymore and rugs me, as it's happened in Cyprus, Lebanon, even in the United States, where people were having gold and thought that was a clever idea. And finally, when you have immunity of betrayal of trust, you're running your own node, you're verifying your transactions, right? Then you're on the top. You only worry about actualization of self-sovereignty, about your freedom to live and move as a sovereign individual in the world. This is a progression that you need to keep in mind. But look around in the ecosystem. You know, there's many services that we use, but are they open source? Here's a map from, I think it's some research paper that is doing a mapping of the ecosystem. How many projects are actually accelerating Bitcoin through open source? And open source does accelerate Bitcoin. So today, we obviously have like an open source layer 1 with Bitcoin, main chain. We have multiple implementations, Bitcoin Core being the most important one, the reference implementation, if you will. Then we have Lightning, layer 2 with Lightning. There's Eclair building, there's Lightning Labs building LND, there's Core Lightning, there's LDK, there's Electrum Lightning. It's all open source, all right? Every single one gives you the 4 essential freedoms. However, once you have like people building on that, the open source music stops a little bit. And however, if you think about like Kubernetes, what Kubernetes did, I recommend, if you don't know, to watch a talk that our CEO and founder of Galloy, Nicola, gave at the Baltic Honey Badger conference. He talked about moving open source up the Bitcoin stack because it just accelerates the whole ecosystem. Imagine if a Cash App or a Coinbase or a Bitfinex or a wallet of Satoshi was open source. You could run it in Uganda, in Kenya, in Burundi, in Indonesia, without having to invest all of that development efforts and resources that someone else already did. So I only have 3 minutes left. I hope I can make it in time. This is just another way of looking at the Satoshi's hierarchy of needs. It's personal finance development. In the beginning, you're worried about money to survive. And then once you have that covered, well, you're looking to transact, you're looking to economize. And what matters to you is like, obviously, convenience, low fees, intuitive UX, instant payments, borderless transactions that you make, remittances, and low KYC burden. Maybe you don't have documents, maybe you're a refugee, just lost your passports, and still you need to transact. And when you have that, well, you progress, and you worry about how to store your value. You care about maybe, is it auditable? Is it inflation resistant? And in the beginning also, if your liabilities are denominated in fiat currency, you also care about a fiat currency pack. Because the volatility can be difficult to stomach if you don't have a cushion to rely on and to stomach the volatility. And then all the good stuff that we Bitcoiners generally cherish, right? Like self-custody, censorship resistance, verifiability, having it all permissionless, pseudonymous, seizure resistant, irreversible, right? These are luxuries that people on the street don't really care about when they don't have money to survive. And basically in the end, like you just want everything to be trustless. You don't even want to trust Phoenix to give you the liquidity with their channel, right? you just want everything to be like I can live without relying on anybody, kind of thing. And you want to be subversive because you want to change the world. You want to fight against the fiat empire, and for that, like self-custody is the way. So what we're focusing on with Blink and Galloy right now is a couple of things. So first of all, Blink is a custodial wallet for everyday payments. It's free and open source. It's accessible. You can sign up with a phone number or even without. It's reliable and it's secure. It has education in it, like Joe mentioned. You even get some sats rewarded to learn about Bitcoin. What is Bitcoin? How does it work? What is Lightning, etc. And it has merchant features and more. So it works on any smartphone, whether Android or iOS. It has any display currency. Here in South Africa, you can just switch to Rand. And it has Afrikaans, for example, and many other languages, English, obviously. It's reliable. It's a managed Lightning node, so you don't have to worry about opening channels, closing them. There's a 24/7, 365 team of engineers who are managing the node and its liquidity, making sure you pay the smallest amount of fees. And it has pretty good uptime. Doesn't get better, I think. And then it's secure. It's fully reserved. So for every dollar or Bitcoin that you hold on your account, there's one in a multisig, geographically distributed in cold storage across asymmetric jurisdictions. And you can secure your account with 2FA and a time-based one-time password. I'm going to skip quickly because Joe mentioned it. I recommend you check it out. That's the earn section. You can walk through it. You can learn how Bitcoin works, Bitcoin economics. You can learn about the fallacies and criticisms and how to think about them. Thanks for Lee from Bitcoin Jungle. He actually contributed it to Bitcoin Jungle app and then moved it upstream. That's also the beauty of open source development. We have stable sats. It's basically a dollar account. It works like a stable coin, but without any other shitcoin or shitchain. It's like Tether, but faster, cheaper, and fully Lightning interoperable. And it's free and open source. Like other wallets could come and implement it actually as well and offer it to their users. Then we have Galloy, which is infrastructure for unruggable organizations. You can stand up your own Blink. You can call it, I don't know, whatever you want. You don't even have to ask us for permission. You can just go and run it. And there's actually this is what it looks like. It's very complicated. If you want to look into it, the slides are online. There's actually other projects besides Blink building on the Galloy stack. That's, for example, Bitcoin Jungle app in Costa Rica. They just forked it and added the features that they like. And like I said, they contributed upstream. There's also Flash, building specifically for the Caribbean and Jamaican market. It's all built on free and open source software. Gonna skip this. And finally, what I'm personally very excited about is finally we have the Blink API. So not everybody might be proficient enough to stand up their own Bitcoin bank, but they want to use Lightning payments and stable sats in their Bitcoin development project or Lightning project, they can use the Blink API. It's hosted for Lightning and Bitcoin integrations into their projects. One integration that we just recently finalized and announced after a successfully claimed bounty by Mr. Cooks from the BTC Pay Server team is the Blink plugin for BTC Pay Server. This is quite a game changer because now you can use in just 2 minutes all the tools that BTC Pay Server offers without having to run a Lightning node or trust a hobbyist third-party custodian. All you need is just some third-party BTC Pay Server instance and a Blink account, and I'm going to show you how to set that up tomorrow. It's going to be a workshop in the Blink room, I think. It's the last workshop of the day, and if you want to see how that works, how you can accept Bitcoin payments in your e-commerce through WooCommerce or Shopify or many other integrations, drop by and we're going to do a hands-on session. So that's the stack for the open source Bitcoin journey that we're building at Galloy. And if you have feedback or contributions, they're very much welcome. We have our code on GitHub, and we have a chat.galloy.io, that's our Mattermost, where we have many different, it's not just for technical folks, it's also for designers, for educators, like it's all public, we're building in public, there's over 500 contributors exchanging ideas. If you feel like there's something that we're missing out on, or that could be done better, jump in, let us know, let's work on it together. That's it, thank you very much.
Awesome, well done, Kamal, that was fantastic. Thanks, mate, really good stuff. And yeah, I think I've shilled Blink enough today. I'm not sponsored by them, by the way, I just think it's a great solution and it helps people to learn about Bitcoin in a really intuitive way. Now, there were some real reality checks in there in terms of, 2/3 or 80% of the world is in those first 2 Satoshi's hierarchy of needs. But in South Africa, there's an awesome solution out there, which I'm hoping lots of you have tried out. So can you just raise your hands? And by the way, I know the pick and pay word was one of the Bitcoin words, but we're just going to forget about it for the sake of this talk just now. Who of you here has used Bitcoin to buy something at some point in your Bitcoin journey? Great. Leave your hand up if you're still South African. Cool. Leave your hand up if you have used it at Pick and Pay. So some of you haven't. Okay. So for those that haven't, can you go to the App Store or the Play Store on your phone right now? And for the tourists in the room, do it as well. Go to the App Store or the Play Store on your phone right now. We're going to go through it together. I'm going to show you how easy it is to spend Bitcoin at Pick and Pay, which is, one of the biggest, I think it's the second biggest merchants in South Africa. It's like Walmart or it's like Tesco. Pardon? On the continent? Oh my God, it gets bigger. Okay, Pick and Pay, the best place in the world to buy biltong. So go to the App Store or the Play Store, whichever is your poison of choice, and type in crypto QR. It looks like this. My face is on the screen, right? Cool. Crypto QR. Is that showing? So the word crypto, then QR. Download that. It'll literally take 2 seconds. Are you downloading it? Can I get a yes? Yeah, we're excited about this. Great, okay. When you open it up, it's going to do a test transaction with your Lightning wallet of choice. Personally, I prefer Phoenix Wallet because it's non-custodial. Ask Anita Posh why Phoenix Wallet is the best wallet out there. Not sponsored, again, just a great wallet. Are you doing that right now? You are? Fantastic. Once it's done that test transaction, that's it. All you have to do when you go to Pick and Pay is say, well, I said the words, but I probably got it wrong. I said, can I pay with a QR code? And then they showed me a QR code on the screen. Don't do what I did, which is open up your Bitcoin Lightning wallet and try and scan it and think, oh, another Bitcoin solution that doesn't actually work in the field. I was the problem. What you have to do is open up the Crypto QR application, scan it with that. Some magic internet money stuff goes on in the background. Secretly, you're paying with Bitcoin, and everybody's happy. But you can do that in every Pick and Pay in South Africa. I'm pretty confident about this because I've used it at 6 pick and pays so far. 6 pick and pays. I've recorded every one. There's going to be a little montage in a few days' time. Okay, that's my preamble out the way, Carol. I was just trying to shill your product as best I could here. But please welcome to the stage the man behind that solution, Carol Van Wyck. Take it away, Max, dude. Not at all.
Can I get a microphone? Thank you.
Up already, sorry. Oh, is this just for show?
No, this is actually, there's another documentary that's some guys are running, so they asked me if they can film it. It's about Bitcoin. All right. Okay, cool. I'll try to be on time. It's 2:20. Sorry about the name Crypto QR. I'll explain everything. I know crypto, Bitcoin, not crypto. We'll get there. Yes, you should boo. You should boo. But just give me a second. But firstly, I'd like to welcome all of our international guests. Some of you have been here before. I see a lot of familiar faces, and some of you are here for the first time. I hope that you have the opportunity to enjoy some of our beautiful nature, fantastic food and wine, and South African hospitality. Welcome. And to our local attendees, I'd just like to say, wow, we did it. The first Bitcoin-only event, first Bitcoin-only conference. Thank you, Ricky. Thank you, Kotsatso, Herman, Max, all the event organizers. I've been organizing meetups and talks and discussions for many, many years. And then invariably at the end of it, there's some people coming up to me and saying, okay, but now, when do we buy? When do we sell? And have you heard about this other token that's magical and better than Bitcoin? And then I'm always disappointed. So this is the first time that we have a Bitcoin-only conference in the CTICC, and I hope it's like the seed that's germinated, put down its first taproot, and will sprout into a big, beautiful tree. Let's keep the momentum and energy going. Anyway, who's this random guy that's talking about trees and things? So my name is Karel van Wyk. It's an extremely Afrikaans name, so I also accept Karel van Wyk, that's fine. I'm an engineer, and I've been building products in the digital payment space for over 10 years. So I'm one of the first engineers on a project called SnapScan. It's like a pioneer mobile payments app using QR codes. I'm the co-founder of Luno. It's one of the first and biggest emerging markets Bitcoin exchanges. If you're driving through town and you look up at the skyline, you might see a logo that looks like that. But I'm no longer involved there. The current project I'm working on is called Crypto Convert. Again, sorry about the name, I'll explain it. Crypto Convert, and we make it safe and simple for merchants to accept Bitcoin payments, via Lightning specifically, because I believe that Bitcoin can be money. I believe Bitcoin has to move, right? So we've got Femi speaking at 3. There's Femi sitting right there. Love listening to you talk, man. Femi's talking about, or he often talks about sort of the experience of us here in South Africa and Africa versus the lived experience of people in the West, where they don't face the same restrictions on money that we face. And so the use case of Bitcoin as a medium of exchange is something that kind of appeals to us more as opposed to the store of value. And so I'm also posing a question to you here today. Are you here to become rich? Or are you here to become free? Because for me, it's about the freedom aspect. And so that's what we're going to be talking about anyway. And actually both. Both, actually. Yes. Sound money and a way to send it around. Okay, preparing for this talk's actually been quite difficult for me. I decided that I'm going to go into a little bit into sort of the context of South Africa and why you see what you see when you fly into Cape Town International Airport and you ride down the street. You can see that it's a country that faces a lot of problems, and the Business League explained that there's a lot of government issues and failure. But to provide some context where we're coming from, I decided I'm going to share a bit of my own life story. So I was born in the later years of the apartheid regime of South Africa. Apartheid is an Afrikaans word basically meaning segregation. So we were not a democratic society, and government imposed certain limitations and restrictions on the rights of non-white South Africans. In fact, they were deemed as second-class citizens. And I don't want to get into that too much. There's a lot to be said about it, but that pain that perpetuates to today is part of a large part of the problems that we see and face in society today. So I was born in the later years of that. And then in 1994, everything changed. There was a very dramatic change in our society, in our constitution, in our government. And the picture you're seeing there is of the 1994 inauguration of Nelson Mandela at the Union Buildings. So I was actually there. I was sitting on the stage there, and I was listening to him speak and deliver his inauguration speech. And one of the things that he said was, "The time to bridge the chasms that divide us is here, and the time to build is upon us." So, how have things changed? Well, 25 years later, Time magazine releases an issue calling us the world's most unequal country, the most unequal country in the world. And even though it's no longer in terms of like unfair laws and government rules, it's now based along the axis of money. So the rich have become richer and the poor have become poorer. And it's not only about how much money people have, it's also about the way that people engage with money. So if you look at kind of statistics around how we pay for things, the majority of payments are actually cash. So you can see on the graph there, number of points of sale payments by volume, the majority of it's cash. And that's because most people use cash. Most shops prefer receiving cash. But that's like in the national sense. When you look at the value that's being spent, in other words, the amount of money, not the number of transactions, amount of money, the majority of that is card. And why is that? It's because card payments, they tend to be expensive for the merchant, and most people don't have that kind of money to support card payments. So we're in this situation where we're kind of like dealing with like middle-aged money, medieval money, like paper money, right? And the question is, can we kind of like leapfrog this situation? Can we get away from a situation where people have to deal with cash, and we've got cash in transit heists and violence and people getting robbed for physical cash? And can we kind of leapfrog that, as we've seen technology allow other African nations to leapfrog, like with mobile money and M-Pesa? But can we leapfrog all of this by using Bitcoin? So if you also look at sort of the situation that we face, if you hold rands, so like I said, most people pay with cash. It means they hold cash. The savings is literally cash, putting it under a mattress. They don't have sophisticated offshore bank accounts and international investments. So they're stuck with rands. And what's happening with the rand is that it's depreciating in buying power, depreciating against other international currencies. In the past 10 years, we've lost 50% forex rate against the US dollar. So that if that continues, I mean, where do we end up in a global sense? And I don't want to bang the drum too much about like failed government, but these are kind of like the headlines that we face growing up as young South Africans. We've got collapsing infrastructure and public services. We're worried about the future of our water security. And of course, you'll probably all get a nice taste of load shedding while you're here. But there's some other things also happening that also affects our money in terms of the kind of restrictions that we face. So we're facing this grey listing from the Financial Activation, FATF. That means we're essentially kind of like soft sanctioned. We face other restrictions like exchange controls, which also, as inflation kind of erodes the thresholds, we become more and more restricted. It's like we're all wearing straight jackets that's being pulled tighter and tighter and tighter because of the control of our money. So growing up, these are kind of like the things that I was thinking about, like how we're being restricted, how we're being censored, how we're being controlled, and then seeing the pain that all of this also inflicts on my fellow countrymen and how it persists to today. So in 2004, I read this awesome sci-fi thriller by Neil Stephenson, Cryptonomicon. And how many people have read this book? Only a few, only a handful. I'm actually quite surprised because this was my introduction to cryptocurrencies. I'm saying cryptocurrency because it's 2004, right? Bitcoin or crypto. Bitcoin didn't even exist then. This is my introduction to cryptocurrencies. I started thinking about this idea, this concept of a neutral, non-government, free and fair store of value that we could use to escape the straitjacket that's been put on us. And also in the book, they talk about using this cryptocurrency that they develop to free people that live under tyrannical rule. So it's kind of, it resonated quite strongly. But then I thought, you know, that's quite nice. I was thinking about it for a very, very long time. But it's sci-fi, right? It can't exist. There's no way this magical thing could ever exist. Until I read the Bitcoin white paper. And it literally blew my mind. I was like, what? This thing that I've been thinking about and dreaming about for years and years and years, it's here and it's possible. It's a reality. So I decided to devote my life to developing tools to give people access to this thing. And by the way, I don't know if Edwin's here. I don't see Edwin from Witsand. For Edwin's sake, I just want to categorically state I don't support or endorse any other tokens. In fact, I've never touched Ethereum or Solana smart contract, never played around with anything else other than Bitcoin. Bitcoin only, okay? So initially I was ridiculed. People were like, you're playing with this magical internet money, you're like wasting your time when you're going to get a real job. And I felt quite alone. Like I said, like all these meetups and people would come, but they didn't get it, they didn't understand. But over time I started to realize that there were some other South Africans that felt the same way. They saw things the same way, and they realized that Bitcoin represented an opportunity for us to start building ourselves. Not to wait for the state to solve our problems, but for us to take our own destinies in our own hands and build our own futures. Time to build is upon us. And I'm just going to share a couple of things. I know Abe Cambridge, he's speaking tomorrow. He's the founder of the Sun Exchange. We're facing an energy crisis, and this guy comes and says, well, let's crowdsource solar panel investment and solar generation investment using Bitcoin. Now, we've got suddenly a global audience for this crowdfunding. And then there's amazing grassroots campaigns like Bitcoin Ekazi. I hope somebody actually, Herman, you're going to talk about Bitcoin Ekazi and explain what you do. Yes, Herman will speak about this. So I'm not going to say too much, but it's this incredible grassroots thing that seems to be growing and growing and growing. And similarly, we've got these circular economies popping up all over the place. There's Bitcoin Witsand, Edwin and Nikki doing great work, signing up all of the shops and merchants and businesses in Witsand. And as you can see, kind of like along the east coast, we've got these nice congregations of places that accept Bitcoin, and it's actually looking pretty good. If you look at South Africa, I think we can confidently say that we are ahead of the curve when it comes to Bitcoin adoption. So I'll speak a bit about that. But obviously, you're here to hear me speak about Pick n Pay. So Pick n Pay, like Joe said, it's the second largest retailer in South Africa and also on the continent. So we call it like the Walmart of South Africa. They've got more than 1,500 stores. They sell clothing, day-to-day goods. They also sell services. You can even buy plane tickets and bus tickets and travel things. You can pay your municipal bills and your DSTV bills, buy data, electricity, everything there. And the reason that they added Bitcoin payments is because they took a stand and said, we want to serve our customers better by giving them more ways to pay. So they initiated the strategy of adding more digital payments in store, and what's the best, most future forward-thinking technology that they could add? Obviously, it was Bitcoin. In that time, I was discussing it with them. I was still at Luno. They came to me and said, is this something that we can try? So this project's actually been running since 2017. And we initially tried it on-chain and it didn't work. The fees killed it. Then Lightning came along and we said, let's try it again. And this time it worked phenomenally well, like really, really well. Like really, if you have an opportunity to go buy something at Pick n Pay with Lightning, do it, because it feels like it, you feel like you get away with a bank heist. You're like paying with sats, the slip prints out, and you're like out the door and you're like, did that just happen? Didn't swipe a card, didn't hand over cash. Like a magic internet money just bought my tea or coffee or whatever there. So maybe just to explain how it works, because it's a bit confusing. A lot of people come up to me and they're like, I tried to scan the code with my Lightning wallet, it didn't work. So why not? The reason is that Pick n Pay uses a common QR code. There's many other wallets that they also support. And so we had to find a way to kind of like translate this code that they already use into a Lightning invoice. So what we did is we said, okay, let's have a companion application. And all it does, it's literally just a QR code scanner. All it does is it scans the QR code, which is a Pick n Pay common QR code, and then it extracts the payment information. It generates a Bolt 11 Lightning invoice, and it automatically pops up your Lightning wallet so you can complete the payment. So I know it's a little bit annoying, but we've also done some work in the past year with companies like Valar. Farzam was here earlier. We've worked with Valar, worked with Luno, to add the scanning functionality straight into their application, so you only need one. But really, I recommend using Lightning. So install Crypto QR, why Crypto QR? Pick n Pay, pick the name, okay? We work on the project. They had to put something on the till slip, and they said, okay, we're going to put Crypto QR because we're adding crypto payments. And then we decided the least confusing thing is going to be to just name the app Crypto QR. Pick n Pay picked it. And we just decided to roll with it. And really, like I know Bitcoin, not crypto, but for me, I'm still like coming from that cryptonomicon days, and cryptocurrency to me still means only Bitcoin, really. To me, Bitcoin is the only cryptocurrency. So, sorry, I'm old school. But yeah, please, please, please try this. And I don't make a lot of money off of this, so I'm like shelling it, but whatever. How's it been going? Well, it's actually been going really well. In the past 6 months, we've had a 30% month-on-month growth. And we launched in Feb nationally, the rollout, and I think by Feb we'll have 300% growth. Now the numbers are still like in the hundreds. We're doing about, let's say, 1,500 to 2,000 transactions a month. But that's 2,000 Lightning transactions a month. That's insane. That's pretty cool. Now what does the breakdown look like? Okay, why is the ETH and XRP in here? Like I said, we worked with Valor and Luno. These companies do support other tokens, and their users can pay with the other tokens. But as you can see, like the majority of it is Bitcoin and Lightning, which I think is extremely encouraging. And like we're gonna have to put in our effort to make this pie look even better. We need to like drown out those ETH and XRP heads. What does the rest of the industry look like? Well, Bitrefill was kind enough to give me some data, and I said I'll show their eSIM. Same thing, they're seeing growth in terms of numbers. And then if you kind of compare South Africa to the rest of the world, you can see that we're ahead in terms of Lightning and Bitcoin adoption. So that's encouraging, but we need to do more. So today, I'm going to ask you, what can you do? Do you want to be rich or free? And I want to challenge this idea of hodl and stay humble and stack sats. Yes, you should do this, right? This is what you should be doing. Spend your fiat, buy Bitcoin, save your Bitcoin, stack it. But is it enough? Does that mean the Bitcoin is moving? Maybe we should think about it a little bit differently. I'm not saying spend your stack. Like people come up to me like, hodl only, I'll never spend my stack, so thanks for all the work, thanks for all the hard work you've done, but I'll never use your product. I'm like, cool, but I'm not saying spend your stack. On the picture there, your stack's not being touched. I'm just saying buy more Bitcoin, right? Buy more Bitcoin so that you can spend it. Now, why is this important? Why is it better to spend Bitcoin than the dirty fiat? And you're not going to get your e-bucks rewards. You're not going to get your credit card loyalty points. It's going to be a bit of a hassle because it's like developing technology, right? It's going to be a little bit painful. Why should you go through that pain? Well, if you do this, you create demand. It's a chicken and egg situation, right? You'll create demand from merchants because ultimately you'll show them there's a market for people that want to pay in Bitcoin, and more merchants will adopt Bitcoin payments. Why is that important? Well, we need to grow the circle, right? Let's say you spend Bitcoin at the shop that accepts it. That shop can now hold the Bitcoin. They can restock at another store that accepts it, and they can pay their staff in Bitcoin should they want to accept it. You can start to pay your contractors and other people because you can tell them, look, I'll pay in Bitcoin, and then you can go spend it at these and these and these shops. So it's easier to orange bill. And then everybody along that line, all the businesses, all the people can start stacking as well. And that's what we want, right? We want people saving in a form of money that's sound. And eventually this completes the circle so that you're no longer even earning rands. Now you're earning Bitcoin. And we've got a perfect circular economy. And eventually we'll not only bridge the gaps that we face locally, but we'll bridge the gaps internationally. And we'll have a global circular economy. So I'd just like to echo those words that I heard so long ago, that the time to build is upon us. And I'm going to say this, stay humble, spend and stack sats, okay? Thank you very much. If you have questions, there will be a panel at 5, I think, so I'll be on that. You can also ask questions there. But thank you. Thanks, Joe. Thanks to the organizers. Awesome.
That was amazing. That was so good. Really well done, Carl. That was fantastic. So good to see people encouraging spending and saving your sats so that we can get those wonderful results like we are seeing in South Africa today. Bitcoin Akazi, you can live off Bitcoin. Bitcoin Whitsun, you can live off Bitcoin. Most of the country, you can live off Bitcoin. I'm proof of that. Other than a couple of occasions where my girlfriend had to buy dinner and I paid her back in Bitcoin, I've mostly lived off Bitcoin here. So it's happening, and the reason we get there, the reasons or the tools that we have are available, and the reason we get there is because it leads to a more Bitcoinized world, and that's why we're all here. That's why we're here, for adopting Bitcoin. Okay, so I'm a bit pumped up after that. Thank you so much, Carl. That was fantastic. Now that we're pumped up about bullish stuff in South Africa and, of course, the continent of Africa, we're gonna travel across the world to America. Our first American speaker of the day, I believe. His name is Luke Broyles. He's come all the way from Michigan via Costa Rica and New York down to Cape Town. Please give him a warm welcome to the stage where he's going to make the case for Bitcoin. Luke, the floor is yours. Do you want this or a letter?
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Yes, like Joe said, I've come from a long way. Typically, when I go to these conferences in Canada or the US or Latin America, it's people from elsewhere, Europe or Africa or Asia that have come the long way. So now it's kind of nice to be on the other side. And something else I've noticed too with this conference so far today is it's very different than the ones I've been to in the last year or so. This conference by far is the fewest Americans and Canadians. Typically, over in North America and even in Latin America, there's a lot of Canadians and Americans. So here there's far less. I've also noticed it's a far younger crowd, so that's awesome. And there's, I think, the highest percentage of women in this crowd too. So in all these factors, this is a very interesting conference. It's very nice. And how many people, this is your first Bitcoin conference ever today? I think that's pretty awesome. That's like almost all of you. So anyway, I'm very excited to be here. Very excited for this very different dynamic. And I am going to make this presentation today more from the American perspective, but I think that it's going to be really applicable here. Obviously, here in Cape Town, of South Africa, you guys are part of the BRICS or the BRICS movement, right? Trying to get currency back to a better standard. And I think Bitcoin is obviously going to be the even brighter light in that standard, right? I've been talking to a lot of people today, many different countries, here, South Africa, Ghana, Kenya, Malawi, elsewhere here in Africa. And I think that this problem of political currency is a really critical issue here, globally, obviously, but particularly here in Africa. So without further ado, I need my clicker. I don't know which button to push. Next. All right. So what is the problem we're trying to solve? I argue that Bitcoin is the most important innovation of the 21st century. And the reason why is that it all comes down to energy, right? Energy is the way in which we communicate information and value with each other, both across space and time, right? Obviously, humans from the very early days in ancient civilizations, we stored energy because energy is what we need to live, right? We need oxygen, we need food, we need housing, we need to protect these things. What do we protect these things with? We protect these things with weapons, with shields, with bows and arrows and stones. Now today we have nuclear missiles, ICBMs, and guns, right? Guns and tanks, right? So throughout all of time, energy is the thing we need to survive, and energy is the thing at which we project power and use power with each other. And these four men on the screen here, on the left, of course, we have Tesla, 1899 and 1900, predicted Bitcoin. He was the first person, at least that I believe he's the first person that predicted aspects of Bitcoin. Then we had Ford in 1921, then we had Hayek and Friedman after them, and basically all of them predicting the same thing, that up to this point in human history, we've had political forms of money, and what they all predicted is eventually we will achieve a numerical apolitical form of money, which I believe is Bitcoin. So over the course of the second half of the 20th century, we went from just predictions to actual attempts that we would make this thing. So we had dozens of attempts, actually over 40 different attempts of creating Bitcoin in the 1970s, 1980s, 1990s, even the early 2000s. Then, of course, we have the creation of Bitcoin in 2008, 2009. And so this is a chart of human history in terms of political currency. Obviously, this isn't fully comprehensive, but it's a really good example, I think, of emphasizing the problem. The problem that Bitcoin is solving is not faster payments, cheaper payments, or ease of use. However, I believe all those things are true. The critical problem that Bitcoin solves, and the critical problem that all those men and all those attempts are trying to achieve, was making money apolitical, right? So here in South Africa, on my flight over here, it was a very long flight, as Joe said. It was over 13 hours. And the gentleman I was sitting next to was a South African. He was born and raised here. He eventually moved to the United States. And he explained to me that he moved to the United States, started a family there, has many kids over in America now. And he emphasized to me that the problem is that in the last 15 years, South Africa, he feels, has been on a downward slope. He remembers when he was a kid, it was on an upward slope, but now he feels like things are beginning to crumble. And it kind of breaks his heart coming back every 6, 12 months or so and saying just everything being a little bit worse. And I would argue that all comes down to this, right? Here in America, many of my American friends feel this happening in America, European friends, Canadians, obviously here in Africa. The fundamental problem is that a society is built up, there's increasing productivity, and the way in which we communicate energy within that society is via political means, political currency, and eventually because all human beings have sin, are broken, have flaws, and ultimately we all like to do things in our own advantage at the expense of others, we eventually shift and tilt and distort and manipulate and corrupt that currency a little bit every year. In America, our stated rate of corruption, which most people understand is the standard rate of inflation, is about 2%. Here in Africa, it's much worse. It could be 10% a year, it could be 20%, 30%, 50%, 80, 90, 99%. It could be much, much higher here in Africa and the rest of the world because compared to the United States, you guys have far larger militaries and much smaller relative economies. And so we can leverage that distortion for you. And so the emphasis with this chart is that the status quo for the last few thousand years is that we have resets of political currency every so often. And what you'll notice is that it's getting faster and faster as the rate of technological change is also getting faster and faster. And so the question is, in the post-World War II era, we've had the United States be the booming beacon for global reserve currency standard since 1944 and after 1971 with those last two monetary resets. America's been king of the world when it comes to printing money and then taking those printed numbers and exporting it onto the rest of the world. We print money and we export it onto you guys, right? Like I'm coming here with my American dollars in my back pocket and I'm feeling pretty great, right? Because everything for me is much cheaper and, unfortunately, it's much cheaper for me than it is for most of you in the audience here because I'm coming with freshly printed currency from the monetary capital of the world, Washington, D.C. So the question is, what happens when a political currency resets? This chart here, again, is from America. Obviously, this is the best country in the world, or at least that's what they say, right? This is the best currency in the world. This is the best military in the world. And still, this is what the chart looks like. On the left, you have the Revolutionary War of 1775, back in America's creation. And what you'll see is that after 1971, in the United States, and therefore even exponentially more in the rest of the world, currencies became detached. The reason they became detached was because we detached these political currencies from gold or from oil, or from things that were more fundamental. Now today we claim we have a petrodollar standard, so it's kind of attached to oil, but not really. Political money is fully political promises today. And again, this is America. This isn't you guys here in South Africa. This isn't the rest of Africa here. This is the best political currency in the world, and that's what the chart looks like. And that chart, by the way, is outdated about 15 years, so you can imagine how much more dramatic it would be today. Now, because political money is corrupted, what do we use to store energy? I was just talking to some guys about half an hour ago about how in Malawi and Zambia, they store energy in their houses, right? Most people here understand, at least in my experience talking to you all, most people here understand that house prices keep doubling and doubling and doubling, not because the houses themselves are getting more valuable, but because the currency you're pricing in is going down. Now, us rich, spoiled Americans really haven't caught on to that yet, right? We still think that the stocks go up every year, roughly about 7%, because everything is getting better by 7%. But in reality, we fail to miss that the real inflation rate is roughly about 7.5%. So Americans still have a little ways to catch on, but you know, this is our forms of savings, right? Here in Africa, it might be gold or it might be real estate more so, and those things are monetized in the U.S. But mostly it's American companies, our grand S&P 500, the NASDAQ, the Dow. These are forms of proxy money because we can't use our political currency for saving energy. So the money supply in blue, the S&P 500 in green, both of these y-axes are on the same log scale. So that's a pretty accurate chart overlaying why the stock market goes up exponentially. It's because we print political currency exponentially. And the point is, if you want to solve corruption in government, if you want to solve the incentive structures, first you have to solve the incentive structures of money, right? You know, political money makes every political power even more powerful, right? A huge part of why the United States is so powerful is because we can print money onto the rest of the world, right? Or let's take France, right? Obviously France and many other European nations were colonizing Africa, you know, actually relatively recently in the global stage, which is a surprise to my American peers. But even still today, in my opinion, there is still a form of colonial money, right? There are 14 African nations whose currency is directly and solely controlled by the French. And so my question is, why is it that the French in Paris with their Eiffel Tower and croissants, why do they get to determine the currency for 14 different African nations, right? Why do they get to print numbers and exchange those numbers for your oil or for your diamonds or for your labor, right? And so when you have corrupt money, you incentivize the increasing corrupt incentives, which then filters out to society, which then reinforces the incentives and then reinforces people voting back corruption into power. We see this in America, you see this here in South Africa, and most of the world sees this happen. So to run through some brief examples, again, 1913, 1944, 1971, these are three critical points. You can see 1944, when America reattached political currency to gold, wealth inequality went down dramatically. And then when we detached it, it went back up dramatically. This is a huge part of why people in South Africa, China, Brazil, everywhere in the BRICS wants to reattach gold to political currency, because political currency on gold is less bad than political currency by decree alone. Same chart, different colors. You can see this is true with the top 1% and top half of the top 1%. If the yellow line here is gold, this is these are a few examples of major political currencies against that gold. We can see again after 1971 when the US led the way at destroying political currencies, because every other political currency is a derivative of America's. We see that the wealth harvesting, the taxation, the inflationary theft, and the extortion of the globe increased exponentially in the 1970s and has since there. And even though those lines are smaller at the bottom right, it doesn't mean that the percentage-based losses are any less, right? Because this is on a linear scale. The difference between a 99 versus a 99.9% loss is not 0.9%, it's another 90%, right? So even though all these currencies have fallen 99%, they'll fall another 99%. And then they'll fall another 99%. And people don't yet understand this. Real estate, in terms of political currency, is going up forever. Stocks are going up forever. Gold is going up forever. And Bitcoin is going up forever. And including tomato soup. This is tomato soup. The price of tomato soup is going up forever. This is the price of food and fruit and electricity. The cost of these things is going up forever in political currency. The gap between productivity and compensation is going up forever in political currency. Real wages will never keep up with GDP forever at an exponentially increasing rate. And when it comes back to impacting society, we have a population problem, less so here in Africa, but in the United States, Japan, much of Europe, and Australia, we see birth rates declining. They've absolutely collapsed. Why? Because we have the exponentially increasing need for dual working household incomes, less time for family. This means more payment has to go to childcare, college, and other things that are increasingly expensive. And what happens when you have a lower birth rate? The next generation doesn't replace as much, right? You have lower productivity. You have a higher ratio between retirees and new people entering the workforce, and thus increasing the incentive for further destroying the political currency. Simply put, political currency will continue harvesting gains from the future generations for today's consumption until the precise moment where there's no future left. Same thing with house prices. They go up forever. Same thing in Boston. Same thing with the S&P ratio. Schiller, stocks have never been more overpriced than they are right now. And the same thing with speculation versus production, right? In Latin America, unfortunately, in Latin America and the US, we see a massive outflow of migrants from Latin America into the United States, and this is causing a massive amount of tension. Right now, at the time of recording, Texas and a couple dozen states are having this massive disagreement with the federal government because basically the currencies south of the United States are falling so fast, people are desperate to get out and get closer to the monetary capital of the world, Washington, D.C., even though they don't realize that's why. They want the more economic opportunities. They want to leave South Africa and go to the U.S. They want to build their families there because America has more access to the financialization, and therefore greater access to resources, right? A massive American industry, the largest American industry, is financialization, right? And I think that's an interesting thought. What percent of America is actually spent predicting Jerome Powell's actions, right? If 40% of America's economy is the financialization of our economy, maybe 10% of that is spent trying to predict Jerome Powell. I mean, basically Jerome Powell, the central banks are these monetary gods, right? For those 14 African nations, their monetary god is whoever's in control in France, right? Whoever's controlling their currency. They can't control if their supply is finite or infinite. It's not their choice, right? So the same thing, continuing, incarceration rate, all these things continuing to make society worse. The cost of college in the United States is exploding. Obesity is exploding again. They all come back to 1971. Chicken, 1971. Federal debt percent of GDP, 1971. Deficit in the United States, 1971. Same thing with yields in the bond market, right? This is the first time, in the last 45 years, America has suppressed bond rates, right? And now that's beginning to reverse. That's a huge deal. And ultimately, what this all comes to is when the money is a lie, because the money is a promise, if you save this, you'll have more energy in the future, right? And when that is that's actually a lie, or at least a 2% compounding lie per year, when that's a lie, you have an incentive to lie. You have an incentive for more misinformation. Your politicians have an incentive to increase misinformation and propaganda. And just, that's not what's happening. Oh, it's these people that's at fault. It's that color skin that's at fault, or that class, or that religion, or these immigrants, or this person, that person. You have an incentive to lie, which causes a society built on lies. It causes entitlements. It causes bad actions. It causes a shorter time horizon, which, again, feeds back into itself. And this is ultimately why everyone can feel that like that man I mentioned on the airplane and talking about the last 15 years, or most Americans talking about the last 15, 20 years. Everyone feels like something's getting worse. And we like to take the easy route, because we're humans, of blaming this group of people or that group of people, when in reality, we're all to blame. Every single one of us is to blame. None of us is perfect. None of us is able to control the monetary supply of the world. So we see this in America. We see this as polarization. We see this with misinformation. I believe that's happening here as well to a very large extent. Unfortunately, we saw this in the years and decades leading up to the World War II. After World War I, we have a massive, multiple hyperinflationary events, obviously the primary one being in modern-day Germany. Unfortunately, that led to the blaming of people groups and then eventually resulted in war across the planet, not just in Europe, but also in Asia. Now, America, again, the greatest country on earth, right, with the strongest currency and the most rights for its citizens, right? Even in our country, here in America, or over in America, we had the Great Depression, right, in the 1930s. We had prices fall, and what would we decide to do to force prices up? We decided to kill a bunch of cows and cattle. You know, that way, if our population, you know, goes a bit hungry, then that way we can keep prices up. Insane, right? We saw the same thing in 2008 in the United States. We see a massive ballooning of everything in the United States on our federal balance sheets, printing money, quantitative easing 1, quantitative easing 2, 3, 4, QE infinity. And this is why inflation here in South Africa has been skyrocketing, is because South Africa's currency, you know, Europe, all their currencies, the euro, right, China, Japan, all these currencies are derivatives of America's, right? So the more we print, the more that we push our numbers onto you in exchange for your oil, in exchange for your diamonds, in exchange for your labor, the more we do that, the more your own currencies will fall. And so the point I'm making here is that as America continues to cannibalize its own currency, unfortunately, I believe the same thing is going to be true to an even more devastating degree. Now, treasury bonds are the real money of the world, right? It's not even U.S. cash. It's actually bonds in many ways, right? Bonds and Bitcoin are making an all-time high. So I wonder what the market is trying to tell us. In the same way that people here in Ghana or South Africa or Kenya would say that it's not that your house is going up, it's that the currency is going down. Again, Americans are yet to understand that, right? You guys are all ahead of them, right? People are yet to understand it's not that Bitcoin is going up in terms of the bonds, it's that the bonds are going down in terms of Bitcoin. This is the blue arrow. There's the prediction I made when I went at my very first Bitcoin podcast. I said that bonds were going to fall 80% in terms of Bitcoin. That's the red dot there. I said it happened within 5 years. There's that red dot. You know, I mean, I don't think I'm a genius. I just think it's obvious. Bonds are going to zero in terms of Bitcoin forever, in the same way that everything else is going up forever in terms of political currencies. So again, everything is going to zero in Bitcoin. The stock indices, the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 500, or excuse me, the NASDAQ, which I mentioned before, it's not that these things are going up forever, it's just they're going up forever in terms of political currency. And many of you are used to using two currencies, right? Many of you are used to using your own local currency here in Africa and also pricing things in terms of the dollar. Us Americans are so biased, and you know, many of you even today have asked, why don't Americans get this yet? And the answer is because us Americans are so spoiled, we've never had to think in two currencies before. You guys have, right? And so we still have a long way to go in learning about that. And so this is the point I always tell my American friends, is that when you think of stocks in terms of the currency, you think they're going up forever. But really, in terms of Bitcoin, stocks are going down against Bitcoin forever, indefinitely towards zero. The same thing with gold, right? Obviously, South Africa, BRICS. It's a good start. Political currency attached to gold is better than political currency alone. However, gold is trending to zero against Bitcoin. This is Tesla stock, a very aggressive growth company in the United States. Obviously, here in South Africa, there's a lot of discussion with Tesla and Elon Musk potentially having a gigafactory here. Ultimately, though, Tesla stock is going down indefinitely against Bitcoin. Rent and housing, which is a beautiful thing, is going down against Bitcoin forever. And all political currency, this is the best political currency in the world. Again, American dollar, it's going down indefinitely against Bitcoin. The same chart again, right? People in America like Bitcoin because number go up, right? Because, oh, Bitcoin's up 5% today, or it's down 2% today. How do I get rich quick, right? And they fail to realize it's not that Bitcoin is having boom and bust cycles up and up and up forever to the right. It's that the dollar they're pricing it in is going down perpetually forever to the right. Everything is going down against Bitcoin, in the same way all political currencies go down against gold. There's still 1,000x for Bitcoin to reach parity with the rest of the world's assets in terms of today's dollars, right? Not including the printed currency of tomorrow. And ultimately, as we have more energy, I think Bitcoin is the next step for continuing the exponential curve of energy consumption and production that we've been on for the last 2,000 years. And I think Bitcoin is on par as a kind of innovation like the locomotive, like the newspaper, like the discovery of the North Americas from Europe, like the plane or the car or the computer and internet itself. I think Bitcoin is an innovation that's significant and that important. So right now, or at least last year, late 2023 when I made this, that's Bitcoin way up there, that little orange slice. You know, people always ask me if they're too late to Bitcoin. You know, people always ask me, you know, if it's too late. And the beauty is that There are hundreds of millions of people here in Africa. Most of them don't have, bank accounts or ability to save for their retirement like us spoiled Westerners do, right? We think, oh, the whole world uses money. It's like, no, 500 million, roughly 1 in 10 adults has the access to financial services like us Americans do, right? And so it is definitely not too late to Bitcoin because the vast majority of people still don't have property rights, right? And so the beauty of Bitcoin is that it's going to go from basically nothing, like a little whisper at these tiny little Bitcoin conferences, to something bigger and bigger and bigger, and definitely, and hopefully, eventually consuming all the world. Granted, this will take many decades, right? This is not going to happen overnight. But the beauty, my hope is to go from 500 million to 5 billion adults with property rights. And I think Bitcoin is the tool to get us there. And if you do the math out, what you do in the slide I won't talk about, even very small amounts of Bitcoin, right? And that's the beauty, is that people here in Africa, you may not be able to buy a house that keeps doubling every couple of years because it's such a high barrier to entry. But you can start with maybe $5 a Bitcoin, then $10 a Bitcoin, right? And then just go up from there. The barrier to entry is so low that it is truly open to everyone. So eventually, Bitcoin will go up forever, and definitely in terms of political currency. And this is the beauty with where we're going into the future in regards to custody solutions, right? Right now, the vast majority use single sig as their mechanism for storing Bitcoin. But I believe in the future, multi-sig and Lightning adoption are going to vastly outstrip that of single sig, right? I think we're in the beginning of the end of single sig being the dominant form of custody. I think as we zoom out and out and out, people are going to look at these 3 stages of custody adoption as one and the same as Bitcoin, right? Like we're going to look at these 3 things as the same thing, but in reality, we're not even, in my opinion, we're not even at the early days of Bitcoin yet, right? The early days of Bitcoin are when people are consolidating UTXOs in their multi-sig, right? I think the true innovation is even beyond that. It's Lightning. It's when there are 3 billion people using this every day, right? We're still only at 60% internet adoption. So in many ways, we're still in the late early days of the internet, right? Almost half the world is still yet to use the internet daily. And I think the same thing with Bitcoin is that it's not even we're early to Bitcoin, it's that we're in the ancient Bitcoin days. So with that said, my encouragement is for people to get off zero. This is why I make lots of content. I think the largest problem in Bitcoin is lack of understanding. Lack of understanding that it's not Bitcoin going up, but everything is going down. So with that said, everyone, encourage you to get off zero. Thank you so much for your time and really appreciate it. Thanks.
Fantastic. Yeah. Well done, mate. That was really good. Please give it up for Luke. That was fantastic. Get off zero, everyone. Get off zero. I love the use of calling fiat money political currencies as well. I'm going to steal that one, Luke. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for making the trip here. Now we are going across the African continent to Nigeria. Is Femi in the room? Femi is over there. Whoa! The man who clearly needs no introduction. So all I'm going to do is say the title, because this title is so intriguing. It's about accelerating the journey to infinity. And of course, Femi Longe is the founder of B-Trust Builders. Femi, not the founder, co-founder, CEO, secretary? Secretary. Please welcome to the stage the secretary of B-Trust Builders, Femi Longe. Best of luck, man.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Femi. I struggled to find a title for the talk, so I called it Accelerating Journey to Infinity. I thought of calling it Accelerating Journey to Mass Adoption of Bitcoin. But as I go, you'll understand what I mean by infinity. I got into Bitcoin about 2 years ago, so I'm relatively new here. But prior to coming into Bitcoin, I've worked with startups for years, for the last 15 years in Nigeria. And startups that solve real human beings' problems, but that could also make money in the purpose, at the same time. Since joining Bitcoin, right now I run B-Trust Builders, which is a program that trains African software developers and helps them make the journey to become Bitcoin developers and open source Bitcoin developers. Because I believe that this technology is groundbreaking, but it will be a shame if Africa doesn't engage this technology like producers. rather than consumers like we have with most waves of technology in the past. And so what we do at BitTrust Builders, like I said, is we find developers. So Monday, 4 days ago, we actually started a new cohort. We have 55 engineers from across Africa that are going through a 3-month program to become Bitcoin developers. But today I want to talk about, and I've heard a number of the speakers have talked about how it's going to take a long time, decades, for us to get to that stage where people can use Bitcoin, spend their Bitcoin, and have everything denominated in Bitcoin. Today I want to talk about how I think we can actually make that journey happen faster, and what kind of paradigms and things and ways in which we're thinking as Bitcoiners in this space may actually be slowing down that journey, and what we can actually do to accelerate. So, in one of my readings, I saw that sound money, good money, typically should have 3 core functions: as a medium of exchange of value, as a means to store value, but also as a unit of account. I've been saying this since late last year, but I feel in Bitcoin we have an identity crisis. There's an obsession of Bitcoin or with Bitcoin as an investment asset, a store of value, and it influences a lot of the conversations we have in Bitcoin, a lot of the innovation we have in Bitcoin, a lot of the way we see this, as against the purpose of Bitcoin as a medium of exchange. I tend to feel, at least this is my personal feeling, that when Satoshi put out that white paper, at least from what I read, the aim wasn't how do I create digital gold. It was a peer-to-peer means of cash transaction, which in many ways embodies what that medium of exchange function should be. Unfortunately, if you use Bitcoin Twitter, if you use conferences in Bitcoin as a means of a barometer of where people's minds are, there's this heavy skew towards the store of value. There's the obsession about, oh, we have the Bitcoin ETFs. Look at all the drama around price, whether it's going up or it's going down. To the point where we've actually eclipsed conversations around Bitcoin as a means of exchange, or even Bitcoin as a unit of account. I think that's the wrong way to go about it if we're really interested in adoption of the currency. If I think from the point of view of the person in Africa, which is my constituency, that's looking at money, which is the way I tend to look at life and look at people. I think if we really want to scale this currency, we need to find balance in the argument. So this is my encapsulation of what I see as the typical flow of transactions at the moment, if you look from the point of view of a human being. You have an infinite number of ways that you can earn, but most times in fiat. And then you're expected to convert that fiat, at least that's what we Bitcoiners want. We want you to convert that fiat to Bitcoin. But then when you want to spend on the things that actually improve your quality of life every day, you still have to convert that Bitcoin to fiat. While it may seem like Bitcoin is the center of this conversation, actually that's not true. For the average human being, fiat is actually the center of the conversation. Because for the things that they earn, the things they have, and the things that they use, it all still has to go through fiat. And so while we think Bitcoin is in the center, unfortunately, the way we're looking at Bitcoin right now, we keep centering fiat. And for as long as we're centering fiat, the journey to mass adoption is going to take a very long time. A lot of our conversations in Bitcoin focus typically on that area of the conversion. How do you convert your Bitcoin to fiat? How do you convert your fiat to Bitcoin? And all the things that we end up building in Bitcoin end up being things that service that paradigm. Wallet, exchange. Wallet, exchange. I think we have more than enough multi-sig wallets. We don't need any new wallets. Because I think there are bigger fundamental problems that human beings have that we can be innovating around. That we need more energy, more focus of attention, rather than how do people convert their fiat to Bitcoin and how do they convert their Bitcoin to fiat. Because unfortunately, this focus is also the point of failure in Bitcoin as it is right now from a human standpoint. The time when you have to convert your Bitcoin to fiat or the time when you convert your fiat to Bitcoin is when you're subject to volatility risk. I like the point that the last speaker made around it's not actually Bitcoin that is volatile, it's actually fiat that is volatile. But if people have to do their spending in Bitcoin, then they are conscious of the time when they came in and the time when they went out. But it's also a problem because at the moment, there are two primary ways at the moment. Maybe there's a third, but it's not properly developed for people to get Bitcoin. For the vast majority of us, we have to convert our fiat to Bitcoin. Yes, there's mining, but the economics of mining, only a few people can actually play there. Eric is printing money as he sits here. For the rest of us, the ability to earn Bitcoin is actually what takes Bitcoin to the level where it needs to get to. Where I don't have to earn in fiat and then convert that fiat to Bitcoin. Because what that is causing right now, and people looked at the Bitcoin ETFs and were rejoicing, I felt dread. Because the guys who won in the fiat world, we're now giving them the opportunity to now win in the Bitcoin world. Because they're basically taking all the fiats that they got in that world through the money printer and buying up Bitcoin. Yes, Africans can come in with $5, but in the grand scheme of things, what power dynamics are we creating in the Bitcoin world by that paradigm? And what's the effect of that going to be in 5 years, in 10 years' time? At that point of conversion is also where you have problem with the user experience. That's where all conversations around should you self-custody or not self-custody come to play. That's where you also have the fear of scam. And for lots of people in Africa, they won't touch Bitcoin with a 10-foot pole. Because in the past, someone have told them, put your fiat in this thing, the price is going up. Except that he needed the money, and he converted his fiat to Bitcoin at the top of the curve. And then now the price is down, and he has a financial need that is immediate. And so he's hard to liquidate. And as far as it's concerned, this was a scam. We diminish Bitcoin as currency when we get obsessed about Bitcoin as a store of value and an investment asset. For me, this is the ideal flow. In the ideal world, in the world we should actually aspire to, where we should focus our energy on, people should have an infinite number of ways that they can earn Bitcoin. Earning Bitcoin should actually be the default, not buying Bitcoin with fiat. So if you're a plumber, you should be able to do your plumbing and earn Bitcoin. If you're a designer earning on Upwork, you should be able to get paid in Bitcoin. You shouldn't have to learn currency trading, which is a specialized skill, to be able to get into Bitcoin. And in that world, just like Karel had in the later diagrams in his presentation, that also creates an infinite number of places where you can actually spend Bitcoin. Because for every service that you need, then there's somebody else that is willing to earn Bitcoin. And I see that, and I see this as the infinity that we, as the Bitcoin community, should actually be working towards. So if you're thinking of innovation in the space, for me, your basis of determining is this worth pursuing is answering that question. Does it increase the number of ways that people can earn Bitcoin? Or does it increase the number of ways that people can spend the Bitcoin they have without converting it to fiat? But how do we get to this infinity? I strongly, strongly believe that utility is the clearest path to Bitcoin adoption. If technology solves people's problem, you won't have to convince them to use it. And the parallel I use with this, and I probably should find a different parallel at some point soon because I use it a lot. But parallel I use to this is the mobile apps. Because I started the innovation hub in Nigeria right at the dawn of mobile apps. When the biggest conversation in the Nigerian tech ecosystem, developer ecosystem, is should I learn to build iOS or should I learn to build for Android? Now, if you go to my old mom and ask her if she has a mobile app, she will tell you no. But if you ask her if she has WhatsApp, of course. Because when she needs to speak to her grandchildren, she whips up the phone, whips up WhatsApp, and makes a call. Now imagine if someone was trying to convince her to install mobile apps, and they started with a conversation on what's the difference between the iOS and the Android ecosystem, and which one is better and which one is worse, and how do you download the apps, and this is how it works in the back end. She's done. That's the way the majority of Bitcoin education happens right now. The majority of the world do not need to understand decentralization, censorship resistance, all the things that we feel is extremely important. It is irrelevant for majority of the world. What they want to know is, can this thing solve a fundamental problem that I have? And for a huge chunk of the world, their fundamental problem is they don't even have enough money to eat. So if we can figure out how they can get this thing and how they can use it to improve their quality of life, if we can find a way to also make sure that every touch point in their day, from when they wake up in the morning, that involves them touching money or interacting with money, that there is a Bitcoin payment option. You will not have to convince people to use Bitcoin. I love the work that's been done with Pick and Pay. But I think that's a tip of the iceberg of what is possible if more of the minds in Bitcoin are looking in that direction. I think as Bitcoiners, not every Bitcoin solution has to be, like I said, has to be a wallet or an exchange. I think we need to start thinking about what are the utility problems that people have as real humans, and how do we build Bitcoin Lightning-powered solutions that solve those problems, starting with our own niche. 2 years ago, we launched the first Build for Africa hackathon. And last year, we ran it again with the finalists selected at the African Bitcoin Conference in Ghana, encouraging software developers across the continent and anyone else to think about real problems, solutions that solve real problems that real human beings have, and to build prototypes of those kind of solutions so we can convert them and help them walk the journey to become real solutions that are solving the problems that people have. And we saw fantastic ideas. The team that won, BitPension, is basically trying to build a tool for people to save for their pension in time-locked Bitcoin wallets. So it's almost like dollar cost average buying Bitcoin, but it's going to your pension, timed to a specific time in the future. Makes it easy for people for whom pension is not even part of the conversation at the moment. What other problems, what other pains can we actually help people scratch with actual real products that are powered by Bitcoin and Lightning? Ahead of that hackathon, we launched a dream board. And if you scan that QR code, you get to it. And that dream board is an open source dashboard where anyone who has an idea or a problem that they think Bitcoin can be used to address can just go there and dump their idea. Or anyone who has the ability to build but is not sure what needs to be built can also go there and copy an idea. Because we understand that oftentimes the people who walk in the circle where the problems are very far from the people who have the ability to build it. And so our intention is to keep expanding and this pool of ideas that you can build that solve real people's problems powered by this technology. The more of those that we can take to market in this part of the world, across the world, the more we make Bitcoin more real to human beings. But here's one that I'm also very passionate about. And again, I have to give hats off to Karel. I hadn't met him before today, and I was going to speak to him. We need to find ways in which we can get Bitcoin integrated into mainstream applications that have achieved scale. Udemy is a popular learning tool that's online, an opportunity for people who have skills to sell their skills through courses. What if you could denominate your course, you had a choice to denominate your course or get paid for your course on Udemy in either Bitcoin or in fiat? And what if Udemy could price the courses on their platform in either Bitcoin or fiat? They have tens of millions of people that take courses on that platform every day. There are millions of people that are on Uber every day. There are millions of people that use Uber Eats every day. How do we engage those platforms that have achieved scale? And how do we get them to integrate Bitcoin as an option for users on their platform? There are conversations that need to happen to make that happen. Are we having those conversations? Bitcoiners like talking to Bitcoiners. But perhaps it's time that we leave the Bitcoin bubble and go start talking to people who have built products that have scaled, that help people live good lives every day. I was in December, I was told to stop punching down on Bitcoin educators, so I won't. But my thought is, I think we need more strategic Bitcoin education rather than just let's educate the mass users about Bitcoin. I think we need to be looking at drivers of scale. The people that, if you get this person orange pilled, this person is sitting on a platform that can get 1 million people on Bitcoin tomorrow. And I gave one example. The founders, the leaders of mainstream application, of mainstream startups, and maybe not even the top tier ones who may be in the radar of the regulators, but the guys that are coming next to them, the challengers. And we have them as our friends. How do we engage them? How do we get them to understand practically what it means to actually, and why, to actually integrate Bitcoin into the solutions that they're building? Or investors. I'm Nigerian. In the last 8 months, the currency of Nigeria has halved in value. This time last year, it was $600 to 600 naira to $1. Today is 1,300 naira to $1. And one of the big conversations in the Nigerian startup ecosystem is about investors who have invested in startups, in dollars. Startups are earning in naira and have to give returns to investors in dollars, but they can't even get the money out. So for the investors, it's an issue. How do I get returns on the money I've put in? For the startups, it's an issue. How do I maintain the value of the income that's coming into my startups? That's a ripe ground for conversation. How do we strategically educate those kind of people? People who we know have influence and can bring millions and millions on board this technology. But I think we also need to tell our story more. We need to do more research and documentation and sharing our stories of real use cases of Bitcoin. We saw the videos of people speaking to the Senate in the US saying, I've never found a real use case of Bitcoin except for drug dealers and money launderers. But we have real use cases. How do we tell those stories more? How do we tell it in the places that people of influence can hear? But also other people can hear and see that as a reason to come on board the bandwagon. And how do we, and we as Africans, particularly we from developing countries, bring our points of view and insights into development of the Bitcoin core infrastructure? And that's what we're trying to do in the work that we do at BitTrust Builders. So for me, I'll round up by saying, I think infinity should be the focus of the work we do if we want Bitcoin to be adopted at scale and to be adopted very fast. And infinity, how do we create an infinite number of ways for people to earn Bitcoin? And how do we create an infinite number of ways for people to spend Bitcoin? If we do that, then all the thoughts that this will take 30 years or 20 years or however many decades might actually not be so far. I strongly believe that Africa is where Bitcoin has come to scale. And I hope that as we continue on the conversations and the conference, as we continue to engage, we'll do all the work that we need to do to get us to the infinity. Thank you very much.
Boss, well done, man. Awesome stuff from Femi. Blew us away again. Fantastic. Also quite a few doses of, reality there, a couple of reality checks. And I'm really glad that he didn't dunk on Bitcoin educators as he has done in the past. So cheers, Femi. Now, we are moving on to another banger talk here. This is going to be from Ricky Allardyce, who should be somewhere in the audience. There he is over there. Now, we're going to be talking about geopolitics. We're going to be talking about Bitcoin as a mechanism to undermine geopolitics. And I'm actually going to read the blurb that was provided because it did not make sense to me when I first read it. So, parallel institutions and self-determined communities can defend themselves against the battle of titans taking place between the global south and NATO by adopting Bitcoin. It feels like the plot of some new Bitcoin movie. I'm ready for it, Ricky. Are you ready for it? Are you guys ready for it? Come on, guys, adopting Bitcoin. Let's go. Ricky Allardyce takes the stage.
Well, I'm not ready for it. I thought my talk was in an hour, so. Okay. All right, guys. Hi, my name's Ricky. Please excuse my slide deck. I spent a lot of time prepping for this conference and not so much my talk, but here we are. All right, so the nature of my talk today is aimed particularly at the parallel institutions of South Africa. And how to use Bitcoin as a defense mechanism against geopolitics and how to be the remora fish, really, and use Bitcoin to your advantage. So who am I? I'm a Bitcoin entrepreneur. I've owned a couple of Bitcoin companies. I'm a co-organizer of the conference here, and I'm a very concerned South African citizen. I own and run a local podcast called By the Horns, which is focusing on South Africa, or a Bitcoin podcast about South Africa, really. And I used to own a company called Bitvice, which was South Africa's first direct-to-self-custody OTC desk. And we also built a pretty cool product called SatStacker, which let you accumulate Bitcoin on-chain directly to your own self-custody as well. This was kind of before Lightning was really taking off so much. But yeah, let people accumulate Bitcoin on a weekly basis. And currently, I own a company called Bitcoin Only, consultancy firm, and focus on security and getting people into self-custody. So, with that out the way, what is a parallel institution? They are community organizations that advocate for the member base and build alternative structures to government services. Essentially, they're the guys who pick up the pieces when government stuffs up. Now, for those of you who are foreigners, you might not know this, but the South African government is extremely inefficient and ineffective, and they have dropped the ball all over the place. And as a result, for the last 20, 30 years, we've had parallel institutions pop up to fill in the void. This ranges from filling potholes to fixing water and sanitation to all the way to fixing electricity. So they are an integral part of South African society and kind of the glue that's holding things together presently. So who have we got? If you guys were here this morning, you would have seen Russ Lamberti's talk from Sakaliga. Sakaliga is a business chamber. They cater to their members, which are business owners. And off their own website here, you can see they address the harm of state failure on our communities, starts with having a strong, purpose-built, state-proof vehicle, capable of developing scalable solutions to state failure and disorder, mounting comprehensive legal challenges, and coordinating concrete solutions to shared problems. This vehicle is Sakaliga. It's a lot of words for saying they rally business to hold government accountable and to create alternatives. Another parallel institution that's here today is the Institute of Race Relations. Now, they've been going for almost 100 years. John, the CEO, is somewhere here in the crowd. Their aim is to make South Africa free and prosperous. Now, they put forward the rights of the individual. They're a classical liberal think tank. And they really focus on research, policy solutions, and advocating for the ideas of classical liberalism. And they, like I said, they've been going for almost 100 years. The third one, unfortunately, who couldn't make it today is AfriForum. AfriForum has got about 315,000 rate-paying members. They bring in upwards of 20 million rand a month in member contributions. And I mean, as you can see, they marshal over 10,000 volunteers to really fill in the gaps where government has dropped the ball. Their main aim here is to keep South Africa free, safe, and prosperous. So what is the role of the parallel institution in South Africa? Well, there's kind of big picture macro things going on, and one of the themes over the last few years is multipolarity. South Africa traditionally has been within the Western sphere of influence, but that is changing. We're gravitating eastward towards a multipolar world order after centuries of being aligned with the West. We are the S in BRICS. We declared neutrality on the Russia-Ukraine war. We took a neutral stance. Obviously, the West didn't like that. Allegedly, we supplied weapons to Russia. That hasn't been proven yet, but there was a lot of fuss about it. We were also grey-listed by the Financial Action Task Force, another Western institution. And some of you might have seen this. South Africa took Israel to court on charges of genocide. Wherever you fall on that debate, the fact of the matter is they did it. And this obviously is going against France, the Great Britain and the US and Germany, who are supporting them in that. So clearly gravitating east, not west anymore. The next thing to look at is what's going to happen to the value of the rand. ZAR devaluation is the most likely outcome for the next foreseeable future. This is the rate from 1955 versus the USD to where we are now. So going from essentially parity to the US dollar to 20 rand to the US dollar. And on top of that, inflation of fiat currencies is also the most likely outcome. So as you can see, the dollar's purchasing power has eroded dramatically over the last 60 years as well. So it's not just the rand is devaluing, it's that the thing that everything is tethered to is devaluing as well. Deindustrialization is another big theme that's happening in South Africa. And this is mainly because of our electricity supply being intermittent, and we're actually producing less power than we were before. The graph on the left, you can see our energy consumption is actually dropping. So this means people are using less power, and this is not because they're environmentally friendly, this is because there's less power available. Simultaneously, you can also see that our unemployment rate from 2003 till 2022 has increased by about 15%, and this is the official rate. Unofficially, we're seeing about 50% unemployment with 70% youth unemployment. This is a major challenge. We have the highest unemployment rate in the world, basically. Then there's political pressure on non-conformists. So individuals and minority groups who align west in South Africa will come under pressure. And for the parallel institutions who stand for things like self-sovereignty, self-determination, primacy of the individual, this means that effectively you're going to come under pressure from the current government, which aligns towards communist ideology. So just to see where this has happened in the rest of the world, obviously there was in Hong Kong, the democratic protests are being clamped down on by the Chinese authorities. We've seen Russia clamp down on dissidents in Russia. And in Nigeria, we've seen protests, anti-police brutality protests being clamped down on as well. However, Western intel agencies are not innocent in this, and they've been driving color revolutions all around the world for years, and this causes clampdowns when those color revolutions fail. So for the people who align with those color revolutions, when they don't work out, they come under persecution. So obviously we know America's been doing this for quite a while. Starting in, as you can see, this article is 19 years old. In 2004 in Kiev, they started the Orange Revolution. Then the Tulip Revolution in Kyrgyzstan in 2005. This is something they've been doing for quite some time. The point I'm making is that if you find yourself in the middle of this, it's not a good place to be. So, what have we learned here? If you are a parallel institution or an individual who doesn't align with the government, BRICS is obviously not going to save you, and the West is not going to save you. Western governments pay lip service to these principles of self-determination, self-governance, sovereignty, freedom, but they will only support you so far as it furthers their own agenda. And what the parallel institutions should look at doing is taking a leaf out of the Bitcoin book and decentralize to create continuity of your institution under adversarial conditions. So what we've seen with parallel institutions in South Africa is they've been very successful. But at some point, if you are successful, you're going to show up the government, and you will come under scrutiny and pressure, and they are going to apply they'll apply pressure where they can. And the most obvious choke point is your bank account. This is not just me postulating. This happened in Canada. This happened to Nigel Farage recently. And this happened to someone called Iqbal Swave, who most people in South Africa have no love for. But if it can happen to him, remember, this man has not been convicted of any crimes. He's had most of his bank accounts shut down by all of the big banks. This is a billionaire, by the way, for foreigners who don't know. If they can do it to him, they can do it to you. So, what can you do? Well, you can keep building parallel institutions. Please, don't stop. We love the fact that you're doing it. However, I would suggest looking at open source tools that are available to you, because open source tools are very, very hard to shut down. And if you wish to remain as censorship resistant as possible, it might be a good idea to look at some open source tools. And then the most important thing here is to protect and grow both your individual and your community's wealth, because the wealthier you are as an organization, the more you can do in society, the more you can achieve. I know this is a contentious issue in the Bitcoin community, but money may be a store of energy. I know this triggers Carl particularly hard, but to some point this is true, to some level, you know. So basically make money and save your money. And if you're saving your money in the rand, you might have problems over the long term. So what can you do? Remove yourself from the ZAR as a store of value. South African rand is a shitcoin, guys. It really is. In terms of other shitcoins, it's not so bad, but nonetheless. So what you should possibly look at doing is building on rails that allow for the censorship-resistant store of value and medium of exchange. Obviously, I'm hinting at Bitcoin here. Because you could save in the US dollar, or even in US dollar stablecoins. But dollar sanctions may be levied against South Africa. Grey listing is obviously the start of this. We may be cut off to Western markets under sanctions. This happened to Russia. If it can happen to Russia, obviously it can happen to us. And this is where Bitcoin comes in, and this is where stablecoins come in, and this is where things that like stable sats are really great innovation, because you don't have to trust some stablecoin issuer. You can just trust Bitcoin. So using the tools that are available to you to educate yourself and your community on how to opt out of the ZAR. I'm not suggesting to parallel institutions that you move over to a Bitcoin standard today. That's unrealistic. What I am suggesting, though, is that Bitcoin is money for enemies. And if the US is using it, and the Russians are using it, and the North Koreans are using it, it might be a good idea to become a Bitcoin remora fish and just, you know, follow on the big shark. And use this tool to preserve your wealth and your purchasing power in your own community. So as we know, Russia is mining Bitcoin. I don't know if any of you guys noticed when Nord Stream pipeline blew up, there was a big increase in hash rate. Don't know what that was about, but I just noticed it. El Salvador, tiny little country in Central America, has been buying 1 Bitcoin per day. They get it. And the US has taken a different approach to acquiring Bitcoin. They just steal it, but it works. So what are the tools available to you? Really, guys, embracing open source tech is a really good way to go about this. For example, something I was thinking about is a education system that someone like AfriForum might start bringing out. A curriculum. Open source the curriculum, so that anyone can download that curriculum and do homeschooling at home. This is how you, you win the culture war. Because most foreigners here won't know, but the South African education system is horrific. And if you can opt out of that and build your own, that's a great way to keep your community educated. But if you register as a private school or you register your own curriculum, the government will just regulate you and stop you from doing that. But if you make it open source, it's very hard for them to police free speech, which is what open source is. Something that makes Bitcoin easy for your members to use, that abstracts away, and this ties into what Femi was saying, abstracts away the difficulty. Self-custodial Lightning, it's difficult. You know, it's not that easy to use. I think the guys had a really good session this morning with the Fedi workshop for how you can use Fedi and Fedi mints to have Lightning wallets for your members. And this is really, really useful, because if you can make Lightning easy for your members to use, then, you know, it just makes that onboarding process a lot easier. They're not going to get rug pulled. It makes life a lot easier. Multi-sigs are great, especially at an organizational level. because you can distribute your keys, and someone like Sakalicha, for example, they already have a Bitcoin strategy, they already have a multisig in place. This is a great way for them to accumulate donations in Bitcoin, and the community doesn't have to worry that they're going to one director is going to rug pull the community and run off with the Bitcoin because using multisig. BTC Pay Server, I'm a huge fan of what they're doing there. This makes receiving payments obviously much easier, and it's open source. Communications are key, and Nosta has not been embraced yet by this community. But I think this becomes vital, because if you can't communicate, how can you expect to transact? So having a free and open communication rail is vital. And then what Liquid is doing is great. I really like what Ben was doing, the Aqua workshop earlier. This makes it a lot easier so you don't have to interact with Lightning. You can have self-custodial Liquid Bitcoin. I mean, obviously the jury's out and how people feel about Liquid being a federation. It's obviously not on-chain Bitcoin. But the point here is, how do you make this easy so you can get mass adoption within your community? Sakalicha has got 12,000 members, businesses, the biggest businesses in the country. AfriForum's got over 200,000 rate-paying members. IRR's got over 12,000 members. You need to make it as easy as possible for these members to onboard to Bitcoin. So getting them to set up their own self-custody wallets, sure, that'll work for 5–10% of them, but you need to make it easy. Community custody, something like Fediment, this is really important, because it's much easier for them to trust, your members to trust you, than it is for them to trust some faceless exchange who have a history of rug pulling people. And finally, I think what is important is that every parallel institution should develop their own Bitcoin strategy that is appropriate to them. How do you engage with the community about it? Education is key here. You can't just roll out a Bitcoin strategy and say to your members, cool guys, we're on a Bitcoin strategy, on a Bitcoin standard now. Most of your members are 65-year-old Afrikaans ladies. They're just not going to buy into it like that. You gotta ease them in. Yeah, you got to wine and dine them first and teach them about Bitcoin and why it's important. You don't have to sell people on the idea of inflation. They get it. They understand that the rand is devaluing. They've seen a decrease in their purchasing power. So you don't have to sell them on that. You just need to sell them on, look, guys, we are taking an alternative approach here. We're not leaving the rand and our rand bank account behind, but we are investigating Bitcoin, and you start the conversation. Then you could push how to accumulate Bitcoin as savings. This might trigger Femi for a bit here, but just having a store of value in a country which has 15% inflation rate year on year is quite important. And especially having it in a country where you don't necessarily have access to foreign markets. Not every South African can buy S&P 500 or get access to US dollars. So Bitcoin is a really simple way for you to get offshore bank accounts, offshore exposure, as it were. Thirdly is, how do you receive your monthly member contributions in Bitcoin? This is the most important point to me, because if you become a stick in the eye of government because you make them look so bad, because their schools are falling apart that they built and they're over budget and people are stealing money, and you building schools on time, on budget, FYI, Solidariteit, which is part of the AfriForum is part of the Solidarity movement. They built a technical college, and the largest single contribution they got from their members was 10 rand. They built this college that was worth multi-millions rands. They built it on time, on budget, with the largest contribution being 10 rand. This obviously shows the government up, makes them look very bad. So if you can build an alternative rail to keep doing the work that you're doing, I would suggest doing it on something like Bitcoin, because sooner or later, like I said, they're going to shut down your bank account. And then all of the hard work you've done for 30 years or 20 years or 5 years, however long, is going to be for nothing because you can't transact. So part of your strategy is like, how do you lay these foundations now? I don't suggest you do it immediately, but start laying the foundations, start having the conversation with your members. So when the time is right, you guys can make the switch and you don't get left high and dry with your bank account being shut down and hyperinflation hitting and your members have no way to pay you in Bitcoin. So food for thought for the parallel institutions. Yeah, I think the time to start thinking about this is now. Thank you very much.
That was great, man. That was really good. Fantastic. Another really thought-provoking talk. Ricky, what was the name of that group that they survived off 10 rand donations? That's an amazing story. What's it called? Solidarity. If I Google that, Solidarity 10 rand, it'll come up. That's such a strong sort of advert as well for Nosta zaps. You know, you were saying how Nosta's not quite got into South Africa. 10 Rand is your average zap. I think that's like 696 sats or something. So yeah, there you go. Get Solidarity onto Nosta, and there you've got Nosta adoption in South Africa. That was fantastic. We're actually going to take our break just now. So it's going to be 20 minutes to take your refreshments. Someone made a mistake with the planning and rudely invited Ricky onto the stage earlier than he should have been. That someone was me. I'm really sorry, everyone. So yeah, the break is now. Please do enjoy some refreshments and come back here for the final 2 or 3 panels of the day, which are going to be barnstormingly good. You don't want to miss them. We're going to Malawi for some Bitcoin mining. We've got our very own panel of the day, and we've got another one, which I've just forgotten because I need that coffee. So please see you back here in 20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please do come in and take your seats. We are going to start the next round of talks. Please come in. Ricky, could I ask you a favor? Could you shout into the corridor? I know you want to do this. Thanks, mate. He's building a parallel institution out there, and he's bringing them in, much like his keynote just earlier. Are you all having a lovely day so far? Yeah, yeah. Are you ready for the final 3 of the day? I know this day has gone past in the blink of an eye, but there's been so much information, so much Bitcoin information, don't say it, and I'm really excited for this next one because we're going to hear about stories of Bitcoin mining in Malawi and probably in Kenya too. The speaker for this talk is Janet. She needs no introduction, of course. Have any of you seen the short film called Stranded? Seen a short film called Stranded? Anyone? You have seen it? So you'll know Janet from the short film. I do recommend that you watch it. It's fantastic, and it's one of the best and most convincing arguments I've ever seen for the use case of Bitcoin mining. Like, if anyone watches that and thinks, actually, Bitcoin mining's bad for the world, then they need to go see a psychiatrist immediately. Now, Janet, are you ready to take to the stage? Fantastic. So she comes from a small town in Malawi. Janet from Gridless. Over to you.
So how many guys here were born in the 70s? Oh. 80s? 90s? Okay, so you're going to indulge the 70s because this is about us. So the rest of you, I'm sorry, but I'll try and make it fun. And it will be a journey down memory lane for the people who don't know what happened during those days. So I was born in the 70s, raised in the 80s, and I raved in the 90s, and I did a good job. If Google existed in the 70s and you searched for this Janet Maingi, only these 2 photos would come up. I was 6 months old, the perfect age for my parents to take me for my first photo shoot ever. And because cameras were a luxury, we were taken to studios. I guess you can spot me with the rest of my siblings. I'm the tiny person sitting on the floor. 13 years later, another one was added, but he's lucky he has colored photos. So, as you may see, our photos were all black and white, charming, classic, timeless. And interestingly, when you went to the studios, there were only Kodak cameras. So we refer to our photo shoots as Kodak moments. My childhood was very eventful, and I repeat, very, very eventful. I have scars to show for it. So we spend most of our days outdoors, sliding down muddy paths, making cars out of milk cartons or metal packaging, making footballs out of plastic bags and manila ropes. And then I guess what could give us our parents a big headache was we used to wait for them to come in the evening to share our catch for the day, only for them to discover we've been fishing tadpoles. To keep up with the 80s pop, we had cassettes. And these cassettes came pre-recorded, so whether it was Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, Lionel Richie, and you can mention the rest. And of course, over time, we learned how to overwrite these cassettes to come up with our own music based on the radio offering that we had locally. In terms of television, our TVs did not disappoint. We had only one channel, Voice of Kenya. It started airing at 4 p.m. until midnight, and 98% of the offering was politics and current affairs. In the other 2%, they squeezed in some gospel, and then think of cartoons such as Tom and Jerry, Flintstones, Casper the Friendly Ghost, Ghostbusters, all in black and white. Occasionally, there were movies that were held in the local community halls. These were found along the small towns throughout the country. When it comes to communication, we had landlines. I'm sure you can see the first photo on your right. For those who were not born those days, we used to dial. And as we grew older and became cheeky, a padlock appeared, just for our parents to make sure we cannot dial and call anybody. Because telephone cost was still a bit steep for families. And where you didn't have a landline at home, then we had public booths strategically distributed through different towns in Kenya. But letter writing was the in thing. So we used to get writing pads and envelopes and stamps, and that's the way we kept in touch with our family and friends. As we got older and became teenagers, we waited for the letters when the boys sent them to you. And they came with a writing at the back, swag, sealed with a kiss. Of course, faxes also existed, but these ones were more relevant to the corporate world. This is a newspaper announcement for mobile telephony coming into Kenya. This was in 1992. To put in some context, the initial investment was about $2,000. $2,000 was enough to take me through 1 year of public university. So it was quite a lot of money. And you can see the size of the headset and how over the years, it has actually become a smaller and smaller item to carry around. When it came to money transfer, we had money orders. So you'd go to the post office and request for money order based on the denomination you want to send. So for example, if you're sending 500 shillings, you'd buy one for 500 shillings. Then you'd cut off the stub and put this stub in an envelope and post it to the person who is expecting the money. And then pray that snail mail makes it, because sometimes the envelope never made it to the person. So when it was very urgent, our parents would actually board a bus and go up country to deliver the money to whoever needed it. Sometimes think of the vastness. So where my grandparents grew versus where I was in Nairobi was possibly about 300 kilometers. And then there were no banks. There was only Post Bank. So there were no ATMs. There were no checkbooks. We had what was called passbooks. And every time you visited the bank, they made a debit or a credit with a pen. So that's how you kept account of your money, if you are not mattress banking. So, why were the 80s very important for us? Apart from the iconic musicians, pop music, and of course the fashion, we had the flares, the afros. For the people around this room, the 80s was an important period because that was the start of the digital age. This is the decade where we witnessed significant technology advancements, such as the birth of internet and the rise of personal computers, which over time have impacted how we work, how we live, and how we do business in Africa. So, how are we then going to capitalize on the new and existing technologies that we are now seeing to solve and transform Africa based on the systemic issues that we have? So whether it's education, whether it's energy, whether it's water, whether it's sanitation, whether it's financial literacy or entrepreneurship, how do we capitalize these technologies? So as Gridless, we chose energy. What we do in Gridless, we basically set up Bitcoin mining containers next to off-grid renewable mini-grids, and we become off-takers of the stranded or excess power that they have. We are currently in 3 countries, and that's why Joe keeps saying I'm from Malawi. So let's set the record straight, I am a Kenyan. But I am an African by soul. So we're in Kenya, Malawi, and Zambia. And of course, growing. On the right, you can see that's one of our biomass projects that is upcoming. And on the left, it's a hydro project. So we are currently running off hydro, biomass, and geothermal in the different localities. And this is the first site, Joe, not Malawi, Kenya. This is in Moranga, and we're running a hybrid of hydro and solar. It's about 500 kilowatts. So what do? We basically do Bitcoin mining. So somebody earlier mentioned that Eric is sitting here, but he's making money. True to that. But beyond that, as we mentioned, we go for the stranded power. So we make sure that we're not taking any power that anybody else would require. So whether it's communities, whether it's local factories, they get priority. And so we actually base our utilization on the demand. So we respond to the demand that's available. If the community needs more power, then we switch off our machines automatically. If the community releases more power to the grid, then we suck in more energy. So at the end of the day, we stabilize the grid. And how do we do this demand response? We have our secret sauce. So being in Africa and doing business in Africa, you never fail to get surprised. When we started, we thought we're just going to connect machines, mine Bitcoin, and we're good to go. But slowly we realized that the demand response was a big issue. And so we came up with our secret sauce, which is called the Gridless OS. And basically the OS comes with the features to allow us to respond to demand, to respond to supply, remote administration. So of course we run our miners off remotely. Asset mesh AI, which allows us to redistribute our assets based on the production of electricity. And of course security and data protection. So this gadget you see on the screen is a router. In our previous lives, so with the other two co-founders, Eric and Philip, we worked together and we were solving for connectivity in Africa. So we were building hardware and software for Africa and manage. It's powered by solar and it has an 8-hour battery. So we still pulled in this technology into Gridless and it's working very well in all our sites. This is an example of what the Gridless OS dashboard looks like. And it allows us to get real-time information, both as Gridless and also for our power partner, and be able to understand how they, through the different metrics, we track the water level, how much energy is generated, how much is going to the grid, how much is the excess power that then we can take to the container. And the Gridless OS has been very key, especially with partners who are not sure whether they will. I mean, when you go and talk to them about Bitcoin, they all look at you like, what are you talking about? But with the Gridless OS, it has been very instrumental in getting them to understand their own utilization, what they're generating. So we are not ignorant or naive about the challenges of connectivity in Africa. So I think this site, we saw it yesterday at Stranded, and you saw the team preparing to do this job. So that's what they were going to do, setting up a Starlink to be able to get good connectivity for Bitcoin mining. So we normally have LTE on site, but just because we know what happens with any other connectivity, a backup is important. So that's a Starlink being set up. I think it was about 200 meters above. And you can see what the team has to go through to ensure that we're able to mine our Bitcoin. In terms of infrastructure, initially we thought about importing our containers, whether from China or from the US. But quickly we discovered that the cost of getting a container into Kenya was going to be ridiculously expensive, or into Africa. For those who've done business in Africa, we know how our logistics can be a challenge. And so we actually went back to our old lives and decided we can also come up with our own container. And we started building our containers. We've deployed a second one, and we currently, I think, on the 5th build. The cost of actually building the container locally was a quarter of having to land a container from China or the US. Additionally, of course, with every other site or any other technology, maintenance is very important. And the uniqueness of Africa checked in. So we thought about dust because that was the biggest concern. But slowly we came to realize there were other challenges that lay ahead of us. So in one of our sites, we went for a site visit and found hands were full of guts from rain termites. So they were attracted by the heat and got into the miners. The miners were still operating, but we realized very quickly that in Africa there's much more than what everybody else would assume. And that's why we decided we're going to build in Africa for Africa. We don't believe we can do this on our own. And so in 2022, I think during the ABC Ghana, we launched Gamma, which is the Green Africa Mining Alliance that Jesse had spoken about earlier. We have about 6 partners at the moment, and we believe that there's space for many more people to come in and help us solve for electrification of rural Africa. Gamma's mandate, and in case Jesse said this, allow me to repeat, of course, increases the geographic spread of mining around Africa, around the world, and giving Africa a voice on the table. There's catalyzation of electrification in Africa, because as more mini grids get to be used for mining Bitcoin, and then we help these partners to economize projects that were otherwise unviable, we are then allowing for them to be able to provide electricity to other homes. Then, of course, we are creating a body of knowledge, research, and assets for policymakers. So, for example, in September last year, we had the first African Bitcoin Mining Summit, and we released the blueprint of the containers we're building, because we know other people can learn from it, other people can do it. Then, of course, Gamma provides a base for organizations to grow the future Bitcoin mining pool, and then assist new miners as they come through on how to get started. Some of us have made grave mistakes, but we want to make it easier for them. So this is just a photo of the first African Bitcoin Mining Summit. And this is at the site in Moranga. So this is just a shoot of what the blueprints look like for the containers that we build. And anybody who's interested in mining, I'm sure you'll reach out to Jesse. Currently running a seed program from Gamma, where we're looking at other ways to sponsor upcoming miners, so they're able to go through the journey in a softer manner. So again, the QR code is on the screen if you're interested. And then Jesse is somewhere in the room. I'm sure you can keep asking many questions about Gamma. So what is Africa's future? We are the solution to our problems. Technology is only a silver bullet to transforming Africa if it's in the right hands. So whether it's education, like what Bitcoin Dada is doing, whether it's medium of exchange, like what Machankura is doing, each of us has a role to play. It's about time that we show the world what we want Africa to look like, and not wait for the world to show us what Africa needs to look like. Thank you.
That was fantastic. I really enjoyed the journey through time there as well. It also made me feel a bit old, being a 90s kid of all things. Is anyone in here born in the noughties, in the 2000s? Good. Oh, nice. A solid show of hands. I often make the joke at Bitcoin conferences and Bitcoin meetups in Europe that it's a load of old, sort of middle-aged white men talking about the fall of fiat currencies. And then you see Bitcoin around the world and you go, oh, thank God, we're not just a load of old middle-aged men talking about the death of fiat currencies. Speaking of middle-aged men and the fall of fiat currencies, from a young middle-aged man, very young middle-aged man from Czech Republic, actually. He's come all the way down from Prague for this talk today, which I'm really looking forward to. Trezor, of course, have been instrumental in not just Bitcoin advocacy in Africa, but also Bitcoin education. They sponsored this fantastic looking car called the Bitcoinetta, not the one you see downstairs with the wonderful horns, but a Land Rover Cruiser that's currently sat in Accra, is that right? But it's touring around West Africa, spreading the Bitcoin message and spreading the ideas of the fact that you can use Bitcoin without an internet connection, thanks to the likes of Machankura, which, by the way, if you haven't spoken to KG about how that works yet, do go talk to him. He is the guy wearing the Argentinian football shirt, walking around with purpose. There he is. So, Trezor and Trezor Academy doing fantastic things in Africa with Bitcoin education advocacy. And I think that Joseph Titek is going to talk to us about those efforts today as part of his talk, which is called Orange Pilling Africa. Joseph, please take to the stage. Give him a round of applause, please.
Thanks. Thank you. Right. Hello, Cape Town. Yeah, it's good. Is this working? What should I press next? Ah. No. What do I do? Well, let me introduce myself. before the slides come up. So yeah, I'm Josef Kietek from Trezor, all the way from Prague, Czech Republic. And I've been with Trezor for 3 years now. And after I visited Africa Bitcoin Conference in Ghana in 2022, I got to thinking that the company Trezor, which has been around for a long time, for more than 10 years now, needs to get involved precisely in what I saw in Ghana. That means Bitcoin education in Africa. Because yeah, one of the most memorable quotes from Ghana was, Bitcoin needs Africa and Africa needs Bitcoin. And I truly believe that. And what I've seen both in Ghana and now here in South Africa has really convinced me that we are doing we are on the right track with focusing our Bitcoin education on Africa. So what we do, we are trying to orange pill people, and a lot of Bitcoiners kind of started to hate this term like orange pilling, because you cannot actually orange pill anybody. That's what somebody said recently on Twitter, and it's quite true. Everybody needs to orange pill themselves. They need to understand and internalize what Bitcoin is about. And yeah, these are great artworks from Lucio Poletti. I recommend maybe new view. This is what happened for me when I read Alex Gladstein's book, Check Your Financial Privilege. Highly recommend it. And I also wrote a book, Bitcoin Separation of Money and State. I have some here if you are interested in that. But this is more for people that already are somewhat into Bitcoin. So books are not the best first touch point for people regarding Bitcoin education. Podcasts are great, again. These are all very good podcasts. By the Horns, the local one. Stefan Livera, highly recommended. But no ordinary people are going to suddenly start listening to Bitcoin podcasts and in order to learn what it is about. That's usually not what happens. Conferences are great for us to gather and learn from each other. I've learned quite a lot of stuff here that I haven't heard anywhere else. So again, it's more for people that are already kind of on the path to understand Bitcoin. So Africa Bitcoin Conference, amazing event in Ghana. This one, Adopting Bitcoin, it's beautiful. BTC Prague is happening in June this year in Prague. And so these are all great events, but again, this is not really for ordinary people that need to go to their job, take care for their children, to learn about Bitcoin as a first touch point. I believe it's local meetups. That is how I learned about Bitcoin first, how I got the initial conviction that this actually matters and this actually has some merit. And this is because you can ask questions first. You can ask questions. It's very hard to ask a question of a book or a podcast. You can ask some questions at conferences, but meetups are where the true peer-to-peer Bitcoin education happens. And meetups have a very specific quality about them, and that is they are context specific. Because books, podcasts, conferences are usually quite wide in their scope, and it's very hard to cover really specific needs and specific contexts. So we decided to focus on Bitcoin meetups. And that's what our program, Trezor Academy, is about. It's been running for almost a year now. It's focused only on Bitcoin. It's a Bitcoin-only educational program. It's focused on self-custody as well. That's a huge issue worldwide in terms of Bitcoin. It's a series of 3 meetups where you learn why Bitcoin matters, how you can use it, and what are the most valuable resources to continue the Bitcoin journey. And most importantly, it's led by locals and for locals. So you can check out more on the website. I will show it in the end as well. And so what we have achieved so far over the past year, there's a couple hundred people that attended these meetups led by locals. So they got the understanding of Bitcoin in their actual context. We run the program several times in Ghana with Bitcoin cowries, in Cameroon, Uganda, Nigeria, Kenya, and Burundi. And it's been sort of like a pilot program where we were polishing like the curriculum, adjusting it based on like the feedback from the locals. It's still not published yet, like online, not because we are like trying to keep it in-house, but it's been changing so much it didn't make any sense to publish like the curriculum so far. And yeah, so as I said, we went to Ghana in 2022, where I learned like about Bitcoin in terms of African context. And last year in December, we went to Ghana for the second time for Africa Bitcoin Conference, and we brought like a special gift to the local Bitcoin community. And Joe in this video can tell you a little bit more about that. So I would like to ask to play video number 1, please.
Stood here. Is that okay? He's my boss. He's telling me to do my job. Hello, my name is Joe Nakamoto. I'm here with Trezor Academy. Now, Trezor Academy is an educational initiative as part of the Trezor hardware wallet brand. I'm here with Trezor in Ghana, West Africa. Now, Ghana is one of Africa's fastest growing economies, and it hosts one of the largest Bitcoin conferences in Africa called Afro Bitcoin. Over the past 4 days, we've been visiting places across Accra, as well as the conference, to better understand what Bitcoin means for West Africa and, as a consequence, the entire continent of Africa. We have seen Bitcoin being used in townships such as Jamestown, where I was humbled and surprised to see that Bitcoin is slowly spreading its roots. We've also seen Bitcoin used at a Bitcoin fair, where people could buy goods and services with Bitcoin on point-of-sale devices. And finally, we've interviewed thought leaders, passionate advocates, and locals about the use of Bitcoin in Africa as part of an interview series. The highlight, however, has been Bitcoinetta West Africa. Now, this Land Rover Defender is a phenomenal, exciting vehicle emblazoned with Bitcoin symbols, and it's effectively a Bitcoin school on wheels. It begins its journey in Accra, and it's going to visit several countries in the West African region to spread the Bitcoin and sound money message. So here is the story of Bitcoin in West Africa, brought to you by Trezor Academy and Trezor.
Yeah, thank you. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, Joe, for narrating that. Really great job. So we have launched this car and named it Bitcoinetta in honor of the previous vehicles used for the same purpose, for Bitcoin education in the local regions. This is actually the 5th car of its kind, the 5th Bitcoinetta, because there's one in Argentina, that's the first one, then Salvador, in here, South Africa, you can see the car downstairs, Europe, the Spanish Bitcoiners did like the Bitcoinetta Iberica, and now there's the 5th one in West Africa. We chose West Africa because of its ECOWAS region. I don't know if you know about it, but there's like it's like 14 countries maybe, or 11 countries, not really certain right now, and the locals don't have to apply for the visa. They can cross borders without any major hassle. So we want the car to go on a tour across Ghana, Togo, Benin, Nigeria, and perhaps the other countries. And what's also important, the West Africa is also, some of these countries of the ECOWAS are still forced to use the CFA franc. There have been some mentions about the CFA franc today, and Alex Gladstein covers that quite well, that the countries don't have any financial sovereignty and they are still basically being extorted by France through this monetary regime. So we want to plant the seeds of Bitcoin understanding among the locals through using the car and the Trezor Academy meetups in the local region. And here's a word from Kumin Kansa. He's the founder of Bitcoin Cowries, the Ghanaian Bitcoiner educational initiative. He was supposed to be here. I don't know like what's going on. He didn't show up yet. But let's hear it from Kumi. It's video number 2, please.
Hi, my name is Kumi Kansa, Cowries Kumi on Twitter. I'm the founder of Bitcoin Cowries. As you know already, Bitcoin Cowries is aimed at educating people across Ghana on Bitcoin because Bitcoin is our way to financial freedom. Doing that, we got hooked up with Trezor. You know Trezor, right? We started Trezor Academy, and Trezor Academy has been wonderful. We started off training people in Ghana, educating the youth about Bitcoin. Now, Trezor has come in to help us, and we gave birth to the Bitcoinator. So the Bitcoinator is going to travel across Ghana, and it's going to go through Togo, Benin, and into Nigeria, carrying the good news of Bitcoin. Doing this with Trezor Academy has been one of my best journeys, and I really appreciate Trezor and the Trezor Academy, everybody that has been supporting us from day one. This is the Bitcoinator, and get ready for what the Bitcoinator is about to unleash when it comes to Bitcoin education in Africa.
Right, thank you. So, yeah. All right. Yeah, so that is Kumi, thank you. So there's an interesting story behind how the car was funded. It's basically by Bitcoiners for Bitcoiners because Trezor has launched a limited edition Bitcoin-only device back in October in Amsterdam. This limited edition sold out within 2 days, I believe. There's been just 2013 pieces because this is where the first hardware wallet, Trezor Model 1, came about in 2013. Yeah, and basically the profit from this limited edition device went to Trezor Academy and the car, the Bitcoinator West Africa. So this year, what we aim to do with the Trezor Academy is we want to scale it up. So far, it has been mostly just one-time events, like a series of 3 meetups in each country. Now we want to make it more of a regular school for like, newcomers coming to learn about Bitcoin. So we want to run like 2 or 3 Trezor Academy programs per month. It's not going to be only Africa anymore. We have met some really good Bitcoin educators in Ghana that are from Indonesia and Mexico. So right now there will be a Trezor Academy happening in Mexico. And we want to translate the curriculum that is basically sort of finally settled into multiple languages. I actually came here to learn like who could turn the curriculum into French, and I found out that the guys from Burundi already did that, so it's very good to hear. And yeah, there's going to be a curriculum in Spanish, French, and yeah, I talked to Jabulani that we will probably turn it into other languages as well. And yeah, the Bitcoinator West Africa is going to go on tour, but you've already heard that. So yeah, I want to use Bitcoin, of course, and whoever is interested in providing Bitcoin education in the local region, I want to run the Trezor Academy with us. The requirements are quite simple. You have to be a Bitcoiner, and you have to be a person passionate for Bitcoin education. So these are just the 2 requirements. Talk to me later, or you can go to the website. We have like application forms, both for the organizers and the people that want to visit these meetups. And yeah, that's what I came here for, mostly to meet new prospective Trezor Academy organizers. I believe it's a beautiful program. I've met so many brilliant people that some of them are here. And yeah, let's scale it up next year and truly orange pill Africa and the whole world. Thank you. Thank you very much. There's like a 5-minute room for questions now. If anybody has a question, you can ask, or you can talk to me later. So just raise your hand if anybody has. Yeah. All right, if there are no questions, no worries. You can catch me, I'll be here. Yeah, there's one question in the back.
Yeah, just one question. You mentioned that the Bitcoin-only hardware wallet was a limited edition that was sold by Trezor. Yeah, it being limited, I guess that sort of answers my question. But are there plans to release a Bitcoin-only hardware wallet in the future?
There might be. There might be. This was more of a really one-time thing to run the Bitcoin-only device, but we are still deciding whether to make it part of the regular line. So yeah, follow us and keep in touch. And these devices were like really just the one-time thing. So, and they have like the engraving on the back, like they are numbered. So that probably won't happen again, that we would like launch another limited edition. But we are considering whether to run like a regular Bitcoin-only devices. So you can basically turn any Trezor into a Bitcoin-only device through the firmware. We have like the universal firmware, and then we have the Bitcoin-only firmware, so you can install that on any Trezor device. Yeah, but as I said, regarding the future limited, or not limited, future Bitcoin-only devices, we'll see. We'll see about that during this year.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, there's one more question in the back.
It's just more of what we were talking about last time. If you could just expand on that, when you put in your passphrase, just to let everybody in the crowd know that has a Trezor, when you put in your passphrase, that's kind of becomes your your private keys. Well, it's pretty much you forget that, it's gone. Just if you could mention.
Yeah, all right. So the question is like, if you set up a passphrase in your Trezor, you need to keep that safe because it's very critical for you, right?
Yeah, pretty much just the importance of really, not forgetting that passphrase or you're screwed.
Yeah, sure.
Even if you have your 24 words.
Right. Yeah. So So as you say, if anybody set up their hardware wallet, their Trezor, and then they set up a passphrase on top of their seed, you need to keep that passphrase very safe. Treat it in the same way you treat your recovery seed, your seed phrase. So write it down, keep it offline, preferably stamp it in steel, and keep the seed words and the passphrase separate, because then it's that's the best practice of keeping your Bitcoin secure. Thank you. Yeah, it's worth it to point it out all the time. So we are running out of time. Thank you very much. You can talk to me later. Just catch me. I'll be here all the time. And yeah, thank you. Follow the Trezor Academy. Check it out. And yeah, thank you very much for having this space to talk here.
Well done, Joseph. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for advocating for Bitcoin education and Bitcoin-only education. It's important to note that here, that when Trezor comes to education in Africa, it's always Bitcoin only or Bitcoin first. They're not educating about shitcoins and crypto and everything else. We're going to take a 10-ish minute break, 10 or 15. I can't see at the back there. Oh, it's gone down. Gosh, inflation. It's a 5-minute break now before we kick off with the last talk of the day. Disinflation. Shrinkflation. That's the worst kind of inflation. You can't even see it. So, yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break now before the final panel of the day. Let's grab a drink, but be back quickly, okay? Smoke a joint. There are children here, Ricky. No. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready for the last talk and the first panel on the Machankura stage of Adopting Bitcoin 2024. Now, you might have heard of this protocol called Lightning. It's like a layer 2 on Bitcoin. It enables you to do super fast transactions at a very, very low fee. The 4 gentlemen I'm about to welcome onto the stage are pioneers in the world of Lightning. We have Kamal from Galloy Money, who you probably heard his talk earlier. We have KG, who's the guy spinning out all sorts of Africa-centric solutions, including Machankura. Next, we have Carol from CryptoConvert / I'm going to call him the Pick and Pay ambassador from now on, the Lightning guy at Pick and Pay. Is that a role? Can it be a role? The Lightning guy at Pick and Pay? Nice, cool. And finally, we're welcoming a new face onto the stage, Rai Sterling from Ibex. Now, Ibex do all sorts of wonderful Lightning and merchant-based solutions, and they're helping to connect people, particularly in the developing world, and are also approaching Lightning from a B2B standpoint. Was that pretty good, Rai? Super. I've spent enough time with him over the past couple of months now in Ghana and, of course, now in South Africa to get a better sense of what Ibex are doing around the world. They're going to be sitting on these wonderful crates, KG style. So please do give them a warm round of welcome, of applause. Come to the stage, guys. Talk to us about Lightning and how it could be this global payment rail.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Take it away, take it away, take it away, take it away.
Same seats?
Yeah.
Oh, these lights.
Cool.
Cool.
Come on, you want to kick it off?
I'm going to kick it off?
Yeah.
No, you must be kidding. All right, well, let's talk about Lightning. What is Lightning? It's a second layer. I think it deserves that name. Why does it deserve that name? Like, some people are very, very explicit about it. What is a second layer? Well, you need to be able to unilaterally exit to the main chain from it, right? So that's what you can do with Lightning channels. You make an on-chain transaction, you open one, and to appear, and you can make infinite number of probably like millions of transactions per second between 2 beefy machines, which is like way more than Visa can do or MasterCard can do. So it's a scaling solution for Bitcoin. It removes some of the congestion that clogs up the mempool and drives the base chain fees up. That's not great for adoption for transacting Bitcoin. But it's not a panacea because you need an on-chain transaction to create a channel, and once in a while, sometimes you also close a channel, so that's another on-chain transaction. But between these two, you can make an infinite number of transactions, and that's great for Bitcoin as a medium of exchange, and to make especially retail payments, right? Use Bitcoin as money for e-commerce, for brick and mortar stores. You get the instant confirmation, not like, okay, I make my on-chain transaction and now we wait for 3 on-chain confirmations to be really secure, and we drink some tea. That's just not how commerce works. So you need that instant transaction confirmation, right? That's like, it doesn't do it without it, and Lightning offers that. So a lot of people had hopes about Lightning as like the ultimate scaling solution for Bitcoin. What do you guys think? Is it that? It definitely helps.
It definitely helps.
Yeah, you offset or aggregate a high number of transactions onto a single, or let's say two on-chain transactions. So it helps a lot. But with the high fee environment that we've been facing, even that becomes difficult because you still have to manage your channels. You still want to open channels, and if something goes wrong, like you said, close it. And that's becoming more and more difficult to do it in a safe way because of on-chain fees. So people are looking beyond Lightning now, thinking about the problems that we still need to face. There's no solutions. There's no problems that are like solved. We still have problems to face.
Right. So what you're referring to, obviously, when you onboard someone new to Lightning, in a self-custodial way, meaning he needs to have a channel. So in order to play the game of Lightning and super fast, cheap, instant, borderless transactions, you have some upfront cost. And that might be a showstopper for newbies, right? And there's been a bit of disillusionment with Lightning, I think, even though in the Lightning white paper, it was pretty clear that there are some limitations. Just people kind of glossed over them because they were so happy to get SegWit and to have that potential for Bitcoin to be more than just a digital pet rock that you can collect. And so Lightning was a little bit overhyped. Would you agree, KG, or what do you think?
Well, I wouldn't fully agree. Right? So maybe yes, there has been some instances where people say, "Oh, if you want to onboard everyone onto Bitcoin, you use Lightning." But even there, like all the literature that's been published on the drawbacks about Lightning has been there for years. If you go to Exonomia, we have one of the articles we translate into other African languages is talking about how would we actually onboard everyone onto Lightning. And the first statement is, if everyone had a Lightning channel or needed a Lightning channel / a UTXO, it would take us more years than we would all live in a lifetime, right? And so what would you do? Batch the opens, but then that would take us maybe like 8 years. Then what would you do? Implement channel factories. So it goes down this list of things you can do to open as many channels for as many people as possible, while also highlighting that all of these things are not there today. Right? And those are things that we hope to be able to do in the future. And for now, the things that you could do are basically use somebody else's Lightning node, and that's how most people have been using Lightning. And yeah, on top of that, managing a Lightning node is not pop and place, right? So I think everyone here is running at least one Lightning node. And yeah, well, what is the worst nightmare situation you guys have had with a Lightning node that a normal user wouldn't have been able to maybe recover from?
Well, I have a tech team, so I don't really have to deal with that.
Well,
so I'm
like
blessed,
you.
but I would say overall, the net benefit to Bitcoin with Lightning has, Paco would probably love it if when hearing me say this, but has been the custodial solutions surrounding Lightning.
Yes.
And the custodial wallets that have allowed people to have that instant experience of Bitcoin. So for my initial phases at IBEX was onboarding a ton of people, trying to pull off what Carl pulled off here in South Africa, but in the States, and building those communities. And the traditional use of Bitcoin was just like, you're not going to spend $3 in fees for a $5 cup of coffee. It's just never going to happen, as you mentioned. And to give somebody something that they're instantly onboarded to, they don't have to learn about nodes or channels or any of this stuff. It's like, here's some Bitcoin, go pay with a cup of coffee. That did leaps and bounds for Bitcoin, I think. And I think that's what you're pointing to. And then what Fedi is saying is like, we get as Bitcoiners very in the weeds about custodial, non-custodial, but for the masses, they just want something that works. And yes, we're going to have liquid and a bunch of other things that are in early development that may be the best for us. We're very early in this, but I guess in terms of overall impact, I think it's been a huge plus. And without the custodial solutions, you wouldn't be able to get where we are now.
Yeah.
Let's take it a little bit back. You were mentioning, KG, like it wouldn't suffice our lifetimes with the current tech that we have to open enough Lightning channels for everyone to be self-custodial. What you're referring to is a paper by Paul Stortz. I think it's called Lightning Limitations, where he makes a, more or less very accurate calculation of, we have 8 billion people, we have 4 megabyte or 1 megabyte blocks with 4 megabytes of block weight, and you can fit like, I don't know, 3 to 7 transactions into it. So if we need for every person on the planet, like mass adoption all at once, right? They need to use Lightning in a self-custodial manner. we would need so many blocks, we would only be finished in 120 years, right? And that's obviously, I mean, it's a thought experiment. I mean, adoption is probably not going to happen that fast, but maybe it would. Like Jimmy's song is, I think, like thinks that it's going to be a huge rush, so we might have to be prepared if things fail, but lightning just doesn't bring us there, right? Just to clear that up, what you were referring to for those that might not be familiar with the math that you were referring to. However, like Ryan knows, not everything is lost. Like we did make a big step with lightning. It's not maybe the final solution, but we gained a lot. And maybe you can talk a little bit about like what you guys are doing with IBEX. Like how are you utilizing lightning? Where are the advantages of it for businesses in the global south where the financial infrastructure is maybe not that great and there's a pressing need to use it? And maybe also like in places like the United States or the European Union where there's an excellent financial infrastructure and people have access to digital payments. What do you see Lightning's value proposition there? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'd love to take credit, but the IBEX team before me was in charge of building all the great products before I came on as BD here at IBEX. And the launch of IBEX was really in El Salvador right after they made Bitcoin legal tender in El Salvador. And you know, overnight the government decided that everyone in El Salvador had to be able to accept Bitcoin payments, which works for your mom and pop pupusa vendor if you just give them a wallet of Satoshi or the local, you know, Chivo wallet. But what happens if you're McDonald's or Starbucks or a corporation? Well, you can't just give some custodial wallet to someone and then have them be able to send around their funds and download it and send it to their friends. There's no control over that. So IBEX very quickly, our CTO built a very basic point of sale device that had a back end with reporting, and you could basically have location 1, 2, 3, 4, and all it was a simple screen where you put in a charge, hit accept, and it creates a Lightning invoice. And that all went to a reporting backend, and that was built on a toolbox of APIs, which is predominantly what IBEX does, a toolbox of Lightning infrastructure APIs. And so we built that very quickly with our toolbox to demonstrate like the first use case, I would say, for merchant acceptance at, I guess, a larger scale. So McDonald's and Starbucks and all these guys started using our solution. And so about 3 months later, I came on board and I was tasked with the beautiful task of onboarding the US. And we had the Miami conference coming up, and it was my job to go on board the merchants around Miami, and it was a difficult task to say the least. You had 3 types of people, I would say. You had the people that were already Bitcoiners that wanted to do it, and they were down to put the Bitcoin sticker in their door, and they had the Bitcoin standard behind their taco shop, you know, and they're all into it, and that was great. And then you had the people that were open to learn. They saw it as a way to maybe make an alternative or, you know, gain an alternative customer base. And, you know, the conference was coming, so they're open to it. And then you had usually the larger institutions, the club owners and whatnot, that just were like, yeah, we'll do it to make more money, but they didn't want to put any education into it. They didn't want to learn about it at all. And it was funny, the ones that did absolutely nothing saw no traction because they didn't train their staff, and it's complicated. I mean, charging an invoice isn't complicated, but when you're running a restaurant, if it's not built into your point of sale system or not built into Pick and Pay, well, you got to pull out this separate device. And unless you have someone like, you know, Edwin here from Bitcoin Vitsum going around orange pilling people all day long and, you know, following up with them, it's not going to happen. So that was my experience. We onboarded about 80 locations in Miami. I would say about 4 months after the conference, those 80 locations were probably down to 20. And then from there, it just trickled off, and now you probably have like a solid 10 in Miami that are really still on it. And then from there, I went to trying to figure out how do we orange pill the corporations, because I saw the problem of, yeah, one restaurant at a time is great, but it's going to take you forever. So how do you get into the Clovers, the Toasts, the actual POS systems where you go into a supermarket, Publix, and it's pay with credit card, pay with cash, which nobody really does because we have, a really strong financial system in the US, and then a big B where you say pay with Bitcoin. And I did that for about a year, and 90% of the responses, even when I got all the way to the C-suite, was like, we're not interested in crypto. So I kind of went to the CEO of IBEX. I was like, you might as well fire me. Because this is going to be a difficult journey here in the US. And we pivoted focus, but that was kind of the learning experience from the US. And when you have a financial system that just works and there's no, you're not suffering from hyperinflation, you don't see the need, the customers aren't asking for it, then the corporations aren't going to do it. And then I kind of pivoted over to Africa last year. And saw there was a use case from the builders level, like Femi talked about. Like, you got a lot of young, youthful builders that are trying to build really cool solutions. You also have corporations that are open to learn about it, which was different. I went to a tech festival in Kenya in February, and people knew about Lightning, they knew about Bitcoin, and there was like both a need and a knowledge. And I was like, wow, this is very different than my experience so far. So it kind of like light bulb in my head. And then now you have really cool, interesting companies thinking of things from peer-to-peer payments with, kickbacks and sats to B2B companies looking to do outbound and inbound B2B remittances from, say, South Africa to Europe. So the people are, at least over here in the Global South and over in LATAM in the Global South, have, I would say, a far better understanding and knowledge for the solution. That's kind of been the
Yeah, so what I'm hearing from both you and I mean from the projects that you're working on, both KG and with Machankura and IBEX and also CryptoConvert, is that these are all custodial Lightning solutions that are managed by experts. And what you said is like reminds me of 2018 from my personal experience in Munich when Lightning was very new. And I was playing around with it. I was building a node with Raspberry Bolt on a Raspberry Blitz, like following a guide. And I just wanted to see, is this Lightning thing real, right? And I made it work. And then there was a Lightning node in BTC Pay server, so I spun up one. And then I thought, man, this is working great. Like we could actually use it in a shop, and people, Lightning payments in Bitcoin would not just be abstract anymore. It would be in the real world where they can buy real goods and services at one of the dailies. So I hit up a friend of mine in Munich. Shout out to Mark. Bikini Mitte is the daily place. And he said, okay, Kemal, I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to play along. I'll accept Lightning payments, Bitcoin payments for all the goods here in my place. It was a really nice, hip place. But he said, I don't want any extra work. Right? I don't want any extra work. So he did it as a favor. He didn't hodl the Bitcoin. I bought it off from him at the end of the month, which was a nice way for me to stack sats. I can recommend that model, by the way, to anybody if you want KYC free sats. But the key part is that you need someone who manages the Lightning node. You need to put some effort into it. And the merchants, in order for them to adopt it, you have to make it zero friction, and the staff needs to be briefed. Ideally, it's incorporated into the point of sales that they're using as just another checkout method, right? Making it really easy. KG's Machankura is also just making it very easy for the people to use Lightning. It's also a custodial service. And it just works, right? And same is true for CryptoConvert, which is basically taking away all the friction for Pick and Pay, because I imagine like they came to you with a similar proposition that they don't want any headache from this, right?
Yeah, and there's many aspects to that. So there's a technical angle. It's actually quite, like we've discussed now, quite a technical challenge to run a Lightning node and run it consistently, not lose funds. But there's also things like the typical people you deal with in a corporate. They tend to be heads of finance and accountants, things like that. And when you come to them and you say, well, you'll be receiving this asset essentially, and you're going to have to
keep track of the price as you receive it, and as you dispose of it, you'll have to keep track of the difference, and then it's like a massive burden on the accounting teams, and then they say no. Same thing. They basically want no overhead, no hassle. They want a drop-in replacement that just works, and they want it basically for free. And then when you tell people, well, you know what, it's actually going to cost you a little bit of money because it's actually quite a lot of effort to run this, most people say, no, why would we even do this? So you need somebody that's actually buys into the idea.
Yeah, I forgot about that, the accounting overhead that you already have. But it's getting removed bit by bit. We just heard from Prospera, which is an economic zone in Honduras, who adopted Bitcoin as the first jurisdiction as unit of account. So that's a world first. I think Jan 3 is incorporated there, and just using Bitcoin as their unit of account. So, and there's also, like with the FSAB rules, I'm not too familiar with that stuff, but there's some things moving in our favor, I guess. Also, it's official currency of a sovereign republic, so it's not just some magic internet money anymore. It's like sovereign money as well, of a republic, right? Maybe that helps. But let's bring it a little bit back to Lightning. And so there's been some disillusionment among people. There are custodial solutions that work very frictionless, better than most fintechs, I would say, with very low barrier to entry. We talked about many of them. Now there's also self-custodial wallets like Phoenix on mobile phones that can be used. Like if you want to be sovereign, that works quite well if you know what you're doing, right? With some caveats. You need to be a little bit advanced. There's others as well, like Breeze or Mutiny. A little bit advanced. I wouldn't give it to my mother or onboard a newbie to it. But there's also this idea emerging that Lightning payment rails are the glue between different mints and Bitcoin banks and corporations, where basically the heavy technical lifting is being done. And there are also ideas like ARC, which we may or may not get because we need a soft fork for it, but that would also be interoperable with Lightning. So how do you think about the future of Lightning in this whole context of custodial versus self-custodial, businesses versus casual users versus advanced users? Who wants to go? KG?
I want to hear what Karel has to say actually about that.
Yeah.
Well, it's more of a, it depends on your personal philosophical view on it. Because if you think in terms of, let's say, the early internet, right? You had local ISPs that you would connect to with a dial-up modem to literally make a local call to your ISP. They'd be connected with a higher bandwidth connection to a regional ISP, then to a national ISP, and then the national ISPs connected to each other. So if you see Lightning sort of purely as value routing technology, that model works. There's no problem with that. You sign up with your Lightning service provider, your local Lightning service provider of choice, and they are connected on this network, and then it's fine, because like one Lightning service provider can service thousands of customers, right? Scale's fine. The reason we're saying that it's not working is because that is a driver for centralization, and the actual discussion is about self-custody, self-sovereignty versus censorship, centralized solutions that's subject to censorship. And that's why people say Lightning doesn't work. I think it does work. It's fine. It actually works really well. It's got some advantages just beyond fast and cheap settlements. But as Bitcoiners, we approach it from this self-sovereign libertarian angle, and then we say, well, it doesn't work because it's causing centralization.
And we assume in a very super adversarial environment all the time, right?
Yes. Somebody told me outside here, they're like, wow, the libertarian angle is really coming through in this conference. I'm like, what did you expect? It's a Bitcoin conference. But so I think that's why people say it's not working. The tech works fine, but in its current form, and not only Lightning, also high fees on the base chain, these are forces for centralization, and then the fear is that a centralized service provider becomes subject to censorship.
Yeah, and I think To add to that, right, Lightning has allowed us to do very interesting things. Right? Back in 2017, I was like, I need to get as many people using Bitcoin as I can. Fees were high. Oh, let me send this person Litecoin because it's the silver to Bitcoin's gold. Right? And with Lightning, you almost never have to do that. You could just say, okay, cool, let me send this person Bitcoin over Lightning. And even with this conference, everything we did, we tried as much as possible to receive payments over Lightning. And if you're a merchant in this room, and you've accepted Bitcoin payments and then switched over to Lightning payments, two of the things you would notice, or a few of the things you would notice is one, a customer would never overpay you or underpay you with Lightning because Lightning is pegged to say what amount should be paid. A bulk 11 invoice starts with the amount and the wallet will clearly pay that amount and nothing more, nothing less.
Within the time frame that you specify.
Yeah,
as
within
well.
within the time frame that you specify. So none of the whole waiting 10 minutes and drinking tea with the person you're paying, as Kamal would say. And then on the other side, it's like the perfect merchant solution, right? But, and I think why the title of the panel was payment rails is that if you are routing value for whatever reason, you would use Lightning, right? And I find it interesting that any scaling technology today has to have Lightning, right? Whether that is Arc, whether that is Liquid, whatever you may think of, and a person says, this is scaling Bitcoin, if you look somewhere in the ecosystem, you can find a place where you send a Lightning transaction and out comes the alternative scaling solution, right? So if it's a scaling solution that does not have a Lightning integration, it's not a scaling solution at all, right? Because of the other things that Lightning solves, whether or not you can open a channel, can you specify an invoice, and can you settle the transaction instantly, right? And we haven't even started about the wonderful stuff you've been doing with HODL invoices, where, oh yeah, but I think you should explain that a little more about what they are and why you actually use those.
Yeah, so Godsatse said it, Lightning is the perfect payment solution. And let's say we knew for a fact that on-chain fees would be zero for the next 10 years. I still wouldn't develop a payment solution on top of that. Because the fundamental principle is that when you're paying somebody, you pay the merchant, right? And the merchant really wants to be in control of the transaction, of that payment. Now, on base layer, what does that control look like? The merchant provides a receive address and a Bitcoin amount, right? The sender controls every aspect of that transaction. So they control the amount that they send. It could be incorrect. They can send the transaction tomorrow, next week, whenever. And that's a problem for the merchant because they are the ones that sort of under that time pressure to get the funds at the time of the sale. And then the HODL aspect that Godsatse talks about, that's extremely powerful. So if you think in terms of a credit card transaction, typically what happens is when you make the payment, the first step is that the funds are sort of reserved or authorized on the card. And then sometimes, let's say this scales to like thousands of payments. Sometimes something goes wrong on the merchant side. Like let's say load shedding hits and the sale can't be completed, but the funds have been sent already, right? Now it's a big hassle to return those funds. But what Lightning allows it to do, a mechanism of Lightning, is it allows the merchant to sort of reserve, to take custody of those funds, not custody, but they take control of the funds that they've received. They have the option of either taking those funds or returning it to the sender. And that all happens within a single transaction. It's not a separate inverse payment. It's all one single operation. And that's what makes it perfect for payments. It's one of the aspects. Because, for example, Anita showed electricity thing. She also spoke about this very quickly. But basically, what would happen sometimes is that your meter number, your electricity meter number is not supported. Now you've already sent the Lightning payment, but the upstream provider generating the voucher is unable to issue the voucher for your meter number. And then what needs to happen? Well, with Lightning, it's very, very easy. That payment is cancelled and your wallet just shows that it's failed and you don't lose the money.
Yeah, I would say that yes or no state, especially if you see Lightning in action, and it's, we've done a few conferences where we put all the merchants and you'll see Bitcoiners go around and have their first, or non-Bitcoiners go around and have their first experience with Lightning in that instant yes or no state. It's the best payment experience in the world if you've got a good internet connection. You can't beat it with traditional finance.
If you have internet.
You see people's eyes light up like, wow, that just happened. Yeah, that was a real transfer of value. Yeah, and so that is the exciting part. And then, what KG's doing and kind of my excitement and why I think Lightning is still going to be, it's going to continue being dominant for a while. Yes, we're going to have Liquid and federations, all these other things, which you mentioned are all going to have Lightning as their settlement rails at some point. But, building on top of Lightning and allowing people to send money over USSD, who would have thought that was going to be possible, right? I mean, how amazing is that? And then you have kids taking that even further and thinking, I was talking to some kid in Kenya the other day, and he's talking about starting a DCA app out of a Lightning pool where you could save as little as 100 sats a day. Like savings ideas that, so it's the people like KG that are coming up like, yeah, we can provide the infrastructure, we can talk about Lightning all day, but with the people on the ground that are going to be able to bend and twist this technology into something great, that's what excites me.
Yeah, and I think even on that point, like, what things can you do to make the technology more user-friendly? I think Lightning being so good for payments has allowed things for LNURL to actually take off. So if you don't know what LNURL is, it's basically the foundation API or specification for something called a Lightning address. So a Lightning address looks like an email, but for your Lightning, right? And the Lightning address is actually the reason why Machankura exists, right? So if you have a feature phone with no copy and paste functionality, you have to enter where are you sending this money to. Right? If you've seen a Bitcoin address, it's like 60 characters random.
You don't want to type that in.
Yeah, you don't want to type that in. Right?
And Lightning invoice is even worse.
Yeah, a Lightning invoice longer and even more random. Right? So a Lightning address looks like an email. So my Lightning address is rotato@833.mobi. Right? And then you could tap that out into a Bitcoin Lightning wallet, and then the transaction would go through. I can't tell you where to send me Bitcoin if you are sending it on chain. Right? So that is how good LNURL is. And if people are going to actually then develop such solutions like DCA in Kenya, which we kind of do with Machankura now with clans, the barrier is usually how people are using the tech. Like, where are they sending the money? So are you going to create a Lightning address for that group? And do they know that they're sending to the group? Can they confirm? So on and so forth. And I like how you mentioned that it's such a joyful experience sending your first Lightning transaction, because my first on-chain transaction was a nightmare. I was like, double checking everything. Did I get the address right? So on and so forth. Because yeah, you sweat, and because everyone says if you get it wrong, the Bitcoin is gone forever, right? But Lightning, it's also similar. If you send the Bitcoin over Lightning, it's gone forever. But it has more checks and balances to say, okay, you're actually sending it to the right location and all of that. So yeah, for me, I'm like, okay, that is one of the most interesting aspects of Lightning, and how much it has helped the UX also develop. Like, okay, the sovereignty is one thing, but what is it about the UX that we could help?
And on the point of the UX, another crucial aspect of Lightning is it allows the receiver to specify a message for the sender for that specific payment. So you don't only know who you are paying, you know why you're paying them.
Yes.
And that's crucial. Now you've got a record of that as well.
But LNURL is a great point of like making Lightning usable and convenient. It's brought it ahead a ton. Things like Machankura wouldn't work without it, without LNURL. There wouldn't be no lightning address. Things like Azteco that works with LNURL withdraw wouldn't work. But it's all custodial lightning, right? Is there already like a workable self-custodial lightning address really out there?
Zeus has it.
Okay.
Yeah, but not everyone likes how they implement it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so Phoenix is working on it.
Cool.
Yeah, but it's like one of those things where technically everything you could do in custodially, you could also do self-custodially, but not everyone is going to like how you do it.
Yeah. But other innovations like NFC cards, for example.
Oh, yes.
The boldcard.org project, which is also a fantastic open source project that makes it really easy. There's a project in Bitcoin Beach, Brazil, prior Bitcoin, where they are actually having a program called Fruits for Sats and giving out bold cards to 5-year-old, 6-year-old school kids and making them just tap the point of sale with a loaded bold card, and it uses NFC technology. Just like, it works just the same way like the tap and pay that we're used from traditional credit cards. And
Joe's ring too.
Sorry?
Joe's ring.
Yes, the bold ring is amazing. Yeah, as well. Works just like just the same way. Works with LNURL withdraw and NFC 452 NTAC cards that are very cheap to buy, and just need more point of sales that can actually work with them. I think like there's already a plenty. BTC Pay server on Android devices works with them for some time already. Blink has them, Wallet of Satoshi has them, Breeze has them, and I'm probably forgetting a couple others, but yeah, this is like the user experience, the frictionless payment experience that you probably refer to when you say it's the best payment technology, because in order to be that, it needs to beat the status quo, at least be on par with it. But it's better than that because you don't have to wait like 90 days to get your money from Visa after you tap and pay. You have it instantly and can spend it to pay your supplier. So the velocity of money increases because, yeah, it's a bearer asset and there's no chargebacks, and
unless you're using hodl invoices, better.
Unless you have
but you shouldn't hodl that long. Then you piss off mutiny.
Oh yeah. And they close your channels.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
Privacy. While we still have some time, right? Should I kick privacy off or?
Let me make one more point on the the adoption thing, and not to quote Femi too many times, but he said, how do we get this out to everybody? Yes, orange pilling the communities is great, but then how do we get to the large organizations? And that's something that I've been tasked with, and you will be surprised to hear that the tech is undeniable when you show it to them. And these people, their eyes will light up in a boardroom and they'll go, wow, that was pretty wild. And we like to bring use cases to industry. So I was talking to the reinsurance industry. I was in like Lloyd's of London, a couple months ago, and I was like, we'll show you how this might work, but you got to take it to your InsurTech platform. Instead of T-minus 180 days, you can do this T-minus 1 day. And the guys, their eyes light up. But then they're like, but how do we do this without saying Bitcoin? and so that seems to be like always the hurdle. But then you actually have companies now, and with stable sats, and we've got something called stable accounts, we are seeing companies building innovative solutions using Bitcoin, but not mentioning Bitcoin, which might be against the Bitcoin ethos, but it's happening. And one of the companies that we're working with in Mexico is using Lightning addresses, LNURL, but they're tying the Lightning address to a number. So it's almost like the reversal of USSD, if you will. It's like they're just making the database entry tied to the number to a Lightning address. So a new user signs up for a mobile app, they have their number, and then I want to send money to this number, and it's just a fiat to fiat transaction, but it's using the Lightning address in the back end. They know the technology is better. They're using the technology, but they don't want to admit it yet. So it's getting there, and I just think it's important to note that you do have corporations that are looking at it. They just can't internally accept it yet. So we will get there. Anyway.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, the legitimization problem that is being felt at many ends of the Bitcoin ecosystem, but it's improving constantly over time. We've come a long way. There's a lot of road to walk still. What are you personally excited about in terms of future developments that you're looking forward to? Or like, let's make a final round. Start with Carol. Like, is there something that you're looking forward to, or think that would be a nice nut to crack to get us across the chasm, or?
Yeah, breach the chasm. Yeah, no, definitely community custody. Custody is not a solved solution if you believe in self-sovereignty, which I do, in self-custody. So either we're going to end up with big centralized services that provide your Lightning wallet for you, or we need to find a different solution. And not everybody can afford individual self-custody. So we have to look at community-based.
Okay.
Yeah,
what about you, Rai?
I'm excited to find more KGs and Carls around the world that want to build on Lightning and do cool stuff with it, because I'm not going to have the ideas. And yeah, that's what gets me excited, is finding the kid that's like, I've got this idea, I want to take down M-Pesa. You're like, cool, dude, how can I help? You know, it's like, and that's what makes me happy.
Cool. Awesome. Oh yeah, cool. So for me, it's like two things, right? One, what Phoenix Wallet is doing, well, and Moon Wallet as well. I feel like they are the most complementary wallets in the space because they do it so differently. You can implement almost something as seamless as Wallet of Satoshi or Machankura, using them as a stencil by just knowing how to present stuff, right? People don't mind paying for stuff. There's paid apps on the App Store. Make your Lightning Wallet a paid app, and whenever a person downloads it, they have all the liquidity they need because they paid for it. Cool, and there's nothing wrong with that. The second thing is basically Lightning in its nature emulates how economy or local economies work, right? And that is the reason why Lightning channels are so great. A person who shops at Pick and Pay all the time can have a Lightning channel directly to Crypto Converts node, and they will always be able to make a transaction and pay a zero fee without needing to route it to the rest of the network. Right? Yeah, if Pick and Pay or if Crypto Convert has to move out those funds, they can move those funds out through the user that paid them as well, without having to send that user payment through routing or rebalancing or however you choose to look at it. So yeah, I hope to see more local economies actually doing interesting stuff with Lightning and Lightning channels.
All right.
What about yourself? Huh?
Yeah, it says time's up.
You the final word.
Well, I'm following like the discussions, the technical discussions a little bit. Obviously, a lot of Bitcoiners have a headache about what's going on and like the disillusionment and yeah, how do we get to that point where Bitcoin users can use Bitcoin actually sovereignly and it scales to 8 billion people without us having to go mega blocks like, I don't know, some scammers claim it works. There are some interesting proposals, but they're going to take time to implement, to get there. We need soft forks for them. We have to agree which ones, right? Which one is the best. And then we have to make sure that actually, like, there's not some things we haven't thought about while trying to, that will be enabled while trying to get to a certain place in a rush, right? So it also needs some time, and things shouldn't be rushed on that end, which is frustrating for some folks that are working on this, obviously. I think we're already at a good place, and we can already like win a lot of room, especially in the race against central bank digital currencies, which almost every country and government in the world is planning to roll out. So they're not there yet. In some countries, they've started, and the people said no, like Nigeria, so that's really great to see. Other governments have given up, like I think Denmark said, no, this is no good, we're not following this. But others are like going full head on into this, and I think there's like a window of opportunity to actually like outpace them and outrace them with the tech that we already have. Obviously not fit for super adversarial environments, but those are also not real. Like we have Bitcoin-friendly jurisdictions, like El Salvador, for example, but there's others as well. People are looking into it, people are paying attention. And like Dubai also, Singapore, I don't know, I'm not super, Switzerland. Like there's always like these places you can play this jurisdictional arbitrage and win some ground. Make a fait accompli, I would say. Like, and I'm excited also about the prospects of Lightning for e-commerce. Like there's a whole culture of digital, of influencers living from affiliate links, talking about other people's products on the internet in many different languages. We see that in the United States, we see that in the United Kingdom, in first world countries, all of which have bank accounts. They have PayPal and credit cards so they can get paid for their affiliate services. I don't see that too much in the global south or in low-income countries where the financial infrastructure is not there. And this industry, this digital economy is going to go there as well. Like, it's more authentic, it's, people can work from where they are and they can service huge markets if they do a good job. And Lightning enables them to participate in this digital economy. So I'm very excited about that prospect of Lightning for e-commerce with the tech that we already have. And yeah, that's my view, I guess. Thanks for the nice chat, gentlemen. Cool. Thanks for the work that you're doing. Round of applause for these great builders here.
Thank you.
And
good job, guys.
That was awesome. The first panel conducted on some soapboxes. Amazing. Really well done, gentlemen. Please give it up for them one more time. Building those solutions we're all going to use. Well done, guys. Well done. Well done, Carol. Yeah, just 4 blokes sitting on some soda cans talking about the future of finance. And also 4 blokes from 3.5 continents, which is kind of cool. Because Turkey's like 2 continents, right? Europe and Asia, yeah. So, okay, we'll go with 5 continents. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. I hope you've had a fantastic time. This is, unfortunately, the end of day 1. But if you come back here tomorrow at 8 o'clock, there'll be refreshments, coffee. So if you drink too much, there's coffee on tap here. Don't worry about it, because I know that some of you definitely will drink too much, won't you? I'm looking at you, Paco. He's already drunk. Great. Thank you so much, everyone. A round of applause for you guys for being ace, for planning and building the future of money. Thank you so much, you guys. Have a fantastic evening. I can't wait to see you all tomorrow for more of the same. It's going to be fantastic. Have a great evening, guys. Bye-bye.